Chapter 38. Over the next few days, Moira's figure could be seen in newspapers and radio stations from time to time. Today, she would talk about the future planning of the city, and tomorrow, she would talk about how many criminals they had cracked down on and how much ice and powder they had collected. For a time, Moira felt like the rising star of Star City. Thea was not surprised by her mother's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Some people were born for politics, but they were buried by various realities before. When the opportunity came, they would soar to the sky. In a previous life, many people said that President George W. Bush of the United States had a low IQ and so on. In fact, this person's grades were really bad, but he met 1/3 of the people in Yale University during his school days, and he could remember the names and hobbies of these people. It was amazing, wasn't it? Most of us could only know a few hundred people in reality. This was his ability. To Thea's surprise, due to Moira's inexplicable burst of political enthusiasm, there was a twist in her relationship with Walter Steele. She was so busy that she couldn't even take care of her daughter, let alone a boyfriend. Thea was supportive of this. Although Walter was really a good person, if they got married, it would be like finding a cheap father for her. Thea still couldn't accept it. You two should stay in this relationship. At this time, Moira had just finished an interview with the media. Although her body was tired, her spirit was very excited. Through this period of transition, she had clearly realized that she could not be a successful businesswoman, or that she did not have the talent at all. Some of her aides had already suggested that she give up business and try the road of politics. She wanted to ask her family members for their opinions on her career in politics. Of course, in her mind, there were only 1.5 family members. Thea was one, and Walter was half. Thea, you've been planning for a long time. Mom stole your limelight. You won't blame me, right? The mother and daughter were lying on the bed, and Moira whispered. Young people were always happy to be in the limelight. At least, this was encouraged by European and American values. Why would I? If I were on the stage, I would have screwed up. Mom, you take at least 90% of the credit for today's situation. Indeed, Thea had only made a few phone calls and chatted with a few people. If there was any credit, it was Felicity's. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Moira looked at her eyes carefully and found that there was no grudge. She breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she thought it was just a regular meeting. She did not expect that there would be such a big change in the follow-up. If her relationship with her daughter was destroyed because of this, it was not worth it in her opinion. What do you think of me going into politics? I've been really comfortable and happy these days. It's a completely different feeling from when I was in the group. Moira looked at Thea eagerly after saying that. Great, I've finally led you to this path. Thea wished she could punch the wall and shout. Her mother was a shrewd person. Moreover, the two of them met each other every day. She was even harder to fool than Malcolm. Thea had put in a lot of effort and luck, and she had finally managed to get her mother onto the path of politics ahead of time. She thought so in her heart, but she could not honestly say it out loud. Go ahead, I can't wait to be the mayor's daughter. Thea could only smile and say in a flat tone, it doesn't matter. If you think politics suits you, then go ahead and try. Maybe I can be awe-inspiring when you become a high-ranking official. By the way, if you leave the group, your relationship with Walter. If an Asian mother and daughter were to talk about stepfathers while hiding in bed, the scene would be very awkward. However, it was a very common thing here. Moira had also thought about this issue before. Although none of the political figures were clean, they all maintained a clean appearance. Now that her husband and son had passed away, it was a good time to play the sympathy card. If news of her remarriage suddenly broke out, her reputation would not be completely ruined, but it would not be much better. After hesitating for a while, she said, let's maintain the status quo first. Thea understood instantly. This was the beautiful version of using the sword of wisdom to cut off the threads of love. This woman was really decisive. She probably had the same mentality when she sent her husband and son to sea. In her heart, she mourned for the gentle black Uncle Walter for a second. Her stepfather crisis was finally resolved. In the original plot, they did not have any children of love. However, what if they gave birth to a younger brother or sister under her little butterfly wings? Although Thea did not discriminate against black people, If she had a younger brother or sister who was brown, it would be very distressing. The three siblings had 3 fathers and 1 mother. Thinking of this, the relationship would be chaotic. It was best to nip such a melodramatic plot in the bud. Her mother went into politics, and her stepfather ran away. Both goals had been achieved. She had a marriage. Thea kissed her mother's cheek heavily. "You child." Moira was not annoyed by her sudden outburst. Instead, she patted her affectionately. In the next few days, Moira began to gradually hand over the affairs of the group to Walter. Although the marriage between the two was a bit uncertain at this stage, they still trusted each other enough to let him take over the position of the president of the group. Although Walter did not know why Moira's attitude suddenly became cold to him, he only thought that he was not determined enough and was not sincere enough. He was ready to persevere. At this time, Thea was also handing over the work in her hands because her Princeton admission letter had arrived. Unlike the Chinese Empire, where there were opening ceremonies and leader speeches, she could go and leave at any time. As long as she had enough credits, she could graduate. She handed over the work of the software department to Felicity and reported to the group to let her take over her position. When Felicity heard that she had to write the facial recognition software from 1.0 to 6.0, she completely went berserk. She didn't want to do such a boring job. Since the Quinn family had money, she probably didn't care about spending a few more. On the first day she took office, she recruited 30 employees for the software department. The original 3 subordinates were all promoted, and each of them took 10 people. She could slowly write them down. Thea's skateboard debugging had entered the final stage. She was ready to finish this work before leaving Star City and do a lot of work. She had no choice. She was so poor that this technological weapon cost too much money. She had already spent all her pocket money. If it were not for Felicity, who saw that she was so poor and often gave her meals, she would have starved to death. "Thea, why do you call it the Red Arrow skateboard? What do you think of the Green Arrow skateboard?" The two women finally argued about the color of the skateboard. "Red is good. It's warm, sunny, and cheerful. Isn't red all the time?" Thea felt that green was better left to her brother. Felicity frowned and said vaguely with a pen in her mouth, "Isn't red the color of violent blood? How do you understand that?" "I think green means decay and old." Chapter 39. In the end, they decided to adopt Thea's red plan. After all, she was the one who had risked her life, so Felicity felt regretful that she had not dyed it green. Just as Thea thought that they were about to enter the actual test phase, a serious problem appeared in front of them. "Felicity, use a little more strength. This dress is too tight." "Thea, exhale. Expel all the air from your chest. Follow my command. Inhale, exhale." Thea Quinn had made a mistake that was neither too big nor too small. She believed in the doctrine of copying everything and did not have the spirit of seeking truth from facts. This anti-charge suit was originally designed for pilots. The principle was to inflate the airbags of the suit with an anti-charge regulator. When the airbags expanded, they would tighten the surface of the suit, exerting pressure on the body to protect the blood circulation. In theory, it could increase the pilot's positive overload endurance. It was more than enough for Thea's skateboard, which was moving at less than 400 kilometers per hour. However, a problem that she had been neglecting appeared. This suit, along with the ones in the company's warehouse, were all developed for male pilots. Unlike traditional anti-charge suits, they were all tight-fitting. This led to the problem that Thea could not wear. She did not know if it was because she was in puberty again, or if it was because she had eaten too much from practicing martial arts every day, or if it was because of the medicine that Madame Shiva had concocted for her. In short, the original B-class was moving towards C-class at an astonishing speed. The two girls finally put on the suit with great effort. Thea found that the suit could barely be fastened on the back, but due to some well-known bulges in the front, the suit was a little short. Her beautiful lower abdomen was exposed to the air. If it was a fashion show or a banquet, it would definitely be beautiful. However, it was not a good thing to expose one's lower abdomen while flying at 400 kilometers per hour on a skateboard. Thea felt that after flying for about 20 kilometers per hour, she would have to go to the toilet. Felicity, this suit is too tight. Think of a way. I can't breathe. Thea was now standing straight, not daring to sit down. In the past, she did not understand what chest tightness was, but today she finally understood. Felicity took out a small pair of scissors and pointed at Thea's chest mischievously. I'll help you cut 2 holes. Get some fresh air. What kind of shameful play was this? Felicity used to be so pure and kind. How did she become like this? Hurry up and give her back. He sternly rejected her suggestion. Seeing how happy she was, he guessed that she might have some strange ideas in her mind. Thea took off the shameful antiviral clothing and sat beside the computer table in only her underwear. What was there to be afraid of? She was a woman after all. Although the person beside her was a perverted woman, Thea couldn't stand the heat anymore. The clothing was airtight. Thea called a few people in the weapons research and development department and lied that she had a friend who was a female pilot. She asked them to speed up the production of a female pilot's antiviral suit, according to the original specifications, and specifically requested that the suit be more breathable. The staff member on the other end of the phone was so bored that he was counting ants. When he heard that it was an order from the eldest daughter of the corporation, he immediately said that he would do his best and would get the clothes in 3 days. After putting down the phone, Thea pondered over how to repay the debt as she dragged Felicity out of the secret base. Hey, Thea. Thea turned around and saw Laurel, who was in a business suit, calling her. Why was she looking for her? Her relationship with Laurel was very ordinary. They had nothing to do with each other. Why was she looking for her? Hey, long time no see. Why are you looking for me? Laurel did not answer directly. Instead, she looked around. You guys talk. I'm going to check on the newcomers in the software department. Felicity was a joker in private, but she still knew how to be polite. She gave Laurel a smile and walked out of the office. Thea, you have to take a look at this document. It's a new case that the Joint Innovation Society received. Laurel handed a thick document to Thea. The Joint Innovation Society was her current workplace. When outsiders first heard the name, they would think that it was some high-tech organization. Those with a brain hole might think that it was the Sky Eye Society or the Illumination Society. In fact, they were overthinking. This was just a law firm formed by a few newbies who had just gotten their lawyer's license. Other than the name of the organization that scared aliens, it could be said that they had no connections and no ability. If Tommy did not organize activities and donate money from time to time, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Thea was now thinking about the antivirus suit. If it were someone else who came to her, she would definitely not pay attention. She had too many things to do. She did not have the intention to punish evil and uphold justice. Strictly speaking, she was a neutral person who was on the side of justice. However, Laurel was not an outsider. Whether it was Oliver or Tommy, they were both sisters-in-law. Thea had to give face to her. She took the document and read it quickly. The client's name was Derek Reston. In the photo was a middle-aged man with gray hair. He did not have any scars or tattoos. He seemed to be just an ordinary person with a normal family with 2 children. The family of 4 lived in a rented house. She did not see any problems and continued to turn to the second page. Huh? Thea looked at it attentively. She looked at it for a full 10 minutes and finally sighed. She finally knew why Laurel came to her. This guy named Derek Reston turned out to be an employee of the Quinn Group. Coincidentally, the place where he worked before was Thea's current headquarters. Derek had worked in the Quinn Steel factory before the software department for 15 years and had always been the foreman. However, due to the environment of Star City, the Quinn Group closed the steel factory in 2007 and 1,500 employees, led by Derek, became unemployed. Originally, this was not a big deal. Unemployment happened every minute of every day, and even Superman could not manage it. However, things went wrong because for some unknown purpose, Quinn Group found a loophole in the guild contract and did not give the workers a single cent of severance pay and pension. This was too wicked. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of capitalists. Did the corporation really care about this little bit of money? No wonder Oliver thought that the Quinn Group was part of the evil and watched the destruction of the Quinn Group. Thea rubbed her head and looked at the severance date. It seemed to be signed by old Robert before he went to sea. Sigh. She did not want to take the blame, But could she escape? She nodded to express her gratitude to Laurel. Sia understood that Laurel didn't ask her to look at the document because she didn't want to talk about it. Laurel was like many female protagonists of superheroes. She didn't care about the sand in her eyes. All of them relied on their powerful boyfriends to court death. One could say that they were childish and naive, but they all had a strong sense of justice. She definitely didn't tell him about this matter in advance because she wanted him to bury the plaintiff in the cement pillar. Instead, she wanted him to quickly deal with this matter and give the workers an explanation. If this matter was exposed, it would have a great impact on the Quinn Group's image and her mother's career in politics. Although her mother would make this guy disappear from the face of the earth, her conscience would not do such a thing. Chapter 40. Thea thanked her future sister-in-law, Laurel, for informing her in advance. She then hurried to the address to find the client, Derek. She didn't even dare to call Felicity. Although the girl was a spare tire, she was still one of the heroines with a strong sense of justice. It was better for her not to know. Following the address provided on the document, she found Derek's house after a few turns. The house didn't look big, and there were a few scattered families living around it. When Thea arrived, she saw a group of people gathered in front of the door, talking to a few people inside the house. The people outside the door had tattoos on their arms, and they all looked unfriendly. The leader was a young man in a suit. He said with a fake smile, "Mr. Derek, if you can't pay the mortgage on time, we'll have to resort to coercive measures. I'm sure you don't want to see that happen." The few people in the house didn't say anything. They were just silent protesters. Under the lead of Derek, they formed a human wall to prevent the group of people from entering their houses. At the same time, a few of the neighbors opened their doors to show their support. "Mr. Derek, we support you. Keep it up. We'll find a job." The young man smiled contemptuously and pointed at Derek. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't vacate the house by then, Mr. Frank Botner will be very angry." He glanced around, and a few neighbors who looked at him lowered their heads. Humph. The young man left with a few strong men. Frank Botner, on the surface, was a businessman who specialized in construction, but he was secretly the boss of the city's mafia. He was also one of the top families in Italy. Later, he killed his daughter's fiancée. His daughter wanted to kill him like a madwoman. That woman seemed to have had sex with Oliver. What was her name again? She couldn't remember. She only remembered that she was quite good-looking. She didn't know if that happened. She had to ask Felicity to check it out. Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, Theo walked to the door. "Mr. Derek Reston, can I have a word with you?" The middle-aged man, Derek, was wondering where he could get the money. When he saw the girl who suddenly walked in front of him, his first reaction was that the debt collector had come again. However, he immediately knew that was not the case. He said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Thea had specially worn a business dress today. In order to make herself look older, she even wore a pair of sunglasses. She was too lazy to shake hands with the man and handed him a business card. "Thea Quinn? Quinn Group? Why are you looking for me?" Derek's tone changed from the initial doubt to ferocious. "Do you want me to talk here, or find a place to talk slowly?" Thea said as she pointed at the surrounding environment. A few neighbors saw that things were not over yet and stuck their heads out again. It seemed that they did not care about nationality. Derek looked at the expressions of the people around him. He knew his own business. It seemed that they knew that he was going to sue the Quinn Group. The young lady of the group had come personally to negotiate. There were many conditions that could not be mentioned in public. "Come with me." He led Thea to an open-air cafe. They sat down under an umbrella. "Miss Quinn, if you have something to say, just say it. I've read the annual report of the group. The group's handling of some things was really excessive. I apologize here." Thea certainly could not reveal Laurel. Whether he believed it or not, this was what she said. "The group will rearrange your work in 3 days. If you still want to be a foreman, you can also rearrange it. But you'll have to go to another city. You know, there are almost no factories in Star City now." Thea could not wait to arrange this live bomb as far away as possible. Judging from the neighbor's support just now, this man was somewhat popular among the workers. Once he made trouble, the Quinn Group would be in a passive position. Fortunately, they did not have enough authority. Otherwise, they could use him as bait and send him all the way to Russia. "If you don't want to work, you'll still receive your severance pay and pension. No matter what you choose in the end, in order to express our apology, we'll pay you a sum of compensation. Do you have any other questions? Thea didn't beat around the bush. She wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Derek lowered his head and pondered. Should he work or ask for severance pay? Of course, he had to work. The severance pay was not much, and anyway, there was still a sum of compensation. But as long as he took the money, he would have to shut up completely. At the end of the day, this person still had some conscience and did not agree in a hot-headed manner. At this moment, he was not only thinking about himself, but also about his colleagues. Miss Quinn, may I ask if this is directed at me personally or as a whole? Seeing that his attitude was obviously different when he heard that there was hope to resume work, Thea secretly laughed. This man was really realistic. Thea also had a headache about his problem. She could arrange for 1 or 2 people, but she definitely could not arrange for 1,500 people. She could only go back and discuss it with Moira, but she still had to say something nice. It's directed at everyone. If Mr. Derek cares about politics, you will get the news in a few days. Derek immediately said that he had no problem. The Quinn group had always treated him well. He would definitely enter the group again and shine for the group. Thea nodded and acknowledged his loyal performance. She asked him to wait for the notice in a few days. Then, she got up and left the coffee shop. The matter had not been settled yet, so neither of them mentioned the lawsuit. Back at the group's headquarters, Thea went to the door of the CEO's office. She deliberately used her perception to investigate. If her mother and Walter were playing some kind of game, how embarrassing would it be if she saw it? In the end, it turned out that both of them were very decent. This proved that it was good to learn more. After knocking on the door and waiting for a few seconds, Thea walked into the office. Looking at Walter's grin that reached the back of his head, she knew that although the two of them did not do anything, they were definitely not talking about work. Ahem. Since they were so familiar with each other, Thea was too lazy to be polite. She explained the matter in detail. When she heard that someone was going to sue the group, Thea saw a flash of anger in Moira's eyes. But when she heard that there were more than 1,500 people, her eyes were full of hesitation. Yes, it was easy to deal with 1 or 2 people, but if there were 1,500 of them, it would take a long time even if you used a submachine gun. Besides, they were humans, not pigs. They knew how to run and hide. If 1 or 2 of them ran away and reported it to the media, it would cause a lot of trouble. Of course, it did not mean that it could not be solved by violent means. If it was as strong as Darkseid or Thanos, it would require a team of 40 heroes. But now, they could only use a relatively straightforward method. Thea was thinking about this problem all the way. Solving it beautifully and perfectly was the most important task for the group at present. Derek might be easy to fool today, but what if Derek popped up tomorrow? Moira was also in urgent need of the support of political achievements. The jobs of 1,500 people were related to each other and could provide her with at least half a block of votes. This was very important for her, who still had a shallow political foundation. Chapter 41. Seeing that the mother and daughter did not speak, Walter flipped through his records. With the current income of the group, we can arrange at most about 300 people. If there are more people, it will put a huge burden on the group. 300? This number was a bit small. Thea planned to at least solve the work problems of more than half of the people, and the rest could be given a subsistence allowance and be slowly digested. Moira was also not very optimistic about this number. If there are too few positions, it will aggravate the situation. What if they're transferred to a branch in another place? The black uncle bowed his head and calculated. The number of people can exceed 200 at most. If there are more, there will be conflicts with the local staff. Our group can't interfere too much with the staff adjustment of the branch. This was the interesting part of the United States. Many people thought that it was difficult for people to leave their homeland, but in fact, foreigners also had this problem. The United States also had a land of 6 million square kilometers. Was this number familiar? The place was big and the population was small. Many people lived in small towns all their lives. They were born and died here. The environment was very closed. No one went out and no one came in. In horror movies, a certain evil cult member would commit suicide, and no one would know about it for 20 years. It was only when the protagonists, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, wandered here that they discovered the final plot, and so on. It was in this enclosed environment that the plot was created. The closed environment caused all the locals to exclude outsiders. In response to this situation, whether it was the Quinn Group or Wayne Enterprises, they tacitly agreed to the management of the local people in the branch office. Thea suddenly remembered the famous words of a great leader. What do you think of building a high-speed railway that connects several cities? The East-West Railway in the United States had been built for more than 100 years. Daily wear and tear, coupled with various crazy villains who loved to bomb the railway on the ground had long been unusable. On the one hand, it could reopen the steel smelting project of the Quinn Group. The remaining more than 1,000 people could not be solved, but more than half of them could be eliminated. At the same time, it could also increase the economic output of Star City, which would be of great help to Moira in next year's election. This is a good idea. Moira was completely considering it from her own perspective. She thought that she would just shout slogans. If they chose her, she would continue to invest. If they didn't choose her, she would not lose anything. Railway work was not a task that could be completed in a day or two, or even a year or two. The time would be extremely long, and the voters would not scold her for not building the railway in a week. Moreover, now that he had a program, he could pull it out and talk about it every time he gave a speech in the future. It would save him the trouble of racking his brains to come up with a speech. It wasn't difficult to implement. He knew so many people in the early stages of the investment, and each of them could contribute a little. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Although Walter didn't like the idea, he didn't object when he saw that the mother and daughter both thought it was a good idea. Anyway, since they were willing to pay, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Thea urged her mother to send someone to sign Derek's agreement as soon as possible. The rest had nothing to do with her. Moira was aiming for the mayor's throne. Although she had yet to formally submit an application for the election, she had already established a huge campaign team. She had recruited a lot of elites from all walks of life. These people could contact the surrounding cities and the major companies' affairs to this group of people. With nothing to do, Thea began to live a life of idleness. She had watched the video of Catwoman and Batman 3 times. Batman's moves were all strong and heavy, which was not suitable for her. On the other hand, Catwoman's street fighting skills were very inspiring to her. She really admired her balance. She couldn't always wear flat shoes at all kinds of banquets in the future. How to wear high heels without affecting the fight was also a lesson she had to learn. She decided to go easy first and then go hard. She didn't dare to try the thin high heels, so she changed into a pair of thick high heels. Walking was not a problem, but she made a kicking action. Dong. Thea rubbed her head and got up. The designer of this pair of shoes should be dragged to target practice, and she couldn't stop for 5 minutes. Wearing this pair of shoes was equivalent to adding a debuff that reduced her attack speed by 50%. Why could Catwoman run and jump as if nothing had happened? The clown girl later seemed to be able to do it too. This was not scientific at all. She was going to ask someone who understood. The next day, in the elementary school class, she found Madame Shiva and asked her question. Why is Catwoman's balance so good? Catwoman? Loser. Stand up straight and let me see. Madame Shiva didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked her to stand up straight and walked in a circle to examine her. Thea was a little nervous because not only did she walk in a circle, but she also patted and pinched her body from time to time. Just now, she touched the area below her neck and above her lower abdomen for a long time, and she almost screamed. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, Shiva suddenly slapped her butt. Ouch! This time, Sia couldn't hold it in anymore. She looked at her with a red face. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll fight you to the death even if I can't beat you. Actually, your sense of balance isn't bad. It's just that your muscles are not used properly, or should I say, unscientific. The strength of your whole body isn't completely twisted into a rope. As she spoke, she patted Thea's butt again. For example, here, this is the source of the whole body strength. The movement of the legs and the strength of the upper body all have to go through here. You don't seem to have systematically learned the technique of strength exertion before. Yes, I can't do that if you touch me randomly. It's true that in ancient times, it's reasonable for a male master to teach a male disciple and a female master to teach a female disciple. Madame Shiva continued to speak seriously, and Thea also became serious. Of course, it was best to ignore her blushing face. Back to the original question, how to exert strength like Catwoman. You just have to do this. As she spoke, she pointed at a few parts of her buttocks and legs. As long as you can use these few muscles flexibly, you can even fight on stilts, let alone high heels. But you can only fight for a short period of time. If you fight for a long time, it will cause damage to your calf muscles and Achilles tendon. Let me show you. Madame Shiva took off her coat as she spoke and let Thea put her hand on her leg to feel the movement of her muscles. It's so cold. This was the first feeling Thea had when she touched her thigh. Maybe she was really Asian. Her skin was very delicate and smooth. Coupled with years of exercise, there was a rhythmic beat on her skin. This was a rare opportunity. She abandoned the distracting thoughts in her heart and concentrated on feeling this unique charm. Thea herself tried to do it a few times and found that it was difficult to say but easy to do. Without guidance, she might not understand it in a lifetime. With guidance, it was a matter of a layer of window paper. However, she also understood that this kind of abnormal muscle movement consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. No wonder Catwoman's stamina was exhausted after fighting with her twice. At that time, she wondered why Catwoman's stamina was not as good as her, a half otaku, even though she was like a big Western horse. So this was the problem. Chapter 42. Then the two began their daily teaching. Now Thea had entered the fourth stage of perceptual learning, which was the last stage that Ms. Shiva named Earth Listening. This stage was very vague. She needed to feel the movement track of the insects in the soil, which made Thea feel really difficult. Some insects were not even as big as sesame seeds, so what could they feel? Ms. Shiva did not have any good ideas. According to her, she could barely do it, but it was difficult for her to teach others. Her method was to find a cliff, grab a rock with one hand, and hang her whole body in the air, disregarding life and death, and abandon all distracting thoughts. Thea felt that such a crazy method was not worth listening to. She planned to live for a few more years. In addition, she remembered that there were a lot of people on social media who took selfies of themselves hanging in the air on cliffs and skyscrapers. They were all inspired by you. You are the originator of the Foreigner series. Thea decided that she still needed to use the health science method to train. The activity of the heartbeat was not suitable for her. Sitting on the ground was good enough. If one day was not enough, then 10 days. I'm still young. I'm not in a hurry. Mora acted quickly. Only a day after Thea talked with her, a fresh announcement was sent to the desk of major media and radio stations. She had contacted the city governments of Central City and Midway City, revealing the plan to build a high-speed railway between cities. She also vaguely said that she had contacted some enthusiastic businessmen to donate generously, and the two governments only needed to nominally support a small part of it. Such a good thing. The two governments had no reason to oppose, and they also expressed their support for Moira's high sense of social responsibility. The implication was that as long as she could pull in dollars, they would support her campaign. It was unknown whether this was Moira's own idea or the strategy of her think tank. Anyway, the bundled election was a reflection of political wisdom. The signal to the voters was, if you choose me, I will have a job. If you don't, then goodbye. You can go find whoever you choose. Actually, it was not a new idea to combine the campaign and employment together. Many people had done it before, but there were successes and failures. The failures had their own reasons, while the winners all had one condition, and that was to be rich. Malcolm also paid attention to this matter when he was teaching Tommy. He did not expect his old lover to burst out with such enthusiasm. Although increasing the income of the poor made him unhappy, at the same time, it also provided him with an opportunity to enter Central City and Wedme City. Generally speaking, he supported the idea because his huge underground organization had nothing to do every day and was bored out of its wits. No one knew what he had in mind at the beginning. The huge organization he had established had members from all walks of life, from business stars like Moira, politicians, police chiefs, boat runners, powder sellers, and even street vendors like Leo Miller who sold submachine guns. There were so many members that the diary was full. Conservatively speaking, there were at least a few hundred people. His organization could be said to be the most inactive organization in the multiverse. After the establishment, they did not go out to do demolition work in groups of 2 like Akatsuki. His reason was that they would take action when Unidac Industries' seismic device was developed. He did not know whether it was because of his big heart or because he was good at calculating. Anyway, these people did nothing but eat and wait for death to come. At present, he was in the waiting period. When he got the news from Moira, he planned to let a few of his underlings explore the way. If everything went well, they would take down 2 cities. If not, they could also solve the instability of his underlings. With Moira's strong candidacy and Malcolm's secret help, in less than 4 hours after her announcement, one of the 3 candidates had announced his withdrawal and called for supporters to fully support Ms. Quinn. Thea was watching TV at Felicity's house, watching her mother on the stage talking about the dangers of various means of transportation, except for high-speed rail. Planes? There's so many hijackers crashing into buildings and supermodels flying by from time to time. It's so dangerous, and you still dare to take it? Ships? Moira laid out facts and reasons, combining them with her family's experience, and talked about the 108 unsafe factors of sea transportation, as if Robert and Oliver had gone out to sea on a raft instead of their family's cruise ship. All in all, vote for me if you want to be safe and want to work. Several people in the audience, who were not sure if they were hired by Moira or not, immediately applauded fiercely after Moira finished her speech, as if they had heard some wonderful words. For a moment, the atmosphere was as warm as the new year. The camera also gave a close-up of a few strong men with big heads and thick necks. These people were all teary-eyed and looked so excited that they could not speak. In fact, they did not dare to speak, or did they have nothing to say? Thea looked at these people who looked like they were collecting protection money. One of them with a fierce face was particularly familiar. Was he the owner of the bar she often went to? Felicity had never liked Moira. Seeing her speaking on the stage, she slanted her eyes and curled her lips in disdain. Thea also did not understand. These 2 should not have any interactions, so why did they seem so incompatible? In the original plot, Felicity was already Oliver's girlfriend, and she even sneered at him at Moira's funeral, not giving her boyfriend any face at all. Perhaps it could only be attributed to the incompatibility of the 2. Your antivirus suit is here. Felicity put down the phone and said lazily, "Oh God, it finally arrived." It turned out that the Europeans and Americans were also full of nonsense. They said that it would be done in 3 days, but it took her 10 days. They really did not take her seriously. Thea silently recorded these people in her little black book. When she was in power, she would throw these people into the coal mines of Siberia to experience life. Although these guys were not good people, their craftsmanship was still good. In order to increase ventilation, it was changed to have an inner layer and an outer layer. The inner layer was divided into upper and lower parts, and there was a joint in the middle. The outer layer maintained the previous integral way of wearing, but it was much looser. It was not like the previous tights, where the breasts and buttocks were clearly visible at a glance. It could confuse the gender to a certain extent, which was good. The brainwave collection device was completely unrecognizable. The 2 girls felt that the previous round helmet was too stupid and ugly, so they changed it into the current one. It looked a bit like the headband of the elf Queen Galadriel in Lord of the Rings. At most, it was the magical version, but this was the sci-fi version. People used a mithril chain to wear 5 gems, but they used polymer to wear several mobile modules. They were all shiny and looked similar from a distance. Felicity had spent a lot of energy on these modules. She had used up 2 keyboards just to write the code, and she had lost 3 kilograms of weight. The mobile module mainly collected Thea's brainwaves and send out instructions through the white matter in the brain cells to achieve the purpose of controlling the entire hoverboard. However, the connectivity and conductivity of human brain cells were slower than the transmission of the system, which put the pressure on Sia. This gave her a headache for 2 days. It was a real headache. She felt as if there was a piece of wood stuck in her head, and it took her 2 days to recover from it. The two tried many methods and finally came to the conclusion that the machine was indeed smarter than humans. Thea 2.0 could not handle it. They could only artificially reduce the output frequency of the system to the same level as the human brain. The downside of the down frequency was that the speed of the entire hoverboard's control was slowed down. The original design of the hoverboard only required a thought to complete various dodging and high-level movements, but now it required manual and machine adjustments. Although Felicity added a fuzzy algorithm module, the overall performance inevitably dropped by 30%. If the original Marvel's Green Goblin hoverboard was the 1.0 official version, Thea's hoverboard could only be considered the 0.7 beta version. Fortunately, she only used it as practice and did not plan to use it to practice flying. The current performance was more than enough to rob a few gangs or give to the poor. Chapter 43. The original main body of the skateboard had undergone 3 major modifications and was completely different from the original one. Dr. Hoffman probably wouldn't be able to tell that he was the one who developed this thing. The main body had changed from the original flat shape to a V shape, with a large front and a small back. The operator was in the front. When the skateboard entered flight mode, a fixed frame would pop out from the body and fix the pilot's legs and waist. In theory, it would be no problem for the skateboard to perform a few flying tricks. Green Goblin was an agility-enhanced person, so he mainly relied on his own agility to operate the skateboard. He might have been forced to do so by Spider-Man at first, but later he got used to it and it became instinctive. From time to time, he would show off the separation of man and machine. In Thea's eyes, this was too dangerous. It was purely suicidal. It was like bungee jumping. She might get dizzy and fall to her death if she didn't find the right landing spot. As an ordinary person, Thea still cherished her life very much. She had specially customized this fixed device and was prepared to stay on the skateboard obediently. Although it affected the movement of the lower body, safety came first. The base of the skateboard was arranged with chromium magnets. As long as the main control was turned on, it would send down a repulsive force that was opposite to the geomagnetic field, causing the whole body to float. As the repulsive force increased, it could rise to a height of more than 1,000 meters. By adjusting the direction of the eruption of the repulsive force, long-distance flight could be carried out. The whole process was safe and pollution-free, and the energy consumption was extremely low. Of course, if the Earth didn't have a magnetic field one day, Thea would definitely fall from the sky. At that time, she would have to admit that she was unlucky. As for the weapon system, Thea said that her recurved bow could fly at a speed of 300 feet per second, which was 91 meters per second. The effective range could be maintained at about 150 meters, and it could shoot up to 30 arrows per minute. High-tech weapons were definitely necessary, but now that the two of them were so poor, it was better to continue using the bow. It was low carbon and environmentally friendly, so the bow was still good for them. Late that night, the two of them went outside. Thea put on the antiviral suit and settled herself in the driver's seat. She suppressed her excitement and silently said, "Start," in her heart under Felicity's expectant gaze. The whole skateboard floated smoothly in the silent environment. Yay! Sia waved her fist at Felicity, who was beside her. Thea, the monitor shows that your blood pressure and pulse haven't changed much, but your heart rate is a little fast. You must be too excited. Now that the preliminary test is done, let's check other data. Felicity held the tablet in her hands, which showed the user's data at all times. The two of them first tested the height of the skateboard. Because they didn't know how many radar stations there were in the city, the skateboard could be coated with a layer of invisible paint. However, Thea, a living person, had nowhere to hide. Theoretically, the skateboard could rise to a height of 1,000 meters, but they were afraid that it would cause trouble, so they stopped at a height of 100 meters. In fact, a height of 100 meters was enough. One floor was only 3 meters high, which was equivalent to the height of a 33-story building. It was more than enough to fight crime in the city. Next, the two of them tested the maximum speed of the skateboard. Speed up, Thea. 80 kilometers per hour, no obvious discomfort. Accelerate again, 150 kilometers per hour, good situation. 220 miles per hour. Blood flow is faster. Heart rate is stable. 300, Thea, stop. Don't speed up anymore. Your body is close to the danger line. Since Thea had reached the limit, there was no need to risk her life. It seemed that 300 kilometers per hour was her current limit. She believed that with the improvement of her physical fitness and the increase of the intensity of training, there would be some room for improvement. It was too cool. He enjoyed the speed of the sprint and the breeze. He didn't have to think about anything. He didn't have to calculate or worry. No wonder so many people liked to race. It was really a great enjoyment. Thea circled around the city at a height of 50 meters. She wanted to slow down and fly with Felicity, but she didn't expect the girl to be afraid of heights. Next, they entered a period of chivalry for them, but robbing for the bad guys. Thea put on a red leather jacket over the anti-lotus suit. It couldn't be helped. The anti-lotus suit was too professional, and anyone with the intention would be able to trace it back to her. Initially, she wanted to add another bulletproof vest, but after putting on 4 layers, she looked too ugly. Her slender figure looked like a fat person wearing the bulletproof vest. Even Sia, who was afraid of death, couldn't stand it. She had no choice but to remove the bulletproof vest and add 2 fiber protective plates on the chest and back. She tied her hair up. It was best to cut it short, but she really didn't want to. She pulled down the hood of her jacket and looked at herself in the mirror. She really did look like the original Thea one. 0 in the show. Nonsense, they were the same person. Okay. She didn't wear an eye mask. That was too low class. She was now wearing anti-wind goggles with infrared function, and the lenses were made of bulletproof Lycos resin. Thea carried her bow and arrow, took her usual katana and dagger, and set off to find her hunting target under Felicity's excited gaze. Although she had made a lot of mental preparations and thought about how she would deal with the unexpected situation, the facts proved that she had thought too much. Star City was like a dead city in the middle of the night. There was not a single pedestrian on the road. Since there were no pedestrians, the robberies had naturally disappeared. Although it was okay to rob each other, it seemed that their bosses had forbidden this kind of behavior. Thea was in such a situation now. There were no pedestrians, and naturally, there were no robbers. Her goal of robbing the rich to help the poor had disappeared. Damn it, she cursed in her heart. Was she going to waste all the money she spent? She should have done some market research. Just as she pulled out her katana and looked around in confusion, Felicity's voice sounded. Thea, Frank Botner, whom you asked me to keep an eye on last time, is moving. 3 of his men are chasing a young man. This man is called Michael Astor. Do you want to take a look? Could this man be Helena's fiancé? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. He asked through the earpiece. Where is the location? What's the location? That's right. At the intersection west of Cypress Street. The surveillance camera shows that they're driving very fast. You have to be careful. They're all armed. Can they be faster than me? I'm going in a straight line. Thea increased the altitude to 100 meters, confirmed the location, and began to move forward at full speed. Soon, she saw 2 cars driving fast, one in front and one behind. The car behind kept firing at the car in front. In the silent night, the sound could be heard far away. The thugs should be from the car behind, right? Thea judged that Michael was neither a psychic nor a special forces soldier. It was impossible for him to chase after 3 people alone. She took out a frost arrow from the quiver. Frost arrow was what she called it. There was standard liquid nitrogen in the arrow, and the concentration was 10 times that of a thermal nitrogen pressure tank. After the liquid nitrogen vaporized, it could absorb the surrounding heat. In theory, it could cause frostbite of negative 100 degrees Celsius. She had no intention of killing anyone. The people on both sides had nothing to do with her. She was just taking a stroll because she had nothing better to do. If she remembered, she would help. If she didn't, then so be it. So she aimed at the wheel hub of the car behind. Chapter 44. She calculated the distance in advance, estimated the wind speed and other adverse effects, and released the arrow with a swoosh. The cooling effect of liquid nitrogen was impeccable. Although her refining skills were not as good, it was no problem for her to deal with these urban thieves. The arrow hit the wheel, and a layer of cold air burst out instantly. The wheels at the back of the car were visibly frozen. The driver was still stepping on the accelerator to chase after the car in front. His skin had just sent a cold signal to his brain, and before he could understand what was going on, he and the car were already flying. Thea looked at the result of her attack and felt a little guilty. It seemed a little too powerful. Originally, she only wanted to stop the car, but now the car flipped 6 or 7 times in the air before landing on the road like a gymnast. The people in the car did not climb out for a long time. Thea looked at them for a long time. Were they dead? She was about to call it a day and go home when she saw the car in front of her crash into a roadside billboard. What was going on? Was there an invisible enemy? Thea scanned the surroundings with infrared and found nothing out of the ordinary. Hey, did you see who attacked the car in front of you? Felicity did not reply immediately. Instead, she checked several cameras from different angles and slowed down. In the end, she said with uncertainty, "It seems that when you were shooting, a gunman hit the tire of the car in front of you. There's no one near you. How could something so unlucky happen to me?" Thea was convinced by the luck of the guy in front of her. He had been running back and forth for 10 minutes and fired hundreds of bullets. Only the last bullet hit. Was this the legendary warrior who had to die in the charge of the last battle? Although Michael was also involved in a traffic accident, his injuries were much lighter than those behind him. He kicked the door open and stumbled out. After he ran for 20 meters, the expected shouts of "Don't run, stop," didn't appear at all. This made him a little puzzled. He gathered his courage and looked back, only to find that there was a car behind him. It was upside down. Was this the car that was chasing after him? It looked familiar, but what was with the ice in the car? Michael didn't know what that meant, but he found the scene a little strange. He wanted to continue running, but there was no one chasing after him. What was the point of running? But he couldn't just stay here and not run. Just as he was in a dilemma, the door of the car behind him was pushed open. A bald man with blood all over his face crawled out. Sia, who was on the high ground, saw that one of his legs was bent to the side in a very inhuman way, leaving a bright red trail of blood on the ground as he walked. "This is too tragic," Sia whispered. "Felicity, call an ambulance for them." He then glanced at Michael. This person was stunned. "Why aren't you running away with such a good opportunity? You want to treat the enemy to a meal?" This man had neither courage nor charisma. He was neither tall nor mighty nor handsome. Helena, the future huntress of the Raptor Squad, really didn't have good taste. She was willing to kill her own father for this kind of man. There was only one father, and men were everywhere. Thea was too lazy to comment on other people's outlook on life. Michael's hands and feet were intact on the ground, and the crawling man was about to lose consciousness. The other 2 people in the car didn't come out. She didn't know if they were too cold or too injured. The infrared scan showed that their bodies were still a little warm. If they hadn't practiced the turtle breathing technique, they should have been unconscious. Michael finally realized the dangerous situation he was in. He took out a cloth bag from the car and ran away without looking back. Thea wanted to rob some of the construction funds for the Iron Man armor, but she couldn't bear to see the crawling man in such a miserable state. She decided to let him keep the money for treatment. After circling the city twice, she met a 10-year-old boy selling powder and a homeless man robbing burgers. What kind of people were they? Thea beat the 2 of them angrily and turned back to the base without getting a penny. "Felicity, what should we do? The world is so difficult. We don't have enough money for next month." Thea hated the modern corporate system. She had so much money under her name, but she could only take a little money from the trust fund every month. Tonight's liquid nitrogen looked cool, but it was all money. All kinds of purification, suppression, and sealing. It was really not easy to get money from the group, so it was all Thea's private money. No wonder the people who made false accounts in the past and this life were all talents. They were all forced by this system. Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man in public. It was not without the huge consumption of the Iron Man armor and the unknown flow of funds. The board of directors had to confess because they couldn't fool them. Justin Hammer's Iron Man armor had a wholesale price of more than $100 million, and as an Iron Man armor that was 8 streets better than him, it could only be more expensive. Felicity was an otaku, so there was no good way. The two could only continue to patrol tomorrow and try their luck. In the next few days, Thea went out every night to try her luck. She didn't catch any big fish, but she caught a lot of small fish and shrimps. The charges were not big, and it was a waste of taxpayers' money to send them to the police station, so she simply taught them a lesson. She didn't know if these people were timid or they didn't have much power. Thea imagined her back printed on a large piece of paper, and the bounty of hundreds of millions of berries written under it never appeared. Star City is still the same as before. Is my sense of existence so low? Thea now goes out every night to be chivalrous. In the morning, she trained with Ms. Shiva. At 8 o'clock, others came to work. She left everything to Felicity, closed the door, and went to sleep. At night, she continued to go out. Wake up, someone is looking for you. In a daze, Thea saw Felicity leading a tall girl into the room. Who is this? She looks familiar, but I shouldn't have seen her before. Miss Quinn, we need your help. As soon as the tall girl spoke, Thea recognized her. Isn't this Catwoman? She didn't wear the iconic leather jacket and eye mask, but changed into a short skirt. I can recognize even if you take off your pants, but her calves are really long. Carefully looking at Catwoman's appearance, she is very similar to Anne Hathaway in her previous life. If Ms. Shiva's temperament is cold, her temperament is elegant. Catwoman, you can call me Catwoman. Thea Quinn, you can call me Red Arrow. The two women also became friends after fighting, and they shook hands to show their recognition of each other. Thea saw that Catwoman didn't talk about business and only looked at Felicity on the side. Does she mean to ask her to leave? How is this possible? Thea immediately said that she is not an outsider. She is her teammate. Well, I'll get straight to business. Batman is in trouble. I need your help now. Chapter 45. Thea looked at her calmly and gestured for her to continue. It was normal for something to happen to Master Batman. It would be weird if he was fine. He was the American version of Tang Sanzang. He had chosen the path of death and was determined to go through 81 difficulties. As an ordinary person without any enhancements, he relied on his muscles to provoke all kinds of people. Other than a few permanent aliens, he had provoked almost all the good guys and bad guys. Therefore, Thea was not surprised to hear that something had happened to him. He looked at the feline girl expressionlessly, implying that she shouldn't stop and should continue. He was captured by someone called Bane, and we don't know if he's still alive. Currently, Bane has half of Gotham under his control. He has opened both Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison. Now, the city is filled with criminals, and we desperately need your help. Catwoman looked at Thea earnestly. Was this the plot of the movie Batman III? She remembered that she had tricked Bruce in the movie. However, this was different from the movie. The two of them had known each other since they were young and had gone through many hardships together. Although there were ups and downs in their relationship, it was not something that could be stopped by a few threats. Realizing that she could not completely copy the plot of the movie, Thea asked carefully, "Who is this Bane?" "I don't know. I only know that he is very strong. He seems to have superhuman strength. I heard from one of his subordinates that he has 2 tons of strength. I don't know if it's true or not, but he defeated Batman with his bare hands. I saw Bane break his spine with my own eyes." Catwoman looked a little depressed. 2 tons? Thea was shocked when she heard the weight unit. Didn't they use kilograms as a unit to measure strength? Where did this ton come from? At the same time, she realized that this was definitely not the Bane from a movie. This guy must have been injected with a biochemical injection or something. Otherwise, a human would not be so strong. Facing Catwoman's earnest gaze, she wanted to say no. However, when she saw Felicity's sparkling eyes looking at her through her glasses, there was encouragement and excitement in her eyes. She could only smile stiffly. The Joker hasn't been released, right? No, he's being held in special custody. But other than him, everyone else has escaped. Catwoman wanted to say that the people here were simple and honest. The criminals were all obedient and could not be chased away. However, she knew that no one would believe her, so she could only tell the truth. Thea breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the Joker did not escape. In the DC world, there were three types of people: heroes, villains, and clowns. This person's combat power was average, but his brain was probably overflowing with dopamine. He did not have any emotions like fear. Even if the god of the DC world descended to Earth, he would still stab him. This person's thoughts were wild and unrestrained. No one knew what he was thinking. In the parallel universe, he once caused Superman to misunderstand and kill his girlfriend, causing Superman to become evil. He then kidnapped Lex Luthor, a great villain with level 9 intelligence. Finally, he used a nuclear bomb to flatten the metropolis. This directly led to the division of the Justice League. His initial goal was to fool around with nothing better to do. Thea did not dare to provoke such a dangerous person. If he found out about her identity, her family would be in big trouble. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that he was still being held captive. She silently thought about the few main villains in Gotham. It seemed that other than Bane, who was a ferocious guy, the rest were all normal people. Or rather, normal people who were mentally unstable. She could not crush them with her equipment, but it should not be dangerous. Okay, we'll go with you. Thea thought that they probably would not pay her, but she could not go for free. Should she find a few rich and heartless people to do the job? You guys, Catwoman stared at Felicity, who was beside her. Was this person a hero too? Felicity's IQ immediately understood what she meant. She angrily said that her hacking skills were superb and demonstrated the most advanced facial recognition and positioning technology. Catwoman, who did not go to school since she was young and only knew how to pick locks, was impressed. She immediately approved of her joining. Since you're not afraid of death, then come. We'll organize a group of friends to sing you a Gotham welcomes you. Who's your teammate now? Did you invite anyone else? Thea could not figure out what era it was now. How many members did the Bat family have? There was strength in numbers. If you invited a few strong heroes from elsewhere, you could happily do whatever you wanted. Catwoman did not know what she was thinking. She answered honestly, "On our side, it's me, Batwoman, and Robin. I also asked Madame Shiva to look for Batman. She has a lot of connections in the underworld. I believe there will be good news." The three of them plus the two on her side. There were exactly 5 of them. Was this the rhythm of forming a team to fight a dungeon? It was a pity that Catwoman, Batwoman, Robin, and herself did not have any resistance. They were all agility-based heroes. Felicity could only do logistics. She would cheer everyone up and act cute as a mascot. They were done for this dungeon. In fact, it would be great if Madame Shiva was here. She could temporarily take on the role of damage absorber. Unfortunately, she was sent out to look for someone. You sent the best fighter out to look for someone. I really have to hand it to you. She wanted to say that she would look for someone and let Shiva deal damage. However, that would be a bit of a boost to the morale of others. She resisted the urge to say it. Besides, she really did not know where Batman was locked up. In the movie, it was a deep cave. Master Bruce even did a leap of faith. However, in this real world, who knew where that place was? She could only hope that Shiva would find him quickly and let him come back to clean up the mess. She asked Catwoman how she got here. The answer she got was that the armory had been discovered by Bane. All kinds of high-tech equipment had been taken away. Without Batman by her side to give her ideas, she did not dare to do anything. She had hitched a ride all the way here. That was why it was said that heroines could not rely too much on others. They had to be independent. Thea asked the company to prepare a helicopter for her. Knowing that Catwoman knew how to pilot it, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Gotham was not a tourist city. After hearing Catwoman describe the rain of bullets, she was still thinking of how to make up a lie to fool the pilot. The two of them did not hide it from Catwoman. They folded the skateboard a few times and put in their backpacks. It weighed less than 20 kilograms. It was indeed a good weapon for home travel, murder, and arson. This was the good thing about being a superhero. They did not ask about other people's abilities or background. If you're willing to tell them, just say it. If you are not, then forget it. Catwoman watched the two of them pack up their equipment and naturally stood at a distance. Not knowing how the battle would be, Thea brought all of her arrows. Yes, she was prepared to be a long-range attacker. Although she was better at close combat, she still felt that it would be safer to leave such an important position to someone else. Felicity was still immersed in her fantasy of being a hero. Thea reminded her a few times before she realized that she also needed to prepare. After running around for 2 rounds, she did not find anything else that she needed to bring along other than a tablet. Thea, should we bring some food? Thea, have you seen my charger? Catwoman's mouth twitched when she heard this. We're so big in Gotham. Do you think we lack food for you? Thea also felt a little embarrassed. She had lowered the standards of Star City's heroines. Didn't you see that her peers in Gotham were laughing at her? She quickly pulled her in and asked her to change. After all, the situation in Gotham was unclear. It was impossible for her to be like before, sitting in front of a monitor with fries and Coke while watching a live broadcast. Chapter 46. Felicity had no choice but to change out of her usual short skirt and high heels. She rummaged through her closet for a set of sportswear and changed into a pair of hiking shoes. However, no matter how Thea looked at the clothes, they were filled with traces of time. The clothes were really old-fashioned, definitely from 10 years ago. She wanted to ask her to change into another set of clothes to bring honor to Star City. But when she saw Catwoman looking at the time from time to time, she had no choice but to give up. She hoped that the people of Gotham were in deep trouble and did not have the time to care about the fashion of their sister city. The 3 of them rushed to the Quinn family's private helipad with big and small bags. Most of them were Thea's equipment. She brought hundreds of arrows, hundreds of different types of arrowheads, and a large number of long knives, daggers, and throwing knives. Felicity and Sia each took one of the 2 pistols they had seized a few days ago. Although Sia didn't specifically practice her marksmanship, with the bonus of a long-range weapon like a bow and arrow, her marksmanship wasn't inferior to that of an ordinary police officer. As for Felicity, she only asked her to protect herself and not shoot her own people. Thea, where are you going? Maura heard that she had hurriedly enlisted a helicopter and did not know what she was going to do. She was not used to her daughter's way of life and hurriedly rushed over from the office. We're going to Malibu Beach, Thea said and hugged Felicity and Catwoman's waists with a bright smile. Felicity and Thea had hugged each other more than once, so there was nothing unusual about it. However, this was the first time Catwoman was hugged by someone of the same sex. Her waist was a little sensitive, so she could not help but shiver. However, she forced herself to suppress it and forced an ugly smile. Maura knew Felicity. Although they had not spoken, she knew that she was an employee of the company and was her daughter's good friend. However, this was the first time she had seen Catwoman, who appeared out of nowhere. She felt that although this woman was beautiful and had a good figure, there was a hint of wildness in her eyes. She felt that it was dangerous for her daughter to be with her. However, when he saw the 3 of them standing together intimately, he didn't say anything. He only said that they would call him when they arrived and tell him that they were safe. As an experienced person, even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs walk. She had noticed her daughter's abnormality early on, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. He contacted Malcolm to ask for his opinion. Initially, Old Ma was a little surprised by his son's sexual orientation, but on second thought, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Compared to his daughter lying in the arms of a man, finding a woman was still acceptable. 99% of fathers in this world were dissatisfied with their daughters finding boyfriends. They always felt sad that their daughters had run into another man's arms, as if their cabbage had been eaten by a pig. At most, some people were more dissatisfied, while others were weaker. However, they were all unhappy and unhappy. Joe West, the father-in-law of the Flash Barry Allen, cared about how far the 2 of them had progressed and whether they had done anything. This was only because Barry had been raised by him since he was a child. It was a kind of mindset of keeping the goodies within the family. He was not a real father-in-law of the nation. Malcolm's current mindset was to let nature take its course. If it was a woman, then forget about it. If it was a man, then he would kill him immediately. Of course, He wouldn't find anyone for his daughter. It would be best if she was always 18. Thea didn't know that her parents were worried sick about her marriage. She arranged for Catwoman to pilot the helicopter in front. Since you are leading the way, I don't have to worry about you if you go in the wrong direction. She sat in the back seat and watched Felicity break through the firewall of the Gotham police station. As expected of a police station in a big city with millions of people, it took Felicity a full 10 minutes to find the mission target. Thea looked at it. There were quite a lot of targets that she needed to deal with. Scarecrows, Riddlers, Penguins, and so on had all come out. She specially checked, but didn't find any news about Poison Ivy. Could it be that she hadn't killed her way into Gotham yet? This was good news. As long as there were no superpowers involved, it would be difficult for her to kill anyone with her skills and equipment, but she could still escape unscathed. Get ready, we are almost there. Catwoman shouted from the pilot's seat. Through the glass of the helicopter, Thea saw the distant view of Gotham. The whole city was dark, as if there was a dark cloud pressing down on it. Occasionally, there would be flashes of fire on the streets. She didn't know how the original founder of this city chose this location. Thea felt that the environment here was terrible. Using the natural sensing method that Madame Shiva had taught her, Thea explored the place. The air was filled with an impetuous, old, and dilapidated aura. According to Catwoman, even if this incident didn't happen, many people would die in Gotham every day. However, no one cared about the exact number. Thea couldn't help but imagine that if there was a necromancer here, he wouldn't need to prepare any big ceremony. Could he summon millions of skeleton soldiers with a few simple commands? Or maybe a few hundred death knights? If Star City was a sickly old man, then Gotham was a strong man on the verge of death. It was hard to say which city was worse. As the helicopter approached, Thea could already see the chaos on the streets and between the buildings. She could see robberies and murders everywhere. The screams of women and the cries of children lingered in the air above the city for a long time. From time to time, an old man would be pushed to the ground just to take a few dollars from him. This city was slowly approaching the brink of collapse. She was sad that Batman's years of hard work had gone down the drain. Now that she had some power, why not help these poor people? She didn't know if this was the resolution of a hero. She only knew that she had to do something. If she had only wanted to make a fool of herself in the beginning, she had now decided to punish these thugs. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as she was about to go down and kill 7 people, she realized that the helicopter had been circling in the sky. She sternly asked Catwoman, "Why aren't you landing? How many people will die if you delay for a minute? You're really not worried at all." Catwoman was even more depressed than her. "How can I not be worried? I'm so worried that I have blisters on my mouth. Tell me where to land. It's too messy here." Before she could finish her sentence, some idiot on the ground fired a magazine of bullets at the helicopter in the sky. How could they hit it from such a high distance? Even if they hit it, it wouldn't be able to move. It was obvious that the bullets were wasted. Thea looked around. It was indeed quite messy. The weather today wasn't good either. In fact, Gotham's weather had never been good. She didn't know what kind of weather this place had, but it was always cloudy for 300 days in a year. Just as she was about to carefully look for a flat ground to land, she saw a bald man with a common face rushing out with a rocket launcher. Thea was shocked. "I'll pull it up, hurry." Catwoman's reaction was also very fast. In addition, the helicopter's performance was good. In the nick of time, the rocket launcher flew past the bottom of the helicopter. Phew! The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 47. The duo from Star City was not used to people who would start shooting at the slightest disagreement. The citizens here were much more ferocious than those in Star City. Thea had patrolled her house for 3 nights, but she had never seen anything as ferocious as a rocket. She quickly asked Catwoman to increase the altitude and turned to Felicity. "Look for Gotham's police station and government buildings to see if we can land. Maybe a few rich people's private residences." Felicity fired the first shot of the invasion of Gotham amidst the whirring of the propellers. "Oh, I don't think we can go to the government building. Look at what I found. This guy doesn't look like a government worker." She turned the tablet around to show Thea. On the screen was a 2-meter-tall bald man with a metal breathing mask on his face. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. One of his arms was as thick as Thea's waist. Thea shook her head. This guy doesn't look like a friend of justice. Which government would hire someone like this? It's only a matter of time before they all resign. This brother general should be Bane, right? Comparing the strength of the two of them. He should be the final boss, right? Maybe. Why did she use maybe? Because Thea gathered all the information and clues provided by Catwoman. She did not know if it was good or bad news. The actual situation here was the same as the beginning of the movie. It started with Bane defeating Batman, but the plot took a turn for the worse. Bane had also hacked the TV station and brought a few henchmen to broadcast a nuclear reactor live, trying to create a large-scale panic. However, after waiting for 2 days, he found that the city was quiet. People continued to eat, drink, and dance in the square. The scene of the citizens hiding under the table and shouting for the Buddha did not appear at all. He asked his henchmen to check the network signal and found that there was no problem. The live broadcast must have been released, but why did no one pay attention to it? What was going on? Unwilling to give up, Ben found an old man who was passing by to understand the situation. He explained to the old man how awesome he was and how many bad things he had done, bragging about his deeds. You should be scared now, right? The old man calmly said, "Young man, you're an honest person. It's not easy for such an honest person to survive in Gotham. You can't just focus on the surface of things. You have to look at what's inside. Look at me. I'm 76 years old this year, and I've received my citizen certificate for more than 60 years. Actually, I have a dirty bomb hidden in the basement of my house. There are 2 bottles of sarin gas in the fridge. Look at the basket I'm carrying now. I just bought 2 kilograms of radioactive material this morning. Seeing that you're living so miserably, why don't I sell it to you at a cheaper price?" Bane, whose face was filled with disbelief, randomly found a few enthusiastic citizens to conduct a survey. The result was that none of the citizens of Gotham were afraid. What he thought was terrifying was nothing out of the ordinary here. Do you think I'm scared? This sentence was in the category of threatening words elsewhere, but the sentence itself was a question. However, in Gotham, this sentence was the truth. They were indeed scared since they were young. This sentence was often used in truth or dare, and it was a statement. The citizens of Gotham had been tested for a long time. Every one of them had strong nerves and a strong will. In other cities, casting a fear spell on a crowd would cause chaos. However, in Gotham, you would only see a screen filled with the word immune. According to the game's terminology, if you chose Gotham as your starting location, your innate resistance to dark magic would increase by 50%. When he realized that his 3 axes were completely ineffective, Bane could only seek help from his partner this time, Talia al Ghul, the daughter of a ninja master. She was one of Batman's lovers, and also the mother of Batman's son, Damian. Talia was indeed a ninja master who had nurtured her for many years. She was very cultured. She taught Bane an idiom, which was a strategy from ancient China. It was called using the people of Gotham to scare the people of Gotham. Bane opened the door of Blackgate Prison with a nervous heart. He was afraid that there would not be enough chaos, and the hundreds of patients in the mental hospital would be chased onto the road. Reality proved that this strategy was vicious. It was nonsense to say that they were all Gotham people, and that the people of Gotham would not attack their own people. The more they attacked their own people, the more vicious they would be. In a short period of time, there were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Although the results were gratifying, Bane soon realized that he had nothing to do. He had dismantled the nuclear reactor himself. Previously, no one had paid attention to it for a few days. After he understood the mentality of the people of Gotham, he was scared that some lunatic would come over and borrow a fire. Although he could fight, he could not withstand a nuclear bomb. Now he was completely free. His original desire to be a leader was also extinguished. Yesterday, there was a guy called Penguin who came to seek refuge with him. In front of him, he acted like a grandson and wanted to lick his shoes. However, when he was not paying attention, he took a few of his subordinates and ran off with a truck full of weapons. There was also a guy called Scarecrow. He wore glasses and looked like a gentleman. Who would have thought that this guy would not sleep at night to tell his subordinates a ghost story? 3 of his subordinates were scared to death, and 2 of them were dumbfounded. After fully demonstrating the definition of a playful person, he also ran away. Now, Felicity's live broadcast showed the original final boss, who had completely turned into a wild monster. He was sitting alone in front of the city hall, playing with pebbles. Seeing that he was having fun, Thea decided to ignore him for now. After that, she checked a few more places. Whether it was the police station or the hospital, the central square was in ruins. There were obvious signs of crossfire outside the police station, and the corpses on the ground were scattered messily. It was obvious that the villains had suffered heavy losses, but there were also a few corpses of police officers scattered around. The situation was more serious than she had imagined. She did not have any good ideas, so she could only ask Catwoman, "Have you arranged with Robin and the rest to meet at a place?" "Yes, but when we passed by the place, I found that it was already a sea of fire. I can't contact them at the moment. You guys didn't know how to find a few more places to meet. You didn't expect any unexpected situations and came out with your eyes closed to look for reinforcements. I really have to hand it to you guys. If it wasn't for Batman's clever brain, you guys would be dead by now." Catwoman did not know anything, so Thea could only turn back and discuss with her friends. Use facial recognition satellite positioning to find out where Director Gordon is. The man had an iconic face. He had sacrificed his life for Gotham for 30 years. His picture could be found all over the streets. Compared to Batwoman Robin, who wore a mask, he was the easiest to find. Felicity was busy for a minute. Their satellite lock is hard to crack. I need time. Chapter 48. Thea saw Catwoman's small ears twitch and knew that she had heard Felicity's words. However, after waiting for a minute, Felicity still did not respond. She still wanted to hide her identity? Everyone knew who she was. Thea was too lazy to play guessing games with her. She gave Catwoman a meaningful look and said, "Tell us the password to Wayne Group's satellite control system." The Catgirl hesitated for a moment and gave a long password that was a mixture of characters and numbers. Found it. Felicity was indeed the best in Star City. With the help of the powerful satellite, she quickly found the target. The similarity is 97%. It should be this person. Director Gordon and 3 other officers are fighting with a group of thugs. The location is... I'm not familiar with the terrain. It should be the intersection of 4th Street and Grundy Street. At least, that's what your map says. The 2 foreigners said, "Hurry up and drive. We're not familiar with the place, so we can only rely on you." Catwoman quickly turned the helicopter around and flew into the distance. "You'd better hurry up. One of the 3 officers has already fallen." Felicity urged. She didn't mind watching the drama unfold before her. Catgirl was so anxious that she was scratching the wall. Director Gordon was someone she had known since she was a child, and he was also the father of Batgirl Barbara Gordon. She couldn't just leave him in the lurch. However, the speed of the helicopter was limited. It was a commercial helicopter, not an armed one. Catwoman had to search for targets on the ground from time to time. She could only maintain 150 kilometers per hour because of her skillful skills and quick reflexes. Another officer is injured. They're surrounded in a house. Felicity was not nervous at all. She calmly reported the situation as if she was a live commentator. Thea saw that the helicopter could no longer speed up. It seemed that she could only rely on herself to break out of Director Gordon's predicament. Gordon was too important to Gotham. He was fair, selfless, and righteous. All the praises one could think of could be used on him. If he could pass through the mountain pass, he would be able to instantly become a holy knight. If he died here today, he would be able to rewrite Gotham's fate. This guy with S-Luck was always looking for trouble, but every time he was in danger, Batman would jump out from the bushes to save him. But this time, if Master Bruce did not know how to teleport, he would not be able to make it in time. She sighed inwardly. The only person who could save his life now was her, a bystander. Without another word, Thea began to take off her clothes because she needed to change her outfit. Catwoman doesn't know what happened to her and why she took off her clothes without saying anything. Although she is very concerned about the situation at the front line, she can't help but turn her head to take a look. What are you looking at? Focus on driving. No, fly the plane. Thea jabbed at her angrily. It's all your incompetence that made the people suffer. After changing into all the equipment, he controlled the skateboard to float out of the cabin first and was at the same level as the helicopter. He carried a quiver of arrows on his back. There were only 7 enemies before, so 20 arrows should be enough. After putting on the hood and goggles, Thea ordered the 2 of them to follow quickly. Then, she jumped onto the skateboard. Under the control of her mind, the skateboard flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. So cool, how'd you do it? Catwoman didn't expect them to have such a weapon of mass destruction hidden in their backpacks. She only felt that the skateboard was really fast. Even though the situation was tense, she couldn't help but think about her career plans. If she had such a skateboard, who would be able to catch her in the future? If Old Master could come back alive, should he ask him to do something for him? Ha! Catwoman laughed. Felicity was involved in the construction of the skateboard from the beginning to the end. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't drive it herself due to her fear of heights, she was still very satisfied with the results. Usually, she couldn't find anyone to share her sense of achievement with. Today, it was rare for someone to be interested in talking about something that didn't involve the core technology. In fact, Catwoman didn't understand the core technology she was talking about. Although Catwoman was influenced by Master Bruce and learned a lot, she was determined to expand her business from stealing jewelry to all kinds of elegant art. Unfortunately, her foundation was too weak. She didn't even finish primary school, so she could only say that the algorithm and formula Felicity mentioned were very good and powerful. Felicity, who was happily chatting, inadvertently glanced at the surveillance camera and was shocked. "Thea, you're flying too far. Hurry up and fly back." At this time, Sia didn't know that her little friend was bragging too much and didn't pay attention to the road situation on her side. When she heard that they had run, she thought it was her own fault and sped up all the way. She was too fast for her to react, so without saying a word, she flew back the way she came. This time, she didn't dare to fly too fast. She carefully looked for suspicious targets. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. After flying for a few miles, she finally arrived at a crossfire. She counted the heads. There were 7 on each side and 4 on the other. It seemed like this was the place. In fact, she was flying like a gust of wind and just happened to fly over these people's heads. Because she was flying too fast, these people didn't see clearly what she was. They only vaguely saw a red shadow flying from south to north. In a few seconds, it flew out of their vision. The 2 groups of people were a little surprised. Because of this, they stopped fighting for a few seconds. They only continued fighting when the unknown shadow flew out of their sight. When Thea came back, these people were shooting from a distance. Gotham had daily combat records. Regardless of whether it was the police, villains, or civilians, they were all very sensitive to the sound of gunshots. Everyone had a special way of dodging bullets. Therefore, although the gunshots didn't stop, there weren't many casualties on both sides. The suspected dead police officer that Felicity saw earlier only had a slight injury to his shoulder. It didn't affect the battle. The situation was 4-7. Although Gordon was in danger, it wasn't to the extent that she expected. Most likely, he had successfully escaped in the original plot. But now that she was here, it wasn't appropriate for her to watch the show. She had to at least do something. Just as she was thinking about whether she should kill them one by one or kill them one by one, a strong man below saw her floating in the air. Perhaps he had lived in Batman's shadow for many years, so he wasn't afraid of such high-tech equipment. Bang! He raised his rifle and fired at the sky. He didn't hide his actions from Thea. Moreover, with such a big body, it was impossible to hide. Thea had long seen this guy who jumped out to seek death. She judged the trajectory of the bullet. The x-axis was off by 10 meters, and the y-axis was off by 25 meters. Unless the bullet could bend, it wouldn't hit her. She used infrared glasses to look at this guy who was in a hurry to reincarnate. Under the lens, this guy's skin was obviously darker than a normal person's. A normal person would only be a light red, but this guy was dark red. If he wasn't a fire ability user, then he had too much heat in his body. Thea judged that he had consumed too many calories. Looking at his body size, she knew that he was a regular at the Coke and hot dog shop. She wanted to use a frost arrow to cool him down, but she was afraid that he would be too greasy and dirty her arrow. She had to be careful with every penny she spent, so she had to recycle her arrows if she could. She silently calculated everyone's position, rose up, and took out a special arrow from her quiver. Magnetic arrow go. A dark blue arrow shot 10 meters in front of the villain. Chapter 49. The two groups of people on the ground didn't know why she was being so high-profile. They stared at the arrows stuck in the ground. No matter which side they belonged to, they couldn't help but think to themselves, "Isn't your archery a little too bad?" Thea ignored their stares. She was wearing a pair of goggles, and her face was completely covered. None of them would know who she was. Under the confused gazes of the police and bandits, she pressed a switch on the bow. Virum, a low hum sounded. Even Thea found it a little jarring, not to mention the people on the ground. Some of them covered their heads, some shook their heads vigorously, and one of them who had lost a lot of blood was already dizzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The guns in the hands of both the police and the bandits were attracted by the huge magnetic force of the magnetic arrowheads. A few of them who were slow to react were still looking down at their guns. Although Chief Gordon was older, he reacted quickly. He immediately looked up at the mysterious person in the sky. He didn't know what she was trying to do. He originally thought that she was a helper, but after seeing how she couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, he became suspicious. Thea didn't have the time to think about the thoughts of the people on the ground. Since they had no weapons, they couldn't hit her knees even if they jumped up. What was there to be afraid of? Felicity, the power of our magnetic arrowheads seems to have increased a little. I saw it. It's a little bigger. The original design was to have a radius of 20 meters, but now it's 50 meters. I think it's because of the excessive amount of neodymium magnets. The violent collision also increased the rotation of the neodymium particles. Can we reduce it by 25% next time? We should reduce it further. The magnetic waves emitted by the arrowheads are too strong. We designed them to be attracted to the special metal in the gun barrel. The effect is so strong that it can be used as a sonic weapon. Okay. Let's try again next time. Reduce it by half. Just as Thea was about to say something, she noticed that Chief Gordon was yelling at her. She quickly interrupted the weapons discussion with Felicity. What's the matter? A certain someone stared at the old bureau chief with his big, innocent eyes. His face was solemn, and his forehead was wrinkled enough to squeeze a fly to death. What are you talking about? The old director looked at her with disdain and pointed at the enemies on the other side. Two villains gritted their teeth and struggled for a long time to remove their guns from the arrows. How fresh! The magnetic field is still in effect. How can your little arms and legs compete with the magnetic field? If you had so much energy, you would have been the boss long ago. Seeing that they couldn't take down the weapon for the time being, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't figure out what it was. That was how people who didn't study were like. But at least they still had some brains. They knew that they had to deal with the enemy in front of them first before doing anything else. They all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight. This was the situation Chief Gordon was facing. He was about to retire, so he was considered old and weak. Beside him, there was another person who was shot and was considered to be disabled. On his side, there were only 2 people who were still intact. On the other side, there were 7 people, all of whom were experienced in street fighting. The one in the lead was a guy who weighed 150 pounds. Although he looked stupid, he was actually quite strong. Previously, he could barely hold on with his gun. But now he really couldn't win. He waved at Thea with all his might. He wanted to ask her if she was here to help or to lead them to change their strategy. Thea scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. Yeah, they were fighting so well before, but I came in and used a big move without distinguishing between friend and foe. Now, with my help, the situation is becoming more and more disadvantageous for them. Sigh. She really wanted to help. She just wanted to test out the weapon on a whim. Tens of thousands of dollars were gone, just like that. Looking at Chief Gordon's bitter face, he probably wouldn't reimburse her. She could only help them fight these small monsters. As for changing the strategy, she couldn't afford to lose face. Secondly, the skateboard was only so big. There were 4 policemen and 5 of them, so there was no place to stand. Moreover, she didn't want to let random people use her equipment. She now had the mentality that since they sincerely begged her, she would be merciful and help them get rid of their enemies. It would definitely feel good to shoot one person at a time, but he definitely couldn't go on a killing spree in front of these policemen, especially old Gordon. First impressions were very important, and the first impression that Green Arrow gave people was very bad. At least, it was very bad for legal professionals. He took on all the jobs of the police, judges, and judges. Those with poor morals were afraid of losing their jobs, while those with good morals felt that he was blaspheming the sanctity of the law. Although he tried his best to salvage the situation, he still couldn't get rid of this bad impression. He was chased by the police for a few rounds for no reason. The bad guy ran in front, the hero chased behind, and the police chased the hero in the end. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Superman didn't have this problem. His first impression was very good, and he did everything openly. Perhaps it was also because his strength was beyond the atmosphere. Although the high-ranking officials were afraid of him, no police station in the metropolis put a bounty on his head. Therefore, in order to make a good first impression, Thea gave up the idea of putting on a show for Chief Gordon. She found a good angle, drew an arrow, and aimed at the 300-pound fat man. She whispered, "Look at me. What should I call this arrow? Let's call it the entanglement arrow. Felicity, record the data." Whoosh! The arrow hit the ground right under the fat man's feet. Under his curious gaze, the arrow and the ground collided and triggered the arrowhead's mechanism. A large ball of milky white gelatinous substance flew out and quickly turned into a 2-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide net after coming into contact with the air. The fat man was too close to the net and didn't even realize what was going on. The rest of the people who were charging were also caught off guard and bumped into the net one after another. Thea's entanglement arrow was designed based on Spider-Man's spider silk. She didn't know what the original spider silk was made of, but she used a compound carbon acetylene molecule product developed by the Quinn Corporation. The original author, Dr. Hoffman, had good intentions. He used it to deal with people who jumped off the building. A small ball of it was launched into a large net, and it was so tough that it could catch an elephant falling from the building. This invention had been shelved for a long time. It was accidentally discovered by Thea, and she felt that it was quite valuable. She secretly took it out and modified it with Felicity, and it became what it was today. In the end, she named it Spider Silk for convenience. As for whether the spiders would strongly protest against the name of something that did not have any acidic properties, Sia did not care. Of course, the villains didn't want to be stuck on the net for people to see. They were struggling with all their might, especially the fat man who was struggling the most. Sia had made a small modification back then. She had increased the carbon content of the molecular material, reduced some of its hardness, and increased its toughness. Now, the spider web was wobbling under their attacks, as if it would break free in the next second. In fact, the design was a little immoral. It was the same as saying that she could kill him because he liked her. It was an illusion. Even an elephant couldn't break free from the entanglement for a while, let alone a human. She shrugged at Chief Gordon, indicating that she had taken care of everything. The rest was up to him. Chapter 50. Looking at the unknown person in front of him. Even though Thea covered her face tightly, Gordon could still tell that she was a woman. He had lived for more than 60 years, and if he couldn't even tell if she was a man or a woman, he would have lived in vain. Like Liang Shanbois, Zhu Yingtai, who couldn't recognize her after changing her clothes, it could only mean that he was blind. Although Gordon wore a pair of large reading glasses and his eyesight wasn't as good as when he was younger, he wasn't blind to that extent. The scene was quiet for a moment, and only the sounds of a few villains struggling could be heard. Thea didn't show her face to greet them. Gordon knew her true identity, and it was fine as he had the best credibility. However, it was hard to say about the police officers. Gotham's police station was like a sieve, and there were too many people. It was better for her to remain mysterious for now. Just as Gordon was wondering when there was a new heroine in his district, Catwoman's helicopter finally arrived. Catwoman and Gordon had known each other for many years, and the two of them exchanged information in a low voice. The police officers also showed an expression of seeing the old Chinese doctor being saved. Now, Gotham was similar to Stalingrad. The sound of gunfire was endless, and occasionally there was an explosion. The few of them were heavily injured, and they did not have many bullets left. They did not have the confidence to cross the city, but the arrival of the helicopter greatly increased their safety. The villains had fainted after coming into contact with the spiderweb for a long time. After all, it was a chemical product, and skin contact would cause some damage to the nervous system. If they want to make it green, it would require more research. Thea and Felicity stood beside the spiderweb, and each of them wore a pair of gloves to check their results. The adhesion is not bad. Next time, we can reduce the amount used. For a single target, such a large piece is a bit of a waste. Gordon and Catwoman slowly walked over while Thea was inspecting the spiderweb with a special lens. Looking at the densely packed spiderwebs, this was really good stuff. Chief Gordon had been looking for ways to arrest criminals without breaking the law. Beating criminals until they couldn't take care of themselves was not in line with his philosophy. Every time Batman threw a bloody criminal at the entrance of the police station, the cleaners, doctors, and guards would be busy for half a day. This spiderweb was not bad at all. Not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even a single wound. It was safe and fast, and it even had a stun effect. If the police encountered such a situation, they could just take him away with a gun. Not only did it protect the police officers, but also wouldn't cause any serious injuries to the criminals. If it wasn't the wrong time, he would have asked Thea how much it cost per kilogram. Coming back to his senses, he saw the two girls talking about things that he did not understand. He could only interrupt them. "Thank you for your help to Gotham." "Oh, you're welcome." It seemed that Catwoman had told him about her identity. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess. Felicity was standing there without any disguise, so it was easy to figure out who she was. However, Thea did not continue to dwell on this question. Instead, she asked, "Where are we going next?" She could only ask Chief Gordon this question. After all, he was the chief of a city with tens of millions of people. He was at least a department-level official, so he didn't lack decisiveness. This was also the main reason why Thea looked for him first. "Some of our police officers are now at Gotham University. Follow me. There's a university in this godforsaken place, learning how to make C4, learning how to establish a new outlook on life for mental patients." Sia really expressed her admiration for the few socialites who had decided to build a university here. She really had to admire them if she didn't help them. When it came to the specific teams, Chief Gordon hoped that Thea would bring 2 people with her because the helicopter could not fit so many people. Thea saw that the police officers were unkempt like refugees. She was a bit of a clean freak, and the skateboard was only so big. She was afraid that she would overreact and kick them off. The police officers also felt that her skateboard was floating and did not feel safe just looking at it. Both parties agreed that it was just right. The women got on the skateboard, and the men got on a helicopter. To be honest, the police officers were quite skilled. 3 out of the 4 of them knew how to fly a helicopter. This made Thea wonder if she should learn some modern piloting skills. Catwoman was still very confident in her balance. She stood on one side, while Thea hugged Felicity's waist and stood on the other side. The 3 of them lowered their altitude and flew slowly behind the helicopter. They did not mention the people on the internet. Thea and the rest had a special solution to put them down, but now that the city was in chaos, there was no place to put them. They could only leave them hanging for now. As for whether they could find a way to get down without the solution, the 2 of them did not know. Since Thea was hugging Felicity, she could only use her pistol to fend off the enemies they encountered along the way. The helicopter rumbled, and there was no need to worry about hiding. Catwoman also showed the limit of human agility. She stood steadily on the skateboard without relying on any equipment. From time to time, she would even throw knives at the enemies. Finally, just before Felicity was about to faint, they arrived at the so-called Gotham University. The university was really in the style of Gotham. The overall feeling was gloomy and gray. There was a shabby iron fence at the entrance. The main teaching building was brighter, as if the school was trying to decorate the university with more colors. However, the actual effect was minimal. After years of neglect, the originally white walls had become murky. There was a green belt at the side of the school. The trees that were supposed to bring life and sunshine looked especially scary in this gloomy environment. A breeze blew, and the leaves rustled, like the whispers of a banshee echoing in the forest. Thea was a little annoyed. This place did not even need to be renovated to make a horror movie. How much money could they save by lending it to the crew of a ring? If they buried a corpse here, it would turn into a corpse in no time. Felicity, who was always talkative, was also frightened by the scary atmosphere. She shrank into Thea's arms like a quail. The police officers and Catwoman were not affected. Perhaps they had grown up in this environment and were already immune to it. This university was really a place of outstanding people. There was a guy who liked to scare people since he was young and grew up scaring people even more. Later on, someone gave this professor a nickname, the Scarecrow. He was the sage who scared many people to the point of peeing their pants when he wore a mask in Batman's movie. There was also an outstanding student representative. She was a young girl who won the gymnastics championship for the school. It was said that she almost participated in the Olympic Games. After graduation, she focused on the most advanced research in psychology and became an existence that countless juniors looked up to. This girl was called the Clown Girl. Of course, the school was innocent in nurturing so many elites. You couldn't say that the school was bad just because Voldemort graduated from Hogwarts. A school was a place to learn. Did the two above learn anything? If they did, it meant that it had nothing to do with the school. In the future, Batman even sent his son to this school for further studies. This meant that Master Bruce recognized the school's teaching ability. Chapter 51. Everyone parked the flying vehicle in the open space of the campus. The police officer who acted as the temporary pilot touched the control stick reluctantly. Looking at his expression, he wished he could live on the plane so that he could make strategic changes at any time. However, he had to obey the chief's orders. He could only keep up with the rest of the team. Sia jumped off the skateboard with Felicity. Just as she was about to ask Felicity where the other two teammates were, Felicity stopped. "Dad, you're finally back. Are you okay?" A fashionably dressed red-haired girl hugged Gordon's neck and refused to let go. Behind her was a skinny black-haired young man. "I'm fine, Barbara." The old chief was not used to hugging in public. The two hugged reluctantly and then let go. It seemed that the girl was Batgirl and the man was Nightwing, who would become Robin later. Thea did not go up to greet them. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, she was just a backup. It was not good for her to steal the limelight. They could not swarm at the door and talk, so Gordon gestured for everyone to go inside. They were very quiet along the way. Only Barbara kept asking questions, such as if Batman had been found and if the state government had sent troops. Halfway through, Gordon interrupted her to introduce Thea and Felicity. However, she just nodded indifferently and continued talking to her father. Sure enough, the people in this city were a little crazy. "Why are you so arrogant? There will be a time when you will beg me." Thea observed along the way and found that the woman was really not shrewd. She only talked to her father and Robin next to her. She did not even ask about the police officers who had gone through fire and water with her father. She did not know how smart this person was, but her EQ was obviously not high. No wonder she was severely injured and paralyzed by the Joker in the future. She had to sit in a wheelchair for 3 years before she came to her senses. She remembered that after she was injured, she was taught by Richard Dragon and learned the long-lost Linghu hero's unique skill of becoming the best in the world in a wheelchair. She relied on the wheelchair to make a name for herself. She imagined that scene and felt a chill in her heart. When the time came, she would definitely come and see. She was a noble person. She would definitely not come to mock her. She would definitely come to learn from her. Yes, that was it. As she walked, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with a number of people in the team. Where's Catwoman? Thea looked around and found that Catwoman was silently walking at the back of the team. There was an indescribable feeling in her expression. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that these two women didn't get along? In fact, She had guessed correctly. Barbara was usually very arrogant. She had always looked down on the feline girls who did things sneakily, thinking that it was a blasphemy to the so-called righteous cause. Moreover, Robin was very obedient to her and did whatever she said. Out of sight and out of mind, the feline girls went to look for reinforcements. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to find Batman, she would have run away a long time ago. Whether or not Gotham was dead had nothing to do with her. Hey, do you guys have a place to let me change? Thea stood there for a while, waiting for Catwoman to walk up to her. She asked softly. It wasn't easy to put on this set of clothes, and it took a lot of effort to take it off. At this moment, she was very envious of Catwoman's lightning-like speed in changing clothes. Follow me. The two of them greeted the rest of the team, and Catwoman led Thea to the side. Come to the meeting room later. Let's have a meeting, Chief Gordon hurriedly said. Catwoman waved her hand from afar, indicating that she understood. After changing into a lighter set of clothes, Thea returned to her harmless little white flower identity and followed Catwoman to the door of a meeting room. Along the way, they realized that the school building was densely packed with citizens. Some were wearing suits, some were wearing t-shirts and shorts, but these people all had one thing in common, and that was that they were not lively. Almost everyone had bloodstains on them, and many of them were even wrapped in bandages. After entering the meeting room, everyone made a formal introduction. This job could only be done by Catwoman, who was familiar with both sides. This is Thea Quinn, codename Red Arrow, and this is Felicity Smoker, a computer expert. These two are my teammates, Batgirl Barbara Gordon and Robin Dick Gleason. Since the formal introduction had been made, Barbara Gordon couldn't ignore Thea like before. She casually said some nonsense, such as "I've heard a lot about you. And how are your parents?" Thea thought to herself, "My nominal father has already died at sea, and you're still asking if he's doing well?" This was purely not taking her seriously, or perhaps she didn't even know who she was, and was just saying perfunctory words. After a few pleasantries, the small meeting room fell into a strange silence. Other than the two from Star City, the rest of the team looked at each other, and it seemed that no one wanted to speak. Even Barbara, who seemed to have a lot of nonsense before, shut her mouth. The atmosphere was quite strange. Why didn't they speak? Could it be that they all had the ability to communicate telepathically like Professor X? But that was obviously impossible. If they had the ability to kill Bane in seconds, she wouldn't have had to run so far away. Glancing at Felicity without batting an eyelid, she shook her head and gestured for them to wait and see. Barbara seemed to have thought of something and suddenly mustered her courage. She said passionately, "I saw that you guys got a helicopter. That's great. We should fly over and attack Bane. As long as we kill Bane, we can save Gotham." She was a little hesitant at first, but the more she spoke, the happier she became. It was as if Bane was a watermelon lying on the ground, waiting for her to pick it. Thea didn't quite understand what she was thinking, and she held back the fact that the helicopter was her family. She held her chin with her right hand and waited for her to continue speaking. "What do you guys think?" Barbara was a little nervous when no one responded to her. Good idea. Robin was in love with her, and he supported her unconditionally. Catgirl neither agreed nor disagreed, and Director Gordon looked very helpless. Usually, this kind of thing would be left to the wise Batman to figure it out, and the rest of them would carry it out. But now, this wise Batman was in a corner, and the rest of them didn't even have a say. He wanted to give orders, but they didn't listen to him. Even his own daughter was as stubborn as a bull. He didn't have much say in this team. Just as he was about to agree, Thea finally saw the problem with these people. They didn't have much initiative. To put it bluntly, they didn't use their brains. They usually hugged Batman's leg and killed a few small bosses, and they thought they were amazing. Everyone in this room was an ordinary person, and there wasn't a single enhancer or esper. This kind of team was ready to go and kill Bane. Do you guys know his strength? Blindly rushing forward to start the fight, he really didn't know how to spell the word death. He had to fight for some initiative. Otherwise, these people would lead the team into a ditch. As long as Bane couldn't fly, he could run away. Felicity, on the other hand, couldn't run away. She couldn't even do a few pull-ups, and was even worse than an ordinary person. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought her along. Clap, clap. Thea clapped her hands to attract their attention. Good idea, really good idea. She gave Barbara a thumbs up as she spoke. You came up with this idea when you were eating biscuits with a gorilla, right? Thea looked at her with a serious face. Chapter 52. Felicity almost spat out the cola from her nose. She quickly lowered her head to show that she was invisible. From this, one could see how fast the feline girl's reaction speed was. She almost laughed out loud, but then she remembered that she was on Barbara's side, and she could not make fun of her own people. Halfway through her laughter, she used her strong facial muscles to pull back her mouth muscles. From afar, she looked like Mona Lisa's younger sister. Robin wanted to speak up for his sweetheart, but Thea had already returned to her usual appearance when she entered the house. Anyone could tell that she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Robin remembered Batman's words to never provoke women, especially beautiful ones, so he automatically entered into spectator mode. You bastard! How dare you say that about me? Barbara didn't expect Thea to praise her first and then kick her into the gutter. There was only one thought in her mind. This woman's words were too mean. Thea wasn't angry. She carefully observed the angry Barbara. This woman was proud and arrogant. She thought that the whole world revolved around her and never cared about what others thought. This person's trajectory was very similar to her own. If it wasn't for her encounter, she would probably be like this now. Looking at Barbara's hysterical appearance, Thea's gaze didn't show any dissatisfaction. She just felt a little sad and pitiful. What's with that look? You better explain it to me clearly. Do you have a better idea? Even though Barbara's rage meter was almost full, she still retained a certain amount of rationality. This was probably because of the daily teachings of Batman, Commissioner Gordon, and the others. Thea was satisfied with her performance. If she slammed the table and glared, Thea would turn around and leave. It had nothing to do with her, even if Gotham was blown into a crater. First of all, can we beat Ben with just a few of us? I heard Catwoman say that he defeated Batman with his bare hands. Can we be stronger than Batman? Barbara said with a little contempt. What's wrong with that? We can use guns. Why fight him with our bare hands? Have you studied the map? Bane is still in the city hall. The view there is very wide, and it will be difficult to find a shooting angle for a long-range sniper. If we use pistols, I'm afraid it won't be effective. Barbara pondered for a moment. We can always use missiles. The Wayne family still has a few hidden launchers. Please, do you have the word investigation in your dictionary? Thea was on the verge of breaking down. She wondered if Batman would lower his IQ by bringing these guys around every day. He told Felicity to send the data to the monitor in the room and showed a photo to the hostages. This is what we saw through the cameras in the city hall. These people are hostages, right? Although I don't know them, I compared them. This bald man is your mayor, right? Is this black woman a prosecutor or a judge? Are you going to blow these people up with a missile? Thea looked at her with a teasing expression. Before Barbara could reply, Director Gordon, who had been pretending to be invisible, hurriedly said, No, we can't do that. We have to save the hostages first. If the government officials were all killed by a superhero with a missile, it would definitely be in the headlines tomorrow. Batman wouldn't have to come back. These guys were all his underlings. As the boss, it was better to run away quickly. Barbara was also a little depressed, but she still said stubbornly, Then what do you think we should do? What do I say? Do you listen to me? Thea looked at them with a smile. The group of friends and relatives looked at each other and didn't say anything. Catwoman broke the silence because of their previous friendship. Tell us your idea first. If it makes sense, we will definitely listen. There was no sincerity in her words at all. Thea had no intention of leading these people. Anyway, Batman would be back in a few days. They were just passers-by to her. I don't know your personal abilities. I'll just give you my personal opinion. My opinion is that this guy is not a threat at the moment and can be dealt with last. Thea pointed at Ben, who was in a daze, and said to everyone, Yes, Ben was not a threat at the moment. He wanted to go out and kill people, but he was afraid that the hostages would run away. If he didn't go out, he would have nothing to do. The only thing left was to untie the hostages and play cards. Seeing that the group, especially Barbara, was still a little unwilling, Thea could only add fuel to the fire. I don't think you guys understand what the most important thing now is. Is it this Ben on the screen? I know you guys aren't afraid of sacrifice, but is it meaningful to use your precious lives to save these officials? Even if you kill him and save a few high-ranking government officials, will it solve the city's problem? Thea said and looked at Director Gordon. Those guys definitely won't make it. Gordon knew those guys too well. In front of an outsider like Sia, he couldn't directly say that they were corrupt by nature and had no practical ability at all. He was already being very kind by not using the missiles to bomb them, and the old director would never agree to let his precious daughter take the risk to rescue those scumbags even if he was beaten to death. Seeing the director's clear stance, Thea knew that she finally had some authority. Since they aren't in danger, instead of using our precious time to save these guys, why don't we organize everyone to save the civilians in the city? My partner has come up with a plan. I'd like to share it with you guys, Thea said and signaled for Felicity to continue. Felicity was confident that she would be able to become the CEO of Palmer Corporation in the future. She pulled out a map of Gotham confidently. This is Gotham University, where we are now. My plan is to build a quarantine zone between Harris Square and Adams Street. We'll use this area as our actual control zone and call the citizens to come to us. At the same time, we'll continue to gather the scattered police officers and expand our control zone until the crisis is resolved. That's all I have to say. Felicity's speech was impassioned at first, but when she realized that there was no response, her voice became softer. Barbara and Robin were a little dazed. Catwoman seemed to have understood something. She said nervously, "Are you trying to start a war? Building fortifications and quarantine zones? Oh God, am I back to the war era?" "Selina, I don't know what to say, but I hope you can see the reality. Isn't this a war? At least 1,500 criminals escaped from Blackgate Prison. Adding in the hundreds from the asylum, the city is full of bad guys. Are we going to catch them one by one? How many citizens are going to die in this period of time?" Catwoman's thinking represented the thinking of a large number of superheroes. No matter what happened, they would take the blame. To put it nicely, they were willing to take responsibility. To put it bluntly, they were too self-centered. They felt that the world would stop spinning without them. Sia could guess that if she had not been involved in this incident, they would have killed Bane as quickly as possible and then spent a lot of time looking for fugitives all over the city. The previous criminals and lunatics were the results of 10 years of catching them. This time, they all had criminal records, so it should be simpler. However, it would take at least 5 years to catch them. This was a good thing for the manga artists. They were secretly happy that all the characters could be used again, but it was not a good thing for the people in the real world. Chapter 53. Catwoman wasn't wrong when she said that she wanted to turn Gotham into a war, and that was exactly what Thea was planning. She had nothing to do with Gotham, and it was already good enough that she volunteered to help. Was she going to use her morals to tie her down and work for them for 5 years? What a joke. Batman's group of friends and family members was a classic example of someone who had been poisoned by the idea of a hero. They felt that the citizens were so weak that they could be blown away by a gust of wind, and they would rush to the front whenever something big or small happened. The truth was that the citizens weren't that weak, and the bad guys weren't that strong. As long as they could start a war with the people, they would definitely win in a place like Gotham, where the level of combat power wasn't high. Heroes were brave enough to take responsibility, and their guiding philosophy was with great power comes great responsibility. This approach wasn't bad, but you had to look at the timing. Now that the city was full of bad guys, it wasn't realistic to plan to act as a unit and try to kill them one by one. The most important thing now was to restore order and unite the citizens. After all, there were only a few bad guys, and the majority of the citizens wanted to live a peaceful life. I have a suggestion. We should choose a leader. After all, Batman isn't here. Thea saw that they still didn't speak, so she had no choice but to give them a strong push. "Yeah, that's your real goal, isn't it?" Barbara mocked her with an expression that said, "You've finally revealed your foxtail." Thea truly felt that she and Barbara were at odds. The two of them didn't have any grudges, but Thea just didn't feel comfortable looking at her, and she believed that she felt the same way too. Perhaps it was a natural mismatch. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the two women that she didn't like were Batgirl Barbara and Black Canary Laurel. Both of them were from the Raptor Squad, so they were naturally at odds with each other. He had talked to Laurel twice. Theoretically, the relationship between them should be harmonious. After all, regardless of whether Laurel chose Tommy or Oliver, she was still Thea's relative. However, both conversations could only be described as dull. The two talked about jewelry. Laurel said that her father was living alone with her and her sister, so their family wasn't rich. When they talked about the law, Thea felt that if she took the path of a hero, she wouldn't be able to abide by the various laws. The end result of the conversation could only be described in diplomatic terms. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and they exchanged opinions with each other. As the saying goes, each has his own say, and no conclusion was reached. Sia felt that this kind of heroine who didn't have much ability but was full of righteousness was really incompatible with her. She didn't directly answer Barbara's question and looked at the others, wanting to know if they had any different opinions. Robin was as silent as ever. Although Catwoman wanted to support Thea, she was worried about the unity of her team, so she didn't say anything. Director Gordon was invisible. He had always been a non-voting participant in such meetings and had never spoken. It wasn't that the Bat Squad didn't value the old director, but it was a habit that had been accumulated over the years. The heroes would fight the villains, and the police would clean up the battlefield. Director Gordon considered all aspects and tacitly agreed to this method of cooperation. Sure enough, this was the daily state of Batman's team. The subordinates would do whatever the boss said. Thea looked at their half-dead expressions and took it as tacit agreement. Well, I propose that Director Gordon take charge of the overall situation. At the same time, the few of us will form a small team and be directly under the old director's leadership. What do you think? Thea said as she looked around at the crowd, deliberately admiring their expressions. Barbara's expression was the most interesting. She had been a little dizzy. When she vaguely heard Gordon's name, she thought that Thea had chosen her to be the leader. However, when she went through the whole sentence in her mind, she realized that there was a director in front of it. She didn't know whether to agree or disagree with accepting her father's leadership. Robin, who had been silent all this time, reacted quickly this time. He immediately expressed his support for his future father-in-law and hurriedly nodded. Miss Thea is right. It's a good idea for Director Gordon to lead everyone. He even gave his father-in-law a fawning smile. Catwoman had no reason to object. She had known Gordon, who had just become a police officer, since she was a teenager. Although the two of them weren't related by blood, Gordon took care of her like half a father. If it weren't for the director's protection, she would have been arrested a long time ago for her petty thievery. Felicity also nodded to show her presence. Director Gordon didn't know what was going on. How did he suddenly go from attending the meeting to speaking on the stage? The world changed a little too quickly. However, seeing that the others, especially the members of the Bat team, didn't object, he happily accepted this reality. With his age, no one had any objections to him leading these young people in front of him. In fact, he could also lead Batman. When Bruce was young, he was the one who ordered him around. It was only after Old Master returned from his training that his master's position changed. At the end of the day, it was still about strength. Thea heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Gordon had successfully taken over the leadership. She wouldn't even know how she died if she listened to the orders of those people. If she took over the leadership, the others would definitely not agree. Even if she forcefully took over the team, the result would definitely be a split. Besides, she was just a bystander. There was no need for her to take the lead. Now that there was a senior who was willing to take over this hot potato, it couldn't be better. As for whether Director Gordon's life would be in danger if he attracted too much hatred, Thea felt that he had attracted hatred for more than 30 years. He didn't lose an arm or a leg, so it wouldn't be a problem even if he carried the burden for a few more days. After handing over the heavy burden, Thea relaxed and leaned back in her chair. She felt that the situation was serious on the plane. When she saw the situation in Gotham, she felt that she had to add an update to her previous sentence. This was equivalent to being pulled into a group of friends and family right after reaching the max level. After joining the group, she found out that the leader and main tank had been kidnapped. The remaining damage dealers ignored everything and went to explore the new dungeon. How could she tolerate this? The original plan was to choose one of the current members to be the leader. However, after seeing the performance of these people, she could only give up. She had no choice but to pull one of the substitutes to be the leader. This person was Director Gordon. Compared to Batman's golden thigh, this person could only be considered a golden thigh. However, he was still able to provide support. To be honest, Director Gordon agreed with Thea's previous idea. If they relied on those heroes to support them every time they faced a crisis, why would they still need the police? His life's work would be wasted. However, seeing that his daughter didn't get along well with her, he didn't express his support. Although Thea didn't say anything harsh, at his age, he could tell that Thea wasn't satisfied with the way the Bat Team was doing things. In fact, Director Gordon also didn't agree with Batman's method of using fear to deal with evil. He went from incomprehension to anger, to numbness to compromise in the end. It was actually a psychological struggle. Now that he saw that the daughter of Star City seemed to have a different way of doing things. She was more sunny and rational. The flame of hope that he had given up on was reignited. Perhaps she would bring a new way of choosing to Gotham. Chapter 54. At the end of the meeting, Felicity showed off her presence again. While they were chatting, she stole 2 drones. Although they were commercial drones and didn't carry any weapons, it still shocked the brainless Gordon. Barbara, who always boasted of being a computer expert, also showed an expression of wonder. Gordon immediately pulled Felicity away to set up the defense line and, at the same time, indicated that the rest of the team could rest. Yes, the heroes didn't need to be involved in some trivial matters. This was also one of Thea's goals, to change from a forward to a second-string bench. It was indeed inconvenient for the heroes to do many things. For example, evacuating the civilians from a war zone. The police could knock on the door and say, "Fellow countrymen, open the door and check the water meter." When the people inside saw that it was the police, they left without a word. In this war, they didn't even care about the water meter, let alone their belongings. The heroes couldn't do it. If you hid your head and showed your tail, who would dare to follow you? What if a bad guy tricked you to some place and did something to you? In this era, people were too liberated. In the past, only women were in danger, but now, both men and women were in danger. Barbara insisted on playing her role and using her real identity to help her father. Robin had no choice but to change his identity and follow her. Catwoman stood there in a daze. She wanted to help, but to be honest, she didn't feel comfortable being with dozens of policemen. She was afraid that the policeman would suddenly raise his badge and gun and shout, "Hands up, I'm GCPD, Gotham Police." This scene had appeared countless times in her childhood dreams. Although she had turned over a new leaf, this scene would occasionally appear in her mind. Seeing that she was in a daze, Thea didn't say anything and pulled her out. It was rare for her to come here, and it would be a waste if she didn't take a stroll. Catwoman also found an excuse for herself. She said that they should go help, but she quickly ran out of the school with Thea. Gotham was an international metropolis. Although the people had been in an abyss of suffering for a long time, there were many temptations. For example, the delicious food in front of her. Due to the influence of British cuisine, there were only a few American recipes. Hamburgers, steak, and pizza made Thea's stomach churn. She and Catwoman strolled around a few relatively peaceful streets nearby and accidentally found a China-style restaurant. This made her very happy. Although Catwoman said that the restaurant had the backing of the Triads, the city was full of bad people, and the Triads could be classified as good people. If the rich lady wasn't afraid to see her, the Catgirl would be even more fearless. She had grown up in a place filled with people from all walks of life. Returning to such a chaotic place was like returning to her own home. It would be an exaggeration to say that she was like a fish in water, but it was indeed much more comfortable than staying in a high-end neighborhood. This was probably where she and Barbara had their differences. Barbara's mother left the family when she was 10 years old. Before she left, she left several large properties in Gotham to her daughter. Therefore, although Gordon was as clean as noodles, the father and daughter didn't live in poverty. When Barbara was young, she was definitely not poor. She was at least above the middle class. The conflict between Catwoman and her had been going on for a long time. Catwoman thought that she was elegant, so why did she say that she was vulgar? Barbara thought that she was cultured, so why did she say that she was arrogant? In addition, Catwoman had spent a long time with Bruce. She had always compared Bruce to Barbara. In fact, it was because of Bruce's chivalry. However, in Catwoman's eyes, the Wayne family was the representative of the upper class. Compared to Barbara, who was a petty bourgeois, she had a feeling that the Wayne family was so rich, but they were humble and polite. What was the big deal about Barbara's family? The conflict grew, and the misunderstandings grew. In fact, both of them had some small flaws, but under the premise that they didn't like each other, they were infinitely magnified by each other. Although Batman, who had self-studied psychology, and Gordon, who had lived for more than 60 years, had both seen the conflict between them and tried to reconcile the differences between the two, the effect was really not great. Batman had lived his entire life in hatred and had never had a girlfriend. Gordon's marriage had only lasted for a short period of time, which was equivalent to being a bachelor for half his life. Neither of them understood women's psychology. The conflict between the two women was actually just some daily trifles, but they didn't know about it. They just explained the facts to the criminals and reasoned with them. The rift that might have been able to be mended was completely shattered in the process of chattering about the future in life. Now, when the two men in a good mood, they would greet each other, "The weather is good today," or "Have you eaten?" When they were in a bad mood, they would pretend not to know each other. In the end, the reputation between the two was permanently fixed at neutral. Now, Catwoman met Thea, who was also rich but careless. The two unexpectedly got along well. Although they weren't sworn friends, they could already be considered friends. This time, when she went to ask for help, Thea came to help without hesitation. This confirmed her point of view, which was that the richer you were, the more polite you were. The two of them entered the restaurant and ordered a few dishes. The dishes here were actually the American version of Chinese food. It was unknown what the foreign gourmet was thinking. Perhaps they had received money from McDonald's and KFC, but they kept advocating the benefits of fried food to the body. They actually came up with the argument that fried food was the healthiest and boiled ingredients lost too much of their nutrients. The entire Chinese restaurant was hit hard, not to mention the Japanese raw food. Some Japanese restaurants continued to maintain the tradition of eating raw food, while the more flexible Chinese restaurants could only do as the Romans do. If you like deep-fried food, then we'll deep-fry it. We'll add all kinds of oil and salt. 4 fried meatballs and fried fish. No matter what the ingredients were, we'll deep-fry them. Sia looked for a long time to find something with a lighter flavor, but she couldn't find it. She could only order a few dishes and a fish, and ate with the Catgirl. Catwoman didn't know if it was because of her name or her personal preference, but after the dishes were served, she stared at the fish and ate happily. For a foreigner to be able to use chopsticks, as well as Thea, her hands were really good. Seeing her eating the fish, Thea also picked up 2 chopsticks. It was indeed delicious, and it was braised. "What's the relationship between you and Bruce?" Thea had been holding back this gossip for a long time. The two of them had known each other since childhood, and it was really rare that they hadn't confirmed their relationship until now. Didn't you see Talia's actions when she needed to? She pulled Batman, a mighty and majestic man, and did indescribable things with him. Now, Batman's child was already able to do whatever he wanted. He went from being the third party to being the first wife. As a childhood sweetheart, you're doing too badly. Catwoman didn't know what to do. Their relationship should have been natural. First, they exchanged hardware and software. In addition, they were both martial arts masters, and they had unlocked many positions. They had done what they should and shouldn't do. However, she still felt uneasy, especially after knowing that Batman actually had a son. This uneasiness became a breakthrough point, and the contradiction between the two became more and more obvious. Chapter 55. Catwoman had probably been in the dark side of Gotham for a long time and had seen too many bad people, so she had a sense of alienation towards people, especially men. Furthermore, she and Batman had known each other since they were young, so they felt like family. Perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other that it was difficult to make a move on them. It required a lot of psychological preparation to turn this kind of relationship into a romantic one. However, Bruce's parents died when he was 8 years old, and he was raised by the old butler, Alfred. When the old butler was young, he naturally couldn't talk about relationships with an 8-year-old. By the time Bruce was old enough to talk about it, the old butler had already buried his neck in the ground. It was a cruel thing to talk about women with an old man whose body had completely deteriorated. Bruce definitely couldn't do that. In fact, if you look closely at Batman, he was really slow when it came to relationships between men and women. He wasn't like Oliver, who became a hero after 20 years. His brain was filled with revenge since he was young. And when he grew up, he had to save the city and scare criminals. He was so busy every day that he didn't have the time to think about how to deal with women. Furthermore, there were only a few men around him, so he didn't know who to talk to. Alfred was the first to give up at his age. Robin had always treated him as a teacher, so he couldn't bring himself to talk about women with his disciple. Chief Gordon was married, but his wife had some problems. She had been struggling with the question of whether she liked the opposite sex or the same sex all her life. She had left her husband and daughter early on. To be honest, Chief Gordon had been single for half his life, so he could not give any guidance. Therefore, Batman's feelings for Catwoman were just dragging on. Catwoman didn't know about his feelings, so she waited like an ostrich. The two of them just waited like that. If there were no accidents, they would still be together in the end. It didn't matter who they were together with, so they would be able to survive until there was only one man left. However, Talia's sudden interference broke the tacit understanding between the two. Nandarbat had a subtropical climate, so Talia was very passionate. She didn't care about Catwoman's declaration of sovereignty and dragged Batman into a friendly match. Ninja Master had trained Batman before, so he was very happy to have him as his son-in-law. He kept saying, "You're really my son-in-law." In order to help his daughter tie down Batman, the Master used his profound alchemy knowledge to concoct a long-lost palace drug. 10 months later, Damian Wayne fell to the ground. It could be said that this was a classic case of knowledge changing one's fate. After Batman found out the truth, he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on. The Master really had good intentions. He taught him martial arts without asking for anything in return, and even gave his daughter a betrothal gift without asking for a single cent. He even personally concocted the secret medicine. One had to know that many of the herbs were already extinct, and the more they were used, the less they would be used. In order to continue the Wayne family's ancestral line, the Master really went all out. With his pioneering deed, he could easily become the nation's best father-in-law. On the other hand, Talia couldn't blame her either. She gave birth to her own child, not Old Wong's. Batman thought about it and could only run. On a dark and windy night, without riding the white dragon horse or bringing his third disciple, Mr. Bruce ran away. He wandered outside for a few years, waiting for the news to die down before returning to Gotham. After that, Talia angrily chased after her husband. Today's situation in Gotham was 99% caused by his actions. Catwoman now felt wronged, sad, and a little worried. She didn't know what to do. On one hand, she didn't want to give up Gotham. This was her home. On the other hand, she didn't want to fight. She brought her child to look for her husband. Although breaking her husband's spine was a little extreme, it was also a way to express domestic violence. Maybe they liked this when they were together? Why did she have to get involved? No matter how she looked at it, she was just a lover. It was rare to meet Thea, who had nothing to do and liked to listen to her ramble. Thinking that she wasn't familiar with her team and that they would go back home in 2 days, she didn't have anything to worry about. Thus, she started to talk about her troubles. After hearing a few sentences, Thea understood the gist of it. She sighed in her heart. Actually, it was a very easy problem to solve, but these few people had created such a big problem. Batman had self-taught so many psychology books. He was a giant in theory, but a dwarf in life. No wonder he only knew how to scare the bad guys for 30 years without wavering. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97, as the saying went, one should apply what one learned. He had probably learned a lot, and it was not enough to describe him as a scholar. But as for how much he had learned, it was obvious from Gutan's reaction. As for Catwoman's current situation, although Thea didn't learn any great books, she could tell that her subconscious wanted a fight, whether it was a fight with the bad guys or a fight with Talia. However, Batman's hesitation made her feel a little awkward. She lacked a way to get out of the awkward situation. If she was Batman, she would be able to settle it with a few words. However, she wasn't, so she could only use a roundabout way to talk to her. That was to compare who was more miserable. When someone complained to you in real life, this method was very useful. For example, you said that your father ran away when you were 12, and you relied on your mother since you were young. Look at me, my grandfather was killed by the Japanese from the Foot Basin country when I was 9. Aren't I still alive and well? The most important thing to be a person is to be happy, right? When the other party heard this, they felt that it made sense. When they compared their own experiences, there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. They immediately completed their psychological construction and revived on the spot. This was what Thea was doing now. She artistically embellished her own painful experiences. Of course, Malcolm kept it a secret. He only talked about how he missed his father and brother, how his mother wanted to remarry, and his various misfortunes. The listeners were shocked and moved to tears. Catwoman was indeed shocked by Malcolm's painful experiences. When she compared her own past, although she lived a hard life, she didn't have so many bad things. Her childhood and youth were still pretty good. When she thought about it and compared it, she immediately felt that there were 4 words floating in the sky. That's not a problem. Then Thea complained about the difficult lives of rich people. She talked about the snooping of shareholders, the framing of peers, the kidnapping and extortion of bad people. In short, she said, "Is it easy for me to live for so long?" Catwoman automatically thought of the scene when Bruce's parents were killed when he was young. Then she thought of the King shareholders of Wayne Enterprises. Batman had used 20 years to completely take back the control of the company. Every one of them was greedy for money like a competition. He couldn't stop them at all. These people risked their lives to make money and weren't afraid of death. As Thea spoke more and more enthusiastically, Catwoman could only sigh. Sure enough, the lives of the rich were also full of misfortunes. They were indeed much more burdened than ordinary people like her. Chapter 56. The more Thea and Catwoman talked, the happier they got. They compared their life paths and found that they were surprisingly compatible. Thea suggested that she increase the intensity of her and Batman's love life. After all, they had known each other for so many years. She knew what he looked like, and he knew her depth. What was there to be afraid of? Just chase after him. It was too easy for a girl to chase after a guy. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Gotham was a place where money was good, but not people. Perhaps it was a feng shui problem, but every couple that was about to succeed would break up in the end. For example, Batman and Catwoman, Gordon and Barbara's mother, the Riddler and that girl. Every single one of them was a failure. Oh no, other than the domineering Joker, the rest were all broken up. Perhaps the feng shui of this place couldn't withstand the Joker's madness. All right, have you guys dated before? Thea was doubtful that the serious Master Bruce knew that men and women needed to go on dates to be together. Just once. Catwoman was a little embarrassed as she spoke. She lowered her head and looked at her. It was that time when we went to Star City. All right, so this date of yours is just going to cause a ruckus at my place? So this was Gotham's way of expressing romance? It was quite unique. Don't you guys give each other gifts? Yes, my gloves and long whip were all given by him. Catwoman's blissful expression made Thea shiver. Oh my, I was wrong to say that Batman was slow. You're not that strong. Just as Thea was about to give her a good lesson on the 108 things to pay attention to in a relationship between a man and a woman. Hurry up, everyone hurry up. A young man dressed as a restaurant worker led a few burly men with pistols to the back of the kitchen. Thea looked at Catwoman. What was going on? No matter how he looked at it, these men didn't look like they were going to wash the dishes in the back because they couldn't afford to pay. Could it be that they were going to use their guns to reason with the restaurant owner? Catwoman ignored Thea's surprised look. She took a bite of the fish and said slowly, "They are probably collecting protection fees. It's nothing to be surprised about. Just get used to it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Listening to the gunshots inside, he looked around and saw that the diners all looked calm. They were eating and drinking as usual. Perhaps this was the custom here. With this interruption, it was difficult to continue talking about their love life. The two began to talk about Thea's skateboard. Catwoman was very considerate. She only asked about the design concept and didn't ask about the technical details. The two of them only discussed the practical aspects. To be honest, this skateboard didn't have too many technical barriers. Thea hadn't seen the data of the Green Goblin skateboard. She had just pieced together a similar skateboard based on her imagination. No one was more stupid than the other. If she could copy it, others could too. This thing couldn't be intellectual property rights. Not to mention others with Batman's high IQ, it was easy to say that Thea and Felicity's work was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he could still make a similar skateboard after a few months of seclusion. Therefore, Thea's attitude towards Catwoman's questions was that she would tell her if she asked. If she didn't get the answer, then forget it. Just as she was drawing a sketch and talking about a few design points, a few burly men rushed into the kitchen with AKs. Thea looked at Catwoman again. Did this restaurant require an interview to wash dishes? Were these people from the previous batch of people from the same hometown? The previous batch of people felt that it was easy to earn money here, so they asked their friends to come quickly. The feline girl was also a little surprised. She unconsciously stretched her head to take a look inside. Come on, you're a feline girl, not a giraffe girl. What can you see from dozens of meters away in a wall? Realizing that she didn't see anything, Catwoman didn't look embarrassed. She elegantly lit a woman's cigarette and spread her hands at Thea, indicating that they were just like this. They had embarrassed themselves in front of the people of Star City. Thea also expressed her admiration for the vibrant lifestyle of the people of Gotham. They couldn't continue the topic of weapons. They could only switch to the topic that Thea was currently most concerned about: how to fight in a high-heel battle. Catwoman almost laughed out loud when she heard this question. This was exactly what she was proud of. In her previous love life, she was always at the stage of the audience when it came to skateboard equipment. She was the one who received the knowledge and guidance. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Thea, even a little girl like you doesn't know how to do it. Let me teach you a lesson. It's time for me to attack. She then explained her experience in detail. It was similar to what Shiva said, but it was more about how she felt in actual combat. Catwoman didn't know if she was traumatized when she was young, or if she was a Gotham citizen. She was more or less mentally ill. She seemed to have a sensory disorder. Her self-awareness was completely focused on height. She was full of confidence when she wore high-heeled shoes, but when she changed into flat shoes, her aura plummeted. She was 1.7 tall, but she still wore high-heeled shoes every day. From afar, she looked 1.8 tall. This height made many suitors flinch. Her appearance could be said to be the prettiest girl Thea had ever met. Her figure was even more so. When she was young, she fed the stray cats every day and stole milk from them. Her figure made Thea, who was of the same gender, feel moved just by looking at her. While she was listening attentively to Catwoman's experience in actual combat, footsteps were heard. 3 gang members carrying machine guns and 1 carrying a rocket launcher passed by Thea's table aggressively. This time, without Thea asking with her eyes, Catwoman could tell that something was wrong. In just a short while, 3 groups of people had charged in. The last few were carrying rocket launchers. Judging from their posture, this wasn't an ordinary gang dispute. The 2 girls had a feeling that today's meal would not be paid for. Women always had a sixth sense. With a loud bang, the entire restaurant quieted down. However, the silence didn't last for more than a few seconds. Screams came from the kitchen. The few people who went in earlier ran out with their faces covered in blood. A few of them ran while throwing their weapons. Among them, a bald man stood out. He didn't leave through the door. Instead, he covered his head with his clothes and found a weak spot in the wall. With a loud bang, he broke through the wall and rushed out. Thea was stunned. The successor of the Iron Head art? What a tough guy. But what's going on? The two girls looked at each other, looking at the few people running away as if they wished they had more legs. Catwoman knew that something was wrong. Thea could understand Chinese, but the few people's accents were Americanized. They were neither Chinese nor foreign, so all she could hear was the word run. I hate situations like this. Thea didn't bring any equipment with her. She thought that nothing would happen in the police's area, but it was too late for regrets now. Catwoman was also dressed casually. She only had a dagger with her. However, looking at the chaos around her, she didn't have any intention of performing the 72 steps of Tante. Since we can't start the fight, let's just run. Catwoman pulled Thea and ran out. Chapter 57. The two ladies were both agility-type heroes. Their long legs made them look like they were flying. They did not need to run faster than the Flash, as long as they could run faster than the customers in the restaurant. The two ladies gave the crowd a live performance of Run, Sisters. After running out of the restaurant, they found an open space and joined the crowd of onlookers. Since they did not know what was going on, as the host, Catwoman could not shirk her responsibility. She was also curious. Under Thea's gaze, she found a gangster who had entered the restaurant earlier and dragged him to the corner of the wall. After a round of punches and kicks, she returned to Thea's side. It's Killer Croc. I think he jumped out from the sewers. He killed 2 people at the scene. I didn't expect him to be released. Thea didn't ask who it was. In any case, she knew that Batman's team had dealt with him before. That was easy. This meant that there was a strategy. Many villains were very powerful in the early stages, but later on, they were reduced to soy sauce and replaced by new villains. The key point here was that the heroes had a strategy. The same trick wouldn't work on Saint Seiya the second time. There was a similar setting here. Many villains had mutated abilities. The first time, they didn't understand the situation and fought fiercely, but the second time, they could easily take the opponent's head. Abilities were temporary, but technology was a lifetime. Thea was more certain of her technology enhancement path. That was it. In fact, she had no choice but to do so. She was forced to do so by the situation. If she had Kryptonian blood, she would have found a beach to sunbathe. Why would she practice martial arts? She did not have a choice. Just as she was about to ask Catwoman to explain the strategy, the load-bearing wall of the Chinese restaurant not far away suddenly shattered. The entire building slowly collapsed and finally turned into a pile of rubble under everyone's gaze. What a pity! The fish in this restaurant is really good. Hearing Catwoman's murmur, Thea could only express her admiration for Gotham's strong mental fortitude. Let's go. Catwoman pulled Thea and walked out. Were they leaving just like that? What happened to the friends of justice, the defenders of the city? It's not good for us to just leave like this. After all, we ate a lot of food and didn't pay. We should help if we can. Can't you see that the restaurant owner has already fainted from crying in the toilet? Catwoman seemed to know her doubts and patiently explained, according to Killer Crocodile's past habits, he won't go on land when there are many people. He often moves in places with water, such as sewers. Let's go back to change clothes and get equipment. He won't go too far. There's a small artificial lake not far from here. He will most likely go there. Thea scratched her head when she heard that they were going to fight underwater. Her equipment would be completely useless if she went underwater. She had never tested it underwater, and she had never heard of the hero who could shoot arrows underwater. Besides, she was also very resistant to getting wet. If they all want to go underwater, she could only support them mentally. Just as the two of them were rushing back, Thea's phone rang. Felicity's voice came from the phone. Thea, are you guys still at the scene? Listen to me. Killer Crocodile is in a man-made lake not far from you. Their naming skills are terrible. She muttered in a low voice. Robin is rushing over. Barbara is a little worried. You guys go and help him. Thea valued the taciturn Robin. After all, he was Batman's first disciple. If Batman didn't have a daughter, he would definitely be his son-in-law. Although Felicity didn't say that the situation was serious, it was still dangerous. There's no time to get equipment. Let's just go there. Thea hung up the phone and turned to ask for Feline Girl's opinion. Feline Girl was even more concerned about her teammates. Not to mention Robin, she would not even leave Barbara, who she did not get along with, in the lurch. She immediately led the way, and the two ran towards the artificial lake. The more they walked, the more remote the area became. There were more trees around, and the traces of pedestrians gradually decreased. After walking through a sandy area, Sia finally saw the so-called artificial lake. It seemed to be a large amusement park, but it had been completely abandoned due to lack of maintenance. The dilapidated wooden horses and the broken Ferris wheel added a touch of gloominess to this place that used to bring laughter in the past. The artificial lake was located in the north of the amusement park. When the two of them got closer, they saw that Robin was already fighting the killer crocodile with a short stick. This guy is really ugly. That was Thea's first impression. She could only tell from its appearance that it was a humanoid monster that walked upright. Its upper body was naked, and its body was covered in dense, dark gray scales. Its head was huge, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. The guy was at least 2 meters tall. Judging by its thick arms and legs, it weighed more than 250 pounds. Thea shook her head. How much did it eat in a day? How did this guy become like this? Was it a malignant experiment or a biochemical modification? Thea saw that Robin was fighting with the big guy without showing any signs of losing. She wasn't too worried. She turned her head to ask Catwoman. She wanted to know more about it, but in fact, it was just to satisfy her curiosity. This guy that we'll call human for the time being looked too weird. Look at his sharp teeth and big claws. With such a look, Gotham was able to let him live happily until today without dissecting or slicing him up. Your torch of love relay was pretty good. Catwoman pondered for a moment. Bruce collected his cells. From the current clues, he hasn't undergone any experiments or modifications. He's just a normal human with a little bit of atavism. Looking at the killer crocodile that was punching and kicking Robin in the distance, and still nimbly biting Robin with its big mouth, this was a little bit... This guy looks so bad that even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. And you're telling me that this is a normal human? Are you kidding me? If this guy is a normal human, I'm Superman's 7th grandaunt. The cat girl glanced at Sia from the corner of her eyes and saw that she was frowning and raising her eyebrows. She knew that Sia didn't believe her, so she decided not to take the blame. This conclusion was made by Bruce. If you have any questions, you can ask him when he comes back. After that, the two of them focused on the fight between Robin and the killer crocodile. It didn't take long for Thea to understand that the killer crocodile had not undergone any training. He didn't know any punches or kicks. He only knew how to punch and kick. From this point of view, it wasn't too much for Batman to say that he was a normal human. After paying attention to Robin's combat strength, Thea's impression of Barbara Suter was that he was a man of few words. However, she didn't expect his fighting style to be of the hot-blooded type. His long black hair danced in the wind, and from time to time, she could hear the sound of his short stick hitting the killer crocodile's body. His strength was really good. He didn't waste Batman's years of training. Thea was conceded that if she didn't use her technological equipment, she should be stronger than him. However, there was also a bit of luck involved. It wasn't a sure win, and if she made a big mistake, she might be defeated. The current situation was very much like a martial artist fighting a normal human with great strength. Although every punch and kick of the normal human was fatal, it was meaningless if the powerful force couldn't hit the opponent. Robin was sure to win. Chapter 58. Robin naturally saw that the two women had already come to his side. As the successor of Batman, who was a bit of a clean freak, he also had a very chivalrous demeanor. He shouted loudly, "Don't go, I can deal with him." Hearing him say that, Thea was a lot more relieved. In fact, she didn't have the slightest intention of going up to help. This killer crocodile came out of nowhere, and the scales on his body had a particularly disgusting mucus. Just looking at it made her feel uncomfortable. Catwoman grew up in the slums, so she could maintain a certain degree of tolerance for mucus. But just now, the wind changed slightly, blowing a rotten smell from the place where the two were fighting. Catwoman, who was caught off guard, hurriedly hid to the side. It was too smelly. She was known as Catwoman. Although she wasn't at the level of a cat, Her sense of sight and smell had reached an extremely strong level. This sudden smell made her almost vomit out her lunch. The two women tacitly exchanged glances with each other. They were surprised to find that the two of them didn't have the intention to rush up. They were secretly relieved. Both of them thought in their hearts, "I'm not afraid of being dirty, smelly. I'm just protecting Robin's dignity as a man. If you don't want it, then don't go up." As if it was yesterday, the two women were watching the battle between Batman and Shiva. They crossed their arms and watched from the side, and from time to time, they would make some comments. Robin didn't know the trajectory of the two's hearts. His mouth said that he didn't want to, but in his heart, he was thinking that they should hurry up and fight together. He didn't have rhinitis, so after smelling the stench for 10 minutes, his nose was almost numb. He thought that after he shouted, the two heroes would rush up to help regardless of anything. He never thought that the two women would stand aside and watch. What's going on? Robin was a bit puzzled. Catwoman had always been warm-hearted, so she shouldn't leave him in the lurch. Was the problem with this girl from Star City? Is the crime rate in Star City so low because you guys are so honest? You don't want it and you don't want it? Previously, Robin had always thought that the people of Gotham were two-faced and two-faced. This made him, who was an upright person, extremely uncomfortable with it. However, the actions of the people of Star City today had really surprised him. He unexpectedly missed the cunning style of Gotham. Indeed, a house of gold and silver was not as good as one's own doghouse. We, the people of Gotham, also had our redeeming qualities. Thea didn't know that her actions had already labeled Star City as a real city. She was also thinking about how to deal with this kind of enemy, but she couldn't come up with a good idea. This might be the natural enemy of heroines, let alone herself. Even the female Superman and Wonder Woman wouldn't dare to fight him in close combat. Looking at how he was covered in mucus, every time Robin's baton hit him, it would splash a lot of indescribable things everywhere. Would Wonder Woman dare to use the lasso? Do you dare to use your treasured sword to chop me? Unless she didn't want the old one and was ready to use a new one. The best way to deal with this guy was to shoot a frost arrow from afar, freeze him into a big ice block, and then bury him deep underground. It would be safe and would prevent him from polluting the air. The mucus on his body might even promote the growth of plants. The more Thea thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. While her imagination was running wild, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Robin used a Sambo joint technique to break Killer Croc's left hand, or should it be called left claw. Following that, he put away his baton and threw the enemy over his shoulder, but he misjudged the enemy's weight and his own strength. Only half of a shoulder throw was completed. It was thrown out, but the force was almost non-existent. Killer Crocodile didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it jumped into the lake. It was unknown whether Killer Crocodile was afraid of being beaten or he was naturally timid. When he swam to the center of the lake, he popped his head out of the water to provoke Robin. Perhaps his vocal cords had deteriorated, but the sound coming out of his mouth didn't sound like a human's voice, but some kind of incomprehensible roar. It wasn't appropriate for the two women to continue watching, so they quickly walked towards Robin. However, after taking a few steps, they stopped at the same time. There was no other way. Robin's body was now full of smell, especially after the last shoulder throw. He was stained with a lot of messy things. The originally black and red skin-tight clothes were now covered in patches of white and green mucus. Needless to say, it was disgusting. Thea made an inviting gesture to Catwoman, which meant that she didn't know him well and that she was his teammate, so she should go up and talk to him. At the same time, she thought mischievously, "Robin, if you don't shower 8 times when you go back home, Barbara won't let you into the house." Catwoman couldn't blame Thea for her lack of loyalty. This was her teammate, and it was indeed a little too much for her to stay away from him. She could only pinch her nose and go up to talk to him. Robin was the same as Batman. On the surface, he seemed to be tolerant of women, but in fact, he didn't know how to talk to women. Looking at him following behind Barbara every day without saying a word, it was obvious that he was a big boy who was so honest that he was almost dull. So, not to mention that the two girls were just watching. Even if they wanted to hit him when he was down or even stab him in the back, he would only ask why and if there were any difficulties. He wouldn't stab them in the back. "Are you hurt?" Catwoman tried her best to hide her sense of smell, hinting that she didn't smell anything, and recalled the delicious taste of fried fish, grilled fish, fried fish, and so on. What? Crocodiles were also fish. Crocodiles were fish, and they were reptiles. Catwoman, who was very sensitive to fish, would tell everyone that they had nothing to do with fish. No. Robin, who was fighting with his blood boiling, didn't know that there were so many things attached to his body. He only felt that although the enemy had run away, the stench was still lingering around his nasal mucosa. He wondered if his nose was damaged. He went back and found a doctor to check on him. Superheroes didn't have medical insurance, and they had to be treated in advance if there was a problem with their bodies. He was a little angry when he saw that Killer Crocodile hadn't run far, and had instead poked his head out of the water to provoke him. In fact, it wasn't just Thea. Batman's team wasn't good at water battles either. Or it could be said that other than the Sea King, superheroes didn't have the habit of fighting underwater. So, there was really no good way to deal with such a guy other than to trick him into fighting on land. "Come up if you have the ability. I can kill you with one hand." Robin used all his taunting skills, try to trick the other party out first. "Come down if you have the ability. I'll give you a handicap of my legs." Killer Crocodile wasn't a fool, and he still had the IQ of an ordinary person. Although Thea and Catwoman were standing a little far away, they were still surrounding him. He couldn't even beat Robin, so how could he go up and seek death? Next, it was time for a war of words. "Come down. Come up. Come down if you have the ability. Come up if you have the ability." The two of them scolded each other from a distance for 5 minutes, and reality proved that no one was more stupid than the other. Killer Crocodile wasn't fooled at all, and he floated steadily on the water. At the same time, his stubborn temper rose. He thought to himself that even if you have help, I'm not afraid in the water. I won't go out even if you beat me to death. I'll anger you to death. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a motorcycle came from afar with a beep sound. Chapter 59. Yo, it's Barbara. She's fast. Catwoman, who had good eyesight, was the first to notice her. Wasn't that right? Batgirl, who was wearing a black cloak, yellow gloves, and yellow boots, quickly approached them like a gust of wind. "Robin, are you okay?" Barbara ignored the two girls who were watching from the side. She saw Robin standing by the lake with his hands on his waist, panting. She thought he was injured. Actually, Robin had shouted too hard just now and was suffering from chest pain. He was different from Killer Crocodile. Killer Crocodile was 2 meters tall and weighed more than 500 kilograms. Usually, his voice was like thunder. He was just an ordinary person, and even among the heroes, he was considered thin and weak. It was indeed tiring to shout at the top of his lungs like a human speaker for 5 minutes. Seeing he didn't reply, Barbara thought he was seriously injured. She looked reproachfully at the two girls who were standing upright at the side. "You're too much." She threw the motorcycle aside and ran towards Robin. You're blaming us for this?" Thea felt that this person was too brainless. He took everything for granted and used his own thoughts to measure everything. What was the same as what he knew was right, and what was different was wrong. Seeing that she was about to run over to Robin, she gave Catwoman a teasing look. Both of them changed their expressions to that of watching a good show. Io, Bobla ran really fast. It seemed that she and Robin had quite a deep relationship. However, when she was 2 meters away from Robin, she realized that something was wrong. Robin's white and green clothes made his originally very serious combat uniform look like a scavenger's. Moreover, there was a strong, pungent smell. Anyway, she had never smelled such a bad smell since she was a spoiled child. She hurriedly gestured for Robin to stop. Actually, Robin didn't go forward. Instead, he took a few steps back. He was simple, but not stupid. After scolding by the lake for a long time, he had already realized the abnormality of his body. If he were to give his girlfriend a hug with his broken clothes, there would only be 2 results. Either Barbara couldn't take it and turn into a black person, or he would be beaten until he turned into charcoal. There was no question of breaking up here. It was either you die or I die. There was no difference whether they broke up or not. Seeing that her boyfriend did not pounce on her, Babla heaved a sigh of relief. She carefully examined his accessories again, and the more she looked at them, the more disgusted she felt. She kept retreating. When she retreated until she could no longer smell the pungent odor, she found herself standing beside the two heroines. She said unhappily, "You already knew? Are you happy? Laugh if you want to." Thea chuckled. She didn't intend to give her any face at all. Once again, she fully displayed the simple and optimistic spirit of the people of Star City. "Since you agreed to let me laugh, then I'll laugh." Watching the two of them act like they were performing a stage play, it was indeed very funny. If he could recite a few more lines from Romeo and Juliet, the effect would be even better. Catwoman couldn't be so heartless. She still had to work in this team. She held back her laughter and changed the topic. What should we do next? Yes, what should he do next? The five-man team was all present. Although there were no cameras here, Thea saw a drone hovering above their heads. Felicity automatically stood in the mascot position and cheered for everyone. However, the four of us are all damage dealers, and we are all agility-type damage dealers. Against a boss with thick HP, this team composition is terrible. Of course, two of us didn't have any equipment. How are we supposed to fight like this? Let's just retreat. Babla didn't know what Thea was thinking. She asked politely, "Miss Thea, do you have any suggestions?" No. Thea had only been in Gotham for a short period of time. Even the names of the monsters were told to her by Catwoman. When she thought of Catwoman, she naturally thought of the question she had asked before. How did you guys catch this guy in the past? Didn't he have this powerful stench aura when you guys caught him the last time? Or is this a new skill that he learned recently? Or did he come up with it to deal with you guys? If that's the case, this guy who's about to degenerate into the Cretaceous period has quite a high IQ. How did you catch him in the past? In response to Thea's question, Babla immediately said that even though she looked mature, she was still a child. She really didn't know anything about the past. She wanted to ask the middle-aged woman beside her for more details. Catwoman thought for a while. She had no recollection of this monster. Maybe she was busy at the time and robbed the rich to help the poor. She only knew that she didn't do it. If she had seen it in the past, she would have remembered it. Seeing the two of them shaking their heads, Thea knew that things were bad. Fortunately, there was someone who seemed to know about it. She said to Babla, "Call Robin over. We'll ask him." Actually, they were not far away. They could have shouted at the top of their lungs. However, Thea was afraid that there was a secret. If they heard it, the killer crocodile in the lake would also hear it. It would be embarrassing to read the strategy in front of the boss, right? Therefore, it was best to call Robin over and ask him softly. Babla waved her hand and called Robin, who was still in a daze by the lake, over. "What's the matter?" Robin walked over, but when he was 2 meters away from them, the three women raised one hand and gestured for him to stop. He could only stand there helplessly. Babla asked the question again. "I don't know either. Don't you know?" Robin was puzzled. If he knew, would he be in such a miserable state? He didn't even know if Babla would let him into the house tonight. "Do you think I'm crazy? I'm happy to be in such a miserable state." The few of them were a little confused. They looked at each other. Was Batman the only one who knew? Did he just kill the boss without anyone noticing? But they didn't know where he was now. Did Alfred know? Did Director Gordon know? Thea was completely convinced by their team. Look at Boss Batman. Whether it was the enemy or his own people, they all recorded their abilities and restraining methods in a small black notebook. You guys, on the other hand, didn't even have a record of what you fought. You guys were a bunch of good-for-nothings. In the end, the 3 members of Bat's family looked at Thea at the same time and asked her if she had any ideas. Of course, Thea had an idea. Her principle was to be prepared in advance. She had thought about it earlier. Frost Arrow was the most suitable way to deal with this stinky and strong guy. She would hide far away and shoot an arrow. She didn't believe that he wouldn't be frozen. If 1 arrow wasn't enough, she would shoot 2 arrows. The problem was that she didn't prepare many arrows. Coupled with the high cost, she only prepared 5 frost arrows. Her original plan was to use them against Bane. That guy had a big head and a thick neck. His arms could run horses, and his fists could stand people. Perhaps his only weakness was his slow speed. If she limited his speed, he would be knocked down by a wave of ranged attacks no matter how strong he was. She could only worry about the future. She had to deal with the present first. Thea nodded. I have an idea, but I have to go back and get my equipment. You guys hold him back first. I'll be back soon. She picked up the motorcycle that Babla had ridden earlier and drove out. Chapter 60. Bring me along. Catwoman saw that she was going back and jumped onto the motorcycle as well. She did not bring any equipment with her and only had a dagger on her. That dagger might be a little lethal against normal people, but could only be used as a toothpick against that atavistic crocodile. We'll be back soon. You guys hold him back first, Thea said as she stepped on the gas and the motorcycle sped away. Easy for you to say, but how are we supposed to hold him back? The remaining two looked at each other lovingly. Barbara pointed at the center of the lake and said, Continue scolding him. Don't stop. Robin wanted to say, Why don't you scold him instead? Scold him? I've been yelling at the top of my lungs for almost 10 minutes. Although it's a form of scolding, which is a form of mutual harm, she could take a sip of the water to soothe her throat. My throat is almost smoking. However, looking at Barbara's indisputable eyes, he could only accept this difficult task with pain and joy. He would listen to his girlfriend and do whatever she told him to do. Although it would ruin his image as an honest and courteous young gentleman if he spouted vulgarities in front of his sweetheart, there were only the two of them here. He could not let Barbara scold him personally. A man should be more ruthless to himself. Come on. He opened the collar of his tight-fitting combat suit. He usually did not feel like there was a problem, but after 10 minutes of yelling, he noticed it. As he continued to inhale and make sounds, the ventilation at the collar was too poor and his entire neck was covered in sweat. Babla was elated when she saw that her boyfriend had obediently stepped forward to scold her. She felt that she still had some tricks up her sleeves. Although her mother had long run away, and her close friends were infinitely close to zero, she was still self-taught in the art of taming her husband, right? But after listening for 2 minutes, she realized that something was wrong. In the past, Robin was a taciturn person who wouldn't say a word even if hit 3 times with a stick. When he spoke, he would say things like Batman is right or Barbara is right. Today, in just a few minutes of scolding, his words were tricky and vicious. It was really an eye-opener. What's more, he didn't repeat a single one of his vicious sentences. How was this possible? Barbara's gaze became even sharper. Could it be that he had found a little vixen behind her back? At the thought that he might be having an affair, Barbara couldn't care less about Robin's strong aura. She grabbed his collar and asked, Who taught you these words? Where is she? As long as Robin mentioned a location in the next second, she would immediately rush over. She would push aside the future of the people of Gotham. If she wasn't happy, what was the use of the happiness of the people of Gotham? Who taught you that? Oh, it's Miss Smokey. Robin was stunned by the question. He didn't understand what she meant. He racked his brain, but still couldn't figure out the logical relationship. He could only answer honestly. After that, he pointed to the headset he was wearing. Felicity. Barbara hurriedly took out her earpiece and put it on. Before she came out, Felicity had specially handed her one, saying that it was convenient for communication. She didn't have a good impression of the duo from Star City, so she didn't wear it. The earpiece was quickly connected. Welcome, Barbara, to our chat room. I'll talk to you later. We still have important matters to attend to. Robin, please continue. The voice in the earpiece was very clear. She could hear Felicity hurriedly greeting Robin and began their important matters. She would say something in the earpiece, and Robin would repeat it with the human speaker outside. Barbara only felt that the scolding was extremely unpleasant and vicious. If she was in Thea's position, her blood vessels would have exploded long ago. She recalled how Thea's insults made her lose her dinner. Were the people of Star City all so good at scolding people? To be able to scold someone on the spot without repeating a single sentence, what kind of vocabulary did that require? Robin, take a break for half a minute. I'll find a new one. You should drink some water, too. Felicity's tapping on the keyboard could be heard faintly shouting, That Baldy over there, pass me a bottle of water. What the hell is this? Why is she looking for a new one? Barbara didn't understand. Was there a story behind this that she didn't know? Robin and Robin looked at each other. If his girlfriend had stared at him like this in the past, Robin would have fainted from happiness. However, he really didn't have the energy to do so now. He was panting heavily. He wanted to drink water, but he didn't have any. There was a layer of unknown substance floating on the surface of the lake. Killer Croc had a strong digestive system, so he could drink it, but he couldn't. He licked his lips and tried to think of something to quench his thirst. I'm back. Let's continue," Felicity said energetically. "Wait, I'll interrupt you. What were you looking for just now?" Barbara felt that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if she didn't get to the bottom of this. 100 Classic Scoldings in Real Combat, the latest edition of 2007. Have you guys seen it? I've seen a few of them, and I always thought it was worth collecting. I didn't expect to use it today. Robin, let's continue. Felicity's words strayed off the topic. Fortunately, she still remembered the important matter at hand and forcefully brought the topic back. You people from Star City know how to have fun. Barbara felt that she had wasted her 20 years of life. She silently watched Robin imitate her and scold her. Needless to say, this was indeed a classic. At first, Barbara listened to a few particularly interesting sentences and memorized them carefully so that she could use them in certain situations in the future. However, after a while, she realized that every sentence was a classic. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Then, she turned on the recording device on her combat suit and started recording. At this moment, Killer Croc, who was in the middle of the lake, was feeling very uncomfortable. When Robin first started scolding, he didn't take it seriously. He only wanted these annoying people to leave as soon as possible so that he could get ashore and escape. This man-made lake didn't conform to the country's standards. He didn't know how much money the contractor had embezzled. This was a pure lake with only a muddy passage at the bottom. It was the one he swam from the Chinese restaurant. There must be a lot of enemies waiting to ambush him, so he couldn't go back. He swam around the bottom of the lake and couldn't find any other way out. However, he didn't despair. He was underwater while they were on the water. So be it. There was food and drink underwater. Who's afraid of who? As he pondered, he caught a small fish that swam past him and ate it in a few bites. He sneered at the people on the shore. When Sia left with the feline girl, he was happy for a while, thinking that these guys were going to retreat. But soon, he found that the young man who had thrown him to the ground had come to the lakeside again and was cursing at him with his cheeks puffed up. These people are really stupid. Are they trying to use such a low-level method to provoke me? Although my body has grown bigger, my brain is still smart. I'm a famous detective. No, I'm me. I'm a firework with a different color. He caught another fish and ate it slowly. Looking at Robin on the shore, Killer Croc was too lazy to come out and scold him. He would just treat it as a stand-up comedy for him. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. It was because Killer Croc's scolding was too harsh. In a short period of time, the names of countless relatives had come out from Killer Croc's mouth. His immediate relatives had already been mentioned. Now, he was even talking about his grandfather's generation. Chapter 61. Killer Crocodile wanted to retort, but he remembered that he was abandoned when he was young and had to hide in the sewers every day. He was not like the 4 little turtles next door who had a grandpa who turned into a rat. He could only say a few words because he was smart and eager to learn. However, his poor vocabulary was not as good as the guy on the shore. Fortunately, the target of his atavism was crocodiles. These reptiles were naturally cold-blooded, which meant that their blood circulation was slower and they were not easily angered. Furthermore, Robin's brain was somewhat damaged after the mutation. Robin's scolding was a little too sophisticated. Many of his jokes needed to be repeated a few times to understand the meaning. Killer Crocodile was unable to understand the old ones, and new ones popped up. Hey, Barbara, Thea, and the others will enter the battlefield in a minute. We have to lure him out. I'll open a channel for you. Join in and scold him. Felicity said hurriedly through the earpiece. I have to join in and scold him? Barbara found it a little hard to believe. She had received higher education since she was young, and she had never done such a thing before. She was a little nervous. Would I be able to do it? However, looking at Robin's red face and thick neck from scolding, it seemed to be a very enjoyable thing to do. A strange sense of guilt emerged in her heart. Is this what they meant by learning well for 3 years and learning bad for 3 days? As a knowledgeable woman of the new era, she couldn't leave any regrets for herself. She had achieved both of these achievements by going to the kitchen and killing the wooden horse and climbing over the wall. In order to fight against mistresses and hooligans in the future, I have to make up for this shortcoming. Today is a rare opportunity. Let's do it. I found a mixed version for you guys. The title of this post is Let Your Opponent Be Human Again 07 trial version. It's said to be very effective. Let's try it out. I'll adjust the channel first. Robin will explain to Barbara the things to take note of. Felicity was in high spirits through the earpiece. She had never been this happy in her life. There are things to take note of? Can't you just shout at the top of your lungs? Barbara was a little confused. Robin was afraid that she would be suffocated. So he stood 3 meters away and said seriously, "Dear, you have to pay attention to a few things. First, you have to inhale from your lower abdomen and transmit the sound to your vocal cords through your chest. At this time, you have to be careful not to release the sound all at once. You have to do it step by step. Let me show you." Without waiting for Babla's response, Robin stood with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Like a singer practicing his voice, he performed a few standard vocal movements with perfect articulation. She felt pretty good after singing, and even gave Barbara a thumbs up with a hint of encouragement in her eyes, implying that she should give it a try too. Actually, Robin was getting a little carried away. Although he was usually quiet, that was because he was brought out by Batman. Master Bruce had never smiled ever since his parents died. If you saw him grinning from ear to ear, it meant that he was definitely under the Joker's control. Everyone could restart the Holy Grail War. No, it was the Cloak War. Today, after being guided by Felicity, the young man's blood that was usually suppressed was stimulated. He felt that he was too happy to scold. Now, he was full of energy, and the haze of the past was swept away. Looking at her boyfriend, who was full of sunshine and fighting spirit, Babla could not help but think, is this still my Robin? My husband is not so funny. When Master Bat comes back and sees his proud disciple like this, he will be dumbfounded. I'm back. I've adjusted everything. Babla, can you hear me? It's very clear. Then let's start. At this time, Killer Crocodile in the middle of the lake saw that not only the young man was scolding him, but also the woman beside him. Are they going to team up to scold me? My blood circulation is slow, so I'm not angry. Do you think my crocodile skin is fake? Let me tell you, the skin on my body is thick, especially the skin on my face, which is outstanding and firm. Relying on his extraordinary talent, Killer Crocodile listened in the lake calmly. However, he soon realized that this time, it was different from before. The previous scolding was just unpleasant and sarcastic, but this time, the mixed team was unexpectedly strong. Maybe it was because they were a couple, but their voices were very similar. In addition to Felicity's special arrangement, the male and female voices were a little harmonious. At first, Babla was a little uncomfortable, but soon, she used the special generation method that Robin had learned. Her high-pitched female voice and Robin's deep voice created a wonderful physical phenomenon. The sound of the mixed voice was more than one level higher, and the two's voices rippled on the surface of the lake. Toward the end of the scolding, Barbara had completely abandoned her modesty. She even used the hymns that she had learned from the choir when she was young. She would smile at Robin from time to time and throw flirtatious glances at him. Her voice changed according to her master's tone, sometimes holy and sometimes seductive. Robin looked at his lover with a face full of happiness. It was also the first time that he discovered the potential of his lover. He loved this saintess and seductive tone. He felt that no matter what her identity was or what profession she was the woman that he loved the most. Their affection for each other completely angered Killer Crocodile in the lake. As a cold-blooded creature that had been single for 30 years, he couldn't suppress his anger this time. You two are too much. If you want to show off your love, go home and do it. Why are you hurting me like this? His previous calmness had long been thrown to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to burn this adulterous couple to death. Killer Crocodile also forgot his original intention of hiding in the lake. In order to increase his momentum and suppress their decadent voices, he shouted, "Kill!" and rushed out of the lake. This was a clip from a web novel that he had read in the sewers when he was young. It was said to be a translation from the distant Eastern world. In the book, whenever the protagonist was bullied or surrounded, he would shout, "Kill!" and then his strength would increase exponentially. In fact, there was also a break, but he felt that it wasn't imposing enough, so he gave up. When he was young, he was bullied and beaten every day because of his appearance. Every time he shouted, "Kill!" he would muster up the courage to resist. Over time, many people called him Killer Crocodile. This name was actually not bad, or at least that was what he thought. The two people on the shore were feeling refreshed. Batman's disappearance, Gotham's chaos, and all their troubles had disappeared. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and they could use it as a blanket. If it wasn't for the wrong time, they would have used the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed. Be careful, he's coming out. Felicity, who was controlling the drone, was indeed the best teammate of 2007. She immediately reminded the two of them. Oh, I almost forgot. There was still an enemy in the lake. Chapter 62. Killer Crocodile ran to the shore and pounced on Robin with a ferocious expression. He didn't even notice that Barbara was unbuckling her belt, but she was actually holding a whip. Actually, this was easy to understand. When a single dog saw a couple showing off in front of him, his first reaction would be to bite the male dog. He wouldn't say that the two of them were too incompatible, so he would bite the female dog to death and then live happily with the male dog. After all, most single dogs were still males, and there might be a few females in between. There was too little data to be universal. Of course, the above-mentioned probability was not completely zero. There were still some gay and single people in life. Every single one of them was a precious breed. We must love and be tolerant. This was definitely true love. It was like seeing a perverted man blocking a handsome man and a beautiful woman on the road. He would slap the beautiful woman's face and drag the handsome man away, ignoring the surrounding gazes. At this moment, we should never take out our phones. Hello, is this 111? At this moment, we only need to silently send our blessings. Robin was secretly happy when he saw Killer Crocodile pouncing on him. He was not happy because he found his true love, but because he was afraid that Killer Crocodile would hit Barbara. Whether he could beat Killer Crocodile or not was another matter. He didn't want Killer Crocodile to knock out his fragrant girlfriend. Although Killer Crocodile had soaked in the lake for a while, there was still a pungent, sour smell on him. You can do all you want to me. This was the true portrayal of Robin's current state of mind. His voice was hoarse from all the shouting. This time, he finally lured Killer Crocodile out, so he couldn't let him run away again. Signaling Barbara to cut off Killer Crocodile's escape route, Robin moved the battlefield a few steps closer to the shore. Felicity, have they arrived? Barbara saw her boyfriend fighting with Killer Crocodile again. Robin's condition was not as good as before. He had been standing under the sun for half an hour and hadn't rested at all. Killer Crocodile was like his own home in the water. He had enough rest and had eaten 2 fishes, so his stamina had recovered by more than half. Under this situation, Robin, who was mentally exhausted, could only try his best to dodge Killer Crocodile's attacks. Occasionally, he would counterattack, but it was ineffective. We're already here. If we rush out, we'll scare him. We'll fight our way out at the crucial moment. Thea's voice came from a headset. Actually, she and Catwoman had been here for a while, but they felt that the couple's cursing together was very powerful, so they hid nearby and didn't dare to come out. Sia did have the intention to kill the crocodile in one shot. She had already prepared her bow and arrow. As long as Killer Crocodile showed a flaw, she would show him how a refrigerator was made. Feline Girl didn't care at all. She was just a person who enjoyed watching the show. She was a villain in her early years, but she had recently changed her ways. Since she was caught off guard, the Killer Crocodile couldn't possibly escape, so she hid in the bushes and watched happily. She didn't care, but Barbara couldn't be indifferent. Seeing that her boyfriend was getting more and more tired, she picked up her belt, which was actually a long whip, and joined the battle. Thea wanted to see how good she was. After all, they still needed to work together for a while, but she wasn't disappointed. She just felt that she didn't live up to her name. For some unknown reason, Barbara had put in a lot of effort into her whip. It was obvious that she liked this sort of mid-range weapon very much. During battle, she would constantly make use of her female agility to move her feet. This sort of fighting method was a little too tricky, but it wouldn't be a problem for her to use it against normal people or small monsters. In fact, it would be very efficient and beautiful. However, this fighting method would be full of flaws when faced with a slightly stronger enemy. If she was only at this level, Thea could defeat her without using any weapons, and the chances of winning were very high. At present, the strongest member of their group was Catgirl. Years of life and death on the streets, and her style of doing things that were both good and evil had increased her combat strength exponentially. It should be noted that she had received almost no training. She had never attended a serious class like Sia, and all her kung fu was honed in actual combat. Robin's strength was slightly weaker. Batman valued this successor too much and taught him all the moves he was proud of. However, Robin's physique was thin and weak, and there were many moves that he couldn't use with his physical condition. Perhaps he was aware of this problem, so he artificially leaned on the path of agility and dexterity, making him look a little different now. Barbara was even worse. She was at the level of a hero. If she didn't make any major adjustments, her achievements would be limited. Just as Thea was seriously thinking about the problem, Felicity's voice came again. Don't just fight. Keep scolding. What if he runs away? I'll continue. Keep scolding? The young couple looked at each other and saw a trace of anticipation in each other's eyes. Let's do it then. After all, Felicity was the one who said it. They repeated it, and it became a conditioned reflex. They didn't even think about it. They just kept scolding and hitting each other. You stinky son of a B***TCH. You're polluting us physically, so we'll deal with you with trash talk. Come on, let's hurt each other. In fact, Killer Croc was already thinking of running away. Although he didn't have Spider-Man's spider senses, his atavism had strengthened his sixth sense. Although he only saw two enemies, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to go back to eat his fish, he saw that the couple was still scolding each other. As the two of them sang together, his anger that had subsided soared again. Are you done yet? Don't you know that you should leave a way out? He didn't care about his limited vocabulary. He opened his mouth and started scolding them. Felicity, in the headset, also started to work. She picked the stories related to crocodiles to read. In a short while, she had finished explaining the process of making crocodile leather bags. Now, she was describing how to cook crocodile meat to make it more nutritious. Robin and Felicity didn't use their brains, so their fighting strength was basically unaffected. However, the more Killer Croc listened, the angrier he became. Although he still thought of himself as a human, as time passed, he was ostracized by human society. Listening to Robin's description of all kinds of skinning and pulling tendons, as well as all kinds of braising and stewing, he relaxed his attacks on Barbara. In fact, she was the one who was jumping up and down nimbly like a rabbit. Killer Crocodile couldn't hit anyone at all. Since it couldn't hit anyone, it didn't attack anymore. It ignored Barbara and rained punches on Robin. Robin had already used up a lot of his stamina, so he could only barely resist such a fierce attack. Barbara couldn't bear to see her boyfriend get beaten up, but her lethality was really limited. She could only swing her hand and wrap the whip around the Killer Crocodile's leg, hoping to rely on her own strength to hold him back and buy time for Robin to regroup. Chapter 63. Although Barbara's strength was weaker than Killer Crocodile's, it was only at the level of an ordinary person. Usually, such strength would not even be able to offset Killer Crocodile's own weight, let alone move him. However, Barbara's timing was very clever. She stopped him just when he was about to use up all his strength. Killer Crocodile was chasing after Robin when his right leg was suddenly entangled by the whip. He could not help but stop moving forward. It was a good opportunity. The feline girl, who had been hiding for a long time, saw the opportunity created by her teammate. Without hesitation, she immediately flew up and shot two throwing knives at the Killer Crocodile's eyes that were not protected by scales. At the same time, she pulled out her long whip and wrapped it around his left leg. This was a gift from the unromantic masturbat on a date. To be honest, it was quite useful. Robin had been hit by Killer Crocodile's barrage of punches many times. Although he had protected his vital parts, his whole body was still sore. This guy was too strong. The protective suit only provided a certain amount of protection, and the bruises on his body were inevitable. Seeing that his two teammates had restrained the enemy's movements, he did not dare to slack off. He knew that the two worked so hard to subdue Killer Crocodile because they wanted to save their reputation in front of outsiders. As the only man in the team, he could not lose to the girls. He took a step, ran behind Killer Crocodile, and punched him in the neck. His team's motto was not to kill, and he had no intention of changing his allegiance. Although he did not understand how much this guy could contribute to society, he still had to abide by the rules of the Batgate. Being able to knock the enemy out was a very perfect ending in Robin's opinion. A normal person would indeed faint if they were hit in the neck. This scene often appeared in movies and TV shows. The protagonist or the villain would throw the person into a small dark room, then hide behind the door and hit the target lightly. It was somewhat artistic, but the principle was correct. People who were familiar with the structure of the human body and had been trained could do it. Robin was naturally trained, and he was very confident in his skills. However, he did not expect that this confident punch would have an unexpected effect. Was Killer Crocodile a normal person? Emotionally, he felt that he was very normal. When he had nothing to do, he would roll in the mud and catch a few small fish and shrimps for breakfast. Was this life not normal? He had seen many women smearing mud on their faces. It was said to be called seaweed mud or something. He heard that it was quite expensive. That was nonsense. He saw that the mud was no different from the sewage in his house. Another time, he hid far away and saw some very short yellow-skinned people from the Foot Basin country eating a raw fish. After eating, they were even singing and dancing in celebration. Why were they so happy? Could it be that they don't usually eat raw fish? That must be it. Killer Crocodile felt that these people were not doing as well as him. Seeing how pitiful they were, he even threw a few fishes down. He wondered if they had eaten them. Through constant contact with human society, Killer Crocodile did not feel that there was anything wrong with his lifestyle. Other than looking different from them, there was no difference. This made him feel that there was nothing wrong with him. But was that really the case? There were many people in Arkham who claimed that they were not crazy. The truth was that these people were crazy. The more they said that, the more serious and incurable their condition was. On the other hand, those who quietly pondered over the patrolling pattern were the ones who were not crazy. Killer Crocodile was one of these people who claimed that he was still human, but in reality, he was not. Physiologically speaking, the genetic difference between him and a human was as big as two streets. If he did not stop his current degeneration, theoretically speaking, he would become a humanoid crocodile who only knew how to kill in 20 years. Of course, all of this was still far away. Killer Crocodile did not care about what would happen in the future. First, he needed to get out of this crisis. His legs were tied up by the two girls. Robin had already circled behind him. He gathered all his strength and punched the back of his neck. The imagined enemy fell to the ground, receiving the admiring gazes of the girls, and marrying Barbara in the future did not happen. Robin was dumbfounded as he watched Killer Crocodile roll on the ground with his hands on his head. The two girls could only retract their whips and watch from afar to avoid being dragged into the mess. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like he was going to faint. Could it be that his martial arts had regressed so much that he missed such a simple punch? Robin's face was a little ugly. Killer Crocodile's face was even uglier than him. His body was too big, so his reaction speed was a little slow. When he realized that Robin had circled behind him, he was one step too late, so he did not dodge the punch. Normal people who were hit by Robin's punch full of true Yuan chakra would definitely faint, and they would not wake up for at least 3 days. Even if they woke up, they would wake up because of hunger. But Killer Crocodile was not normal. His physiological structure had become infinitely similar to that of a crocodile with the increase of age. A crocodile had a dense cluster of neurons below the neck near the spine to control the balance and overall coordination of the body. From the perspective of an ordinary person looking at a crocodile, the crocodile's head, neck and body were as thick as a bucket. It was impossible to find the specific position, but a skilled hunter could find this area. If you don't want to use the old-fashioned method of burying a knife in the crocodile's path and let it cut open its stomach by itself, but you want to challenge it like a warrior, then you only need to find this position and take a dagger and stab it fiercely. Then the crocodile will be paralyzed. At that time, you can kill it or scratch it up to you. Unfortunately, Robin hit this position. If he had a knife in his hand, the battle would have been over by now, and they would have carried the trophies back to the mission. But he hit it empty-handed. Although the strength was great, the crocodile was famous for its thick skin. The lethality of this punch was not dizziness, but pain. The severe pain made Killer Crocodile, who had thick nerves, a little unbearable. Regardless of the enemies around him, he held his head and rolled on the ground. Oh, this was a good opportunity. Thea saw the enemy rolling on the ground, and several of her people were stunned on the side. She knew that it was time for her to appear. She floated 10 meters in the air and controlled the skateboard to jump out like an arrow. Flying to a distance of 30 meters away from Killer Crocodile, she sniffed gently with her nose. There was no strange smell. In fact, she could shoot from a distance of 100 meters, but in order to not be so special, several of her friends and relatives were more or less stained with a mess of things. Thea held the idea of unity, so she found a relatively close distance. She took out a frost arrow, calculated the distance in advance, aimed at his calf, and shot out the arrow. She didn't want to cause any conflicts because of the death of the enemy in front of these temporary teammates who were kind to Mother Mary. Chapter 64. Killer Croc was still rolling on the ground. Although his crocodile instincts warned him of danger, he was in so much pain that he had forgotten his own name. His brain did not receive the danger signal at all. Or rather, even if it did, there were no brain cells to analyze it. Compared to the pain in his back, this light arrow was nothing. He also saw the person who shot the arrow at him. How could this person float in the sky? As a single croc who had lived in the sewers for 20 years, he had never seen such a high-end thing. Was this the plane that those people were talking about? Subconsciously, he felt that it did not look like it. It seemed that a plane should be flying very high. His mind wandered for a while, and he was surprised to find that his back did not hurt as much. This was great news for him. As long as he could move again, he could run back to the lake. The flying thing could not possibly go into the water, right? As for the 3 people on the ground, Killer Croc felt that he could still get out after taking a few hits. At the same time, he thought that he would not come out no matter what they said in the water. His plan was pretty good, just as he was about to move his legs and charge on the road. Huh? Why didn't he move? He wanted to move his body, but found that he could not move. There was a bone-piercing chill running through his body. Subconsciously, he lowered his head and said, "Wow." Why was there ice below his neck? His huge head swayed left and right. Only his neck could move. He looked around. It was still the same environment as before. The adulterous couple and the guy who jumped out and threw knives at him were watching from the side. As the most familiar with Thea, Catwoman was a little dumbfounded. When the two went back to get the equipment, Thea roughly explained her fighting process, such as shooting an arrow from afar and restricting the enemy's movement speed. At that time, she thought that Thea was the type of archer who could shoot wherever she wanted from 100 meters away. One arrow would make a hole in the enemy's leg and restrict the enemy's movement speed. The rest of the team would swarm up and chop the enemy until he could not take care of himself. Then, they would loot the corpse and distribute the equipment. However, the reality was completely different. Catwoman could not tell whether the archery was good or not. The main thing was that the next scene was too scary. The enemy was turned into a big ice block. This was a killer crocodile. It was born with a height of 2 meters, and it could even show its head. If it was slightly shorter, it would be completely frozen, right? Catwoman felt that the movement speed limit in her dictionary was different from this one. She was about to turn into an ice sculpture. Was this the standard of Star City? Judging from Killer Crocodile's appearance, not to mention its speed, it would soon enter the operating theater and become a happy paraplegic. "Babla, what's that on her arrow?" When Robin saw that the battle had ended, he plopped down on the ground and panted in exhaustion. However, when he saw the frozen crocodile created by Thea, he didn't know if it was because of the cold or because he was a little frightened. But after seeing the frozen crocodile created by Thea, he quickly ran to Barbara and asked her about it. It should be some kind of chemical product. I can't tell the specifics, but it's really powerful. Barbara had gone through systematic higher education, and she was much more experienced and knowledgeable than Robin, who had always relied on self-study. She pondered for a moment and gave her answer. Do you think we can study this weapon? Robin was now very fond of this unknown chemical product. If you had this arrow earlier, would you be so tired like a dead dog? I'm afraid not. Mr. Bruce won't let us use this kind of weapon. It can be used against enhancers, but our enemies are basically ordinary people. Not many of them can survive this arrow. Barbara was actually a little envious. This kind of weapon was convenient and fast. No matter how strong the enemy was, it would be able to attack from 3 points in the shape of a triangle. The enemy wouldn't be able to escape. Unfortunately, as long as Batman didn't change his principle of not killing, they could only say goodbye to this kind of weapon and fight honestly. Then what if we develop it privately? It's great as a trump card. Robin was still a little unwilling to give up. Barbara laughed coldly. Do you know how much it costs to develop this thing? Do you have a laboratory? Do you know how much professional knowledge is required? Do you plan to rely on the two of us? She continuously asked 5 to 6 questions, leaving Robin speechless. Yes, the two of them didn't have a large financial group behind them, nor were they the illegitimate children of nobles. They were poor children who grew up in a circus. Barbara was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, but she was only at the average level. He didn't know how many assets the Quinn Group had, but even if it wasn't as big as Wayne Enterprises, the difference wouldn't be too big. He knew how Bruce's Batmobile and Batfighter were developed, and how much money it cost. Thinking about the astronomical figures, Robin felt dizzy. He could only express his envy and jealousy towards the world of the rich. He should go back and take a shower, hug his wife, and live the rest of his life. Thea, what do we do now? Are we just going to leave this guy here? Catwoman looked at the big block of ice in front of her. The killer crocodile originally weighed 400 to 500 pounds, and now there was a block of ice outside. How much weight would it have to weigh? In the past, their strategy was to find the enemy, then knock him out and hang him in front of the police station. However, now that the police station had been breached, they couldn't go back for the time being. Also, they couldn't take the enemy away. The 4 of them were skinny, and they were in a team of 3 women and 1 man. The only man was so tired that he was hanging his tongue out. How could they move him? Thea honestly didn't think about this problem. Felicity didn't have a good idea either, so she might as well just follow her own plan. You guys get out of the way. I'll give him another arrow to strengthen it, and we'll leave him here. Thea pointed at Robin and Barbara, who were observing from a close distance. You're not going to kill him, are you? He's freezing to death. Barbara pointed at the ice sculpture and said, That's right, the killer crocodile's big head that was originally looking left and right had no strength to turn around. Its yellowish eyes looked helplessly into the distance, and the sharp teeth in its mouth made a clicking sound from time to time. It's okay, he won't die. Get out of the way. Thea didn't understand their strange principle. If he died, he died. If they didn't mention it, who would know? So what if they knew? This guy had degenerated to this extent. Was he still a human in the traditional sense? Was this guy protected by the law? Did he pay insurance and housing? Even if Batman jumped out now, Thea could still make him speechless. Besides, Thea didn't think that he would die from the cold. Didn't you see that Captain America was frozen for 70 years? After defrosting, he was still alive and kicking. This guy's physique was quite strong. Plus, crocodiles were naturally resistant to cold, so he wouldn't freeze to death for a while. Of course, some muscle atrophy and nerve paralysis were not within her scope of consideration. Chapter 65. Previously, she aimed at the calf, but this time, she didn't need to aim. She shot another arrow towards the upper part of the ice. This was all money. She hadn't found a fat sheep that could reimburse her. She could only hope that Master Bruce would come back soon. She really couldn't afford it. The 3 members of the Bat's family and friends didn't know what she was thinking. They only saw a flash of white light, and the humanoid killer crocodile was completely gone. An irregular 3 meters high and 5 meters wide ice block was hovering where the enemy was supposed to be. They could only vaguely see a vague figure inside the transparent part of the ice block. Several people took a long breath. Perhaps it was because of the cold. After all, after 2 shots, the surrounding heat had been completely absorbed. In theory, it could cause liquid nitrogen to be more than 100 degrees below zero. After a chemical reaction, the loss of energy through the air could not reach the necessary threshold, but could still be maintained around -50 degrees below zero. Well, the mission is completed. I'll go first, Thea said to them with a relaxed face. She was ready to turn around and leave because she was afraid that they would ask her to take them back. It was okay to take Catwoman with her. The two of them had flown back and forth several times. If Catwoman asked, she would not object, but Robin and Barbara were a bit difficult. The two of them had fought with Killer Crocodile for a long time, and the smell on their bodies was really not good. For Barbara, she might be able to tolerate it. For the sake of being sisters of the same class, she could still take her back. But Robin's smell was unbearable. If they asked for help, she would feel uncomfortable whether she agreed or refused. So, she didn't give them a chance to speak. She had to run first. You come down first. Let's have a meeting to discuss. Catwoman hurriedly pulled her back. Seeing that she couldn't run, Thea could only obediently get off the skateboard. She was pulled by several people to find an open space far away from the ice block to have this on-the-spot meeting. Shouldn't we go a little further? Will he hear us? Robin pointed to the ice block wrapped around Killer Crocodile and asked several people. Because he didn't understand the principle, he focused on Thea. He's unconscious. He can't hear us. Don't worry. Barbara didn't even wait for Thea's reply. She rebutted her boyfriend's stupid question with a few sentences. At the same time, she thought to herself, your basic knowledge is too lacking. I must enroll my boyfriend in an adult tuition class so that he can learn. If he can get a degree, it will look better when they get married. Although Babla ended the topic abruptly, Sia still nodded. Babla is right. He should be unconscious now. With a thick layer of ice, he can't hear anything. Robin was a little embarrassed. He felt that since everyone here was a woman, he should have shown more of his abilities. However, his poor performance could only be said to be contrary to his wishes. He smiled embarrassedly. Seeing that he didn't speak, the women didn't want to continue talking. Although they were discussing, they didn't have a good way to deal with this ice cube. The 3 members of the Bat family subconsciously looked at Thea, implying that this was her fault. She had to get rid of it even if she had to cry. Thea was also a little troubled. She and Felicity had considered the power and duration of the ice cube. At most, they considered the cost. She really didn't think about how to deal with the ice cube. Felicity, do you have any ideas? At this time, she could only ask her friend for help. There was a silence from the earpiece. Let's go find Chief Gordon and discuss it together. At this critical moment, Catwoman finally came up with a reasonable suggestion. In fact, she didn't have any ideas herself. This was a sign that she took the initiative to shift the blame. The others felt that this was a good idea and agreed. Things like having an elder at home was like having a treasure. They had to make use of the subjective initiative of an old comrade. These were all excuses for their lack of ideas. Wait here, I'll call him. The 4 heard the busy tone from the earpiece and knew that Felicity had gone to call for Gordon. However, they couldn't just stay here and do nothing. Miss Thea, are you interested in sparring with me? Babla suggested excitedly. Their reactions were different. Catwoman had the mentality of watching a good show. Robin was a little worried about his girlfriend, and Thea was purely annoyed. She was ready to find a grass patch to sleep. After all, her schedule had been to sleep during the day and fight monsters at night. After being forced to come to Gotham, her biological clock hadn't adjusted yet. However, looking at Babla's confident expression, she couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. If she used a weapon, she would definitely be bullying her. She threw away her bow, an arrow, and waved at her. Come on. Seeing that she threw away her bow and arrow, both Babla and Robin, who were prepared to challenge her, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. Thea's high-tech arrows were almost invincible against ordinary people. Not to mention them, Even Miss Shiva would be at a disadvantage if she wasn't prepared. After all, this was an era of technology, not martial arts. However, as Catwoman who had fought countless times, she could only smile when she saw the relaxed expressions of her two teammates after Thea threw away her weapon, indicating that she would just watch quietly and not say anything. Since her opponent had given up such an advantageous weapon, Babla also threw away her belt. No, it was the whip that was disguised as a belt. During the initial battle, Thea wasn't around and didn't see where she took out the whip. Thus, when she suddenly saw her opponent taking off her belt, she was shocked and almost shouted that she admitted defeat. In her heart, she felt that Thea was deliberately mystifying things. Couldn't you wrap the whip around your arm or your thigh? Wouldn't anything work? It would be too easy to create ambiguity if you tied it around your waist to hold a weapon. As a woman, she was already surprised. What if her opponent was a man, or the kind that had been single for 50 years? Once he saw that you had a combat strength of 5 after taking off your belt, he would immediately transform into a werewolf. His combat strength would be over 100. Thinking about it, she felt that it was dangerous. She wanted to persuade her, "Lady, you have to respect yourself. The world of adults is still very dangerous." However, thinking that their friendship hadn't reached that level, she wouldn't listen even if she did, so she could only give up. When she realized that it was a false alarm, Thea's original tiredness was also scared away. She had originally planned to deal with it to kill time, but since Thea was so determined, she had no choice but to fulfill her wish since she had already taken off her belt. The two walked into the arena empty-handed and guarded against each other. No one wanted to make the first move. Babla motioned for Thea to attack first, which made her feel a little amused. "Thea was already inferior to me, and you're giving me the first move? I hope you won't lose too badly. Be careful." After giving a reminder, Thea attacked first. She used a Wing Chun fist technique to directly hit her opponent's face. Babla used a judo technique in an attempt to grab her opponent's arm in preparation for the next throw. Chapter 66. However, Thea also knew judo, so how could she be caught so easily? Wing Chun was known for its tight defense. She spread her arms outwards, blocking Barbara's arms, and went straight for her middle. Although Barbara had never seen this kind of fighting style before, she reacted quickly and immediately changed to kickboxing. She used a series of intensive attacks to recover the situation. However, from the beginning of the fight, it became a one-sided fierce attack. Although the fight seemed intense, she did not have any advantage. The two had been fighting for less than a minute, and Sia had already roughly figured out her martial arts routine. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that she was weak in close combat. She could see that she had put in a lot of effort to practice, but she was lacking in moves. She only used karate, judo, and kickboxing. These kinds of moves were really effective against ordinary people. However, Thea, who could fight with Madame Shiva for a while, was a little problematic. First of all, there was a problem with the moves. These moves would be very disadvantageous when used against enemies who were larger than oneself. Just like the killer crocodile just now, if you use a throwing technique, you would definitely die miserably. Regarding this point, Robin deeply understood. It was only because they were both women and had similar strength and physique that they were able to fight back and forth for a few rounds. Secondly, she did not have much experience in barehanded fighting, and it consumed a lot of energy. Perhaps in the past, when she was using a whip, she did not need to move so frequently. However, now that she was facing Thea's strong attacks, she could only exhaust a lot of energy to avoid Thea's close combat and try to open up the distance between them. Lastly, and also the most important problem, she had never seen Wing Chun before. It was reasonable to say that Batman knew this style of fighting. After all, he was known to know 127 types of martial arts. Perhaps Old Master himself had a strong physique and did not like this kind of close combat style. Naturally, he would not use it normally. If he did not use it normally, Barbara would have never seen it before. In addition, she had too little experience in fighting. Originally, she could at least hold on for 5 minutes, but now, she could not hold on for more than a minute. If this was in the past, she would have been defeated directly. Sia, in 1-0, wasn't a humble person, and the concept of this world was to use as much strength as possible. If you were merciful to your enemy would be merciless to you. However, the current situation was a little special. He was fighting in an away game, and his opponent was an ally. Most importantly, this ally's father was the leader of his own faction. If he made things too ugly for her, it would easily destroy the relationship between both sides. But he couldn't admit defeat. That would be too fake. He sighed in his heart that this opponent was too weak. He hadn't used many moves yet. In desperation, he could only give up the advantage of Wing Chun and change to karate. The two of them practiced slowly. When Robin first saw that his girlfriend was losing, he was extremely anxious. He wanted them to stop, but he knew that neither of them would listen. At least, the competitive Barbara wouldn't listen. Just as he was thinking about how to end the fight without hurting his girlfriend's face, he suddenly realized that Thea had changed her moves. He had never seen Wing Chun before, but he felt that her attacks were fierce and surging, making it hard for him to breathe. If he was in her position, he would most likely lose. As for the move she was using now, he understood. Isn't that karate? It seems like she's not familiar with it. His original hope for his girlfriend to win surfaced again. Maybe she can win? After all, if his wife wanted to live a good life after fighting with someone, anyone would support their wife. Thea didn't know that she gave others the illusion that she could win or counterattack. To be honest, she really didn't practice karate much, just like how Batman didn't practice Wing Chun. It wasn't that she didn't know how to do it, but it wasn't suitable for her. Now, in order to put on an act and stall for time, she had no choice but to use this set of moves. Other people's trump cards were all ultimate moves, but hers was purely because she wasn't familiar with it. Although Barbara didn't know why she changed her moves when she had a high chance of winning, she didn't think too much about it during the fight. She took a deep breath and didn't dare to advance rashly this time. Instead, she trained with Thea with a serious expression. As the fight dragged on, Thea's various unfamiliarity gradually disappeared, and her strong martial arts foundation burst forth. One had to know that she had been learning from Madame Shiva for the past few months. The two of them were fighting all the time. Sometimes she even thought that Madame Shiva simply couldn't find a sparring partner and used the excuse of training her to kill time. It was common for her to have a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Thea's combat ability had improved tremendously. Although there were still various inconsistencies, with her rich combat experience, she could gradually control her rhythm. The amount of exercise now was almost the same as running for her. On the other hand, Barbara was still immersed in the fantasy that she could win. She didn't care about her defense at all and launched round after round of fierce attacks. However, under Thea's calm and unruffled response, her stamina was rapidly depleting. At this time, the few people in the arena saw the problem. Thea didn't fight with her properly at all. She was purely playing around because she had nothing better to do. Robin was anxious when he saw this. Catwoman didn't care. She had long seen that Thea couldn't take it anymore. For a moment, she even thought that Thea was giving them face. Huff, huff. With rapid breaths, Barbara finally realized the difference between the two of them. She was exhausted and sweating profusely, but Thea on the other side was like nothing had happened. Even a fool could see that Thea was going easy on her. She wanted to admit defeat, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Since she couldn't admit defeat, she could only stall for time. At this moment, she was full of hope for Felicity. Hurry up and find my dad, then this fight will stop. At the same time, she was also thinking about where my dad had gone after fighting for almost 10 minutes. Don't tell me he's not in university? Worrying about her gains and losses, she lost even more of her fighting spirit. The original 9 attacks and 1 defense turned into 9 defenses and 1 attack. Sia also had the intention of admitting defeat or stalling for time, so she would not rush to attack. The two girls tacitly fought a defensive battle, and the scene could not even be described as ugly. It was as slow and light as 2 vegetative people fighting. They had neither strength nor speed. In the blink of an eye, they fought for another 10 minutes. Catwoman was already tired of watching, so she went to observe the ice by herself. Only Robin was still silently cheering for his girlfriend. He wasn't cheering for her because he would marry her if she won, but because she had to hold on. Barbara had used up too much of her stamina in the early stages. Although she had reduced her consumption later on, stamina was something that had been used up. There were a few people who were proficient in physical techniques who could maintain a balance between consumption and slow recovery. But Barbara was not one of them. She kept encouraging herself, telling herself that she couldn't admit defeat. Her father was coming, wasn't he? Hurry up and come. Hurry up and come back. Finally, she heard Felicity's voice in her earpiece. Hey, everyone, I've found the chief. Let's officially start. The voice in her earpiece sounded a little rushed. It could be heard that she had gone to a lot of places to find Chief Gordon. Chapter 67. With Director Gordon's arrival, this battle between women naturally came to an end. Babla was able to announce that she hadn't lost in a relatively dignified manner. Even though everyone with eyes could see the truth, at the very least, she was able to retain her dignity. She didn't have the strength to chat with her father. She sat down on the ground. She would definitely die if she was hit for another minute. Although her family was not devout believers, the only thing that came to her mind at this moment was God bless. She only felt that there was a supreme existence in an unknown time and space looking at her. With his attention, he was able to safely get through this awkward competition. He had a feeling that perhaps he should do something for him. Perhaps there was a mission there. Thea did not feel any sacred mission. She just felt that it was all an act. She wanted to shake hands with Babla or say something along the lines of "Thank you for letting me win." After every fight with Madame Shiva, both of them would still politely say "thank you," even though they were covered in wounds. But now, Babla's original ladle-like sitting posture had turned into a sprawled on the ground. Her bright red hair looked as if it had been washed by water, sticking to her body in clumps. She gave up on this seemingly modest but actually mocking behavior. Hey, are you guys listening? Felicity, who was in the earpiece, asked again. The drone hovering in the sky had flown back after the battle with Killer Crocodile ended, so she didn't know that there was a harmonious and enthusiastic friendly match. Yes, everyone is here. Usually, Babla would be the one to show her face, but now she was as tired as a dead dog. Catwoman and Thea also did not have the intention to speak first. In the end, only the honest Robin could reply. Oh, Felicity said, not understanding the meaning behind it. Then, shall we begin? Now, this Gotham version of the six-party meeting had officially begun. The topic of the meeting was definitely not the general framework of issues, such as world peace. They were mainly discussing the adoption of single crocodiles. As the boss, Thea did not speak first, so she hinted to her number one henchman. Felicity immediately said that if they did not want this guy, they could directly bring him to Star City. The Quinn Group had an applied science laboratory with all kinds of electric saws and drills. She believed that single crocodiles would like it there. Besides, they also had 1,500 workers at home. As long as they agreed, they did not need modern machines. They could carry this guy on their shoulders or roll a wooden rope. This was not a big deal. You Gotham people, don't worry. At this time, Babla caught her breath and expressed her firm opposition to this rude request. This guy ate and drank Gotham's food and drank Gotham's food. Even if he died, he would have to die in Gotham's territory. If they had any urgent needs, they could share a bowl of soup with him after this, but it was impossible to take him away directly. Thea did not have any good ideas about this reply. In this world, the value of heroes was to fight their own monsters. Outsiders had no right to ask what equipment they dropped. Since they were so adamant about it, she could only say forget it. Anyway, she did not have much hope for this big guy. As for drawing his blood to be used as a strengthening agent, regardless of whether it would work or not, just looking at his appearance alone, she knew that there would be no end to it. Babla was very satisfied with Thea and Felicity's retreat. To be honest, when she rejected them, she felt a little guilty. After all, they did not help much in the whole thing. Felicity was the one who started the scolding war. The two of them were just a repeater, and this job could be done by any two people. Perhaps they could even find two people with louder voices. The decisive blow had nothing to do with them. Although the two of them were in a difficult situation, they really did not contribute much. Now that she heard them agree to Gotham's ownership of Killer Croc, she felt as if she had won a big battle. Her impression of the two of them improved slightly. "Dad, do you have any ideas?" Babla did not want to pay any attention to this big ice cube. As long as he was still in Gotham, they could throw him anywhere. She just wanted to go back to take a bath and have a good sleep. Initially, Gordon really did not have any ideas. He was a police officer and had been in the police force for a lifetime. He did not even have the time to care about his wife, let alone other chores. Moving things like this was obviously better for construction workers. However, the 1,500 people that Felicity mentioned just now made him think of a stupid idea. There were many people in Gotham, so he had no choice but to use manpower to move him. Since there were so many idle people in the school, he could get a few hundred people to move him. It was better to have a solution than not having one. Director Gordon found more than 100 people. Sia controlled the skateboard and pulled it from the sky. The rest of the people were busy with the round wooden rope. Finally, they pulled the heavy block of ice from the lake to the main road. It took them a lot of effort to load it into the car. An hour later, they finally returned to the university safely. "Mom, what is this?" "It's probably a Christmas present." The big ice cube caused quite a commotion when it was moved into the school. Many of the children had never seen such a rare thing before. They ran around and asked their families about it. Their families explained it blindly, saying that it was a weapon of mass destruction or that the commissioner wanted to treat everyone to shaved ice. In short, no one could tell that there was a single croc hiding in the ice cube. After the mission was completed, everyone disbanded. Thea and Babla wanted to go back to sleep. Of course, they slept separately. Robin went to the bathroom to take a bath. Catwoman pulled Felicity to a corner and whispered, "Do you have any equipment that can identify the authenticity of an artwork?" "What are you doing?" Felicity looked dumb, but she was not stupid at all. Catwoman laughed. "I'm going to borrow a few pieces of art. Gotham's jewelry industry has been facing a winter. No one dares to bring jewelry out. The art market is in high demand now." Catwoman was envious of Thea's skateboard. Although she was rich, she spent a lot of money helping the poor from time to time. No matter how rich Bruce was, it had nothing to do with her. After all, she was still fighting with Talia for the naming rights of Wayne. When she saw Talia carrying her child and aggressively rushing into Gotham, she felt that the family name was getting further and further away from her. Since it would take time to change her name from Selena Kyle to Selena Wayne, she planned to rely on herself. With money, everything would be easy. When the time came, she could buy it directly from Thea or ask Bruce to make it for her. Coincidentally, the city was in a state of panic. The rich people in the upper city hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. The market demand suddenly became stagnant, and her previous jewelry business was inevitably hit hard. This forced her to target the art market, which she was not good at in the past. Chapter 68. As a former famous hacker, Felicity has just turned over a new leaf, and she does not have a strong sense of justice as she did in the future. Although she knows that the Catgirl is definitely not borrowed, and it must be illegal, she is not a hacker who follows the law. "Why didn't you mention it to Thea?" Felicity couldn't help but ask. "Why me? I don't think I'm that close to you. You two seem to be closer, right?" Catwoman was now full of admiration for the duo from Star City. She always felt that they could come up with something magical without even realizing it. This was different from Batman's research route. Compared to the old Master's planes and cannons, the two girls' research was more suitable for her. She now looked at them with envy and anticipation, just like how Big Shion looked at Doraemon. As for Felicity's question, she was also thinking in her heart. Why didn't she mention it to Thea, who was closer to her? She thought for a moment. Maybe it's because of her identity. I always feel that she won't agree with my actions. I think we're very similar, so you should be able to help me. What did she mean? After listening to Catwoman's words, Felicity was a little speechless. Did she mean that she was like a bad person? Or was she like a poor person? Did you think that Thea was a good person? Were you fooled by her little white flower disguise? In fact, Catwoman's vision was quite accurate. Thea had a lot of scruples because of her family, and she wouldn't easily trample on the law. At least, She wouldn't break the law unless it was a matter of life and death. According to the game's classification, she was at least in the lawful camp. As for whether she was lawful or neutral, it was still unknown. Felicity didn't have this problem. She had enough to eat, and her family wasn't hungry. She was also very adventurous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have volunteered to come to this place. Okay, this is for you. I don't know anything else. She opened the tablet and connected it to a mobile phone. She quickly operated it, then handed the phone to Catwoman and walked away briskly. Catwoman took the phone and found that there was only one application called Art Identification 2. 2-inch. She clicked on the application. It was a very simple program. As long as you scanned the art, you could determine the age of the object and the production process. The database of the software was extremely large. Even the collections of Malaysia were included. Although she couldn't directly provide a proof of authenticity, this was enough. Catwoman didn't have any requirements for artwork, as long as it matched the era. Catwoman felt that Felicity wasn't being honest. If she was a good person, why would she prepare this software for no reason? It was obvious that she had written it long ago and just hadn't used it. This was a great help to him. When he thought about how his career could take off, he didn't pay much attention to Master Bruce being imprisoned. That night, Robin and Barbara had rested enough and went out to capture a criminal with a name. This person was called the Electric Torturer. It was said that it was a craft passed down from their ancestors. No one knew which generation of the Electric Torturers he was. However, Thea looked at the serious-looking middle-aged man and thought that he was a joke hired by someone. This person was extremely stupid. He carried a battery from an electric scooter on his back. It was unknown whether it was hydrogen or lithium. He connected 2 wires to a pair of gloves and electrocuted whoever he caught. It seemed very impressive, and it was very effective against ordinary people. However, the smart Chief Gordon had discovered a fatal flaw in their craft 30 years ago. It was afraid of water. You didn't even need to prepare anything. Just walk 3 meters away, open a bottle of my dong, and pour it on the person's face. This guy will be silenced. What kind of F***king technology was this? They didn't pursue innovation. Instead, they stuck to tradition for 30 years and passed down this stupid thing to their descendants. They even went against the Gotham police station. It can only be said that there was something wrong with this family's brains. Thea shook her head and didn't look at the serious-looking electric torturer anymore. She was afraid that she would laugh and affect her ladylike demeanor. She lowered her head and finished the black base and cheeseburger on her plate. Just when she thought that her days would continue like this, and when Master Batman returned home, she would completely retire to the second line. She could go home after robbing a windfall when no one was paying attention. However, someone came to talk to her. "Miss Quinn, the chief wants to see you in the meeting room." A police officer whose name Thea didn't know said to her. "Oh, okay. Why was he looking for her?" Thea didn't understand. Could it be that Batman was back? However, she quickly shook her head. He wouldn't be back so soon. It would take a day for him to recover from his injuries. His spine was also broken. Even if he came out, he wouldn't be able to recover that quickly. She pushed the door open and entered the meeting room. Felicity, Robin, and Catwoman weren't there. Only Chief Gordon and Barbara were talking to a woman in black. "Thea, let me introduce you. This is Laura Michaels, a senior investigator of the Advanced Superhuman Joint Research Team. She's here for Killer Croc." Chief Gordon gave a simple introduction. "Oh, isn't this the Heavens Eye Society? This woman is Laura, the future wife of John Diggle. She didn't have a wedding ring on her hand. Does this mean that they aren't together yet?" Thea looked at her face. She could be considered a character from the Green Arrow. She didn't expect that their first meeting would be in Gotham. "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." The 2 women shook hands gently. It could be seen that Laura was still a little immature. She didn't look like a middle-aged woman with a dissatisfied face. She could barely be considered a mature woman now. Laura was also secretly observing the young man in front of her. She was ordered to take Killer Croc away this time. It was purely a coincidence that she met Thea. However, after learning more about her past, she made the decision to get in touch with her. "Miss Quinn, I saw Killer Croc's frozen body just now. May I ask, how many days will it take for him to thaw under natural conditions?" "Why this question?" Thea turned around and asked Chief Gordon, "I'm going to sleep. Didn't Felicity tell you?" Chief Gordon shook his head helplessly. He really forgot to ask. When he remembered, he couldn't find her. Lara asked him a few questions just now, but he didn't know anything. When he heard that Thea was eating, he quickly called her over after getting Lara's permission. Thea slapped her forehead. This muddle-headed guy really brought shame to Star City. She quickly coughed and said, "Ahem, in theory, under normal conditions, it will thaw after 3 days. This has nothing to do with the species of the body. Whether it's a giant or a dwarf, it will take 3 days. If it needs to regain consciousness, it will take 15 to 30 days for a normal person to regain their nerve activity. However, I haven't drawn blood from this guy before, so I can't say for sure, but it will take at least 5 days." When they heard that Killer Croc wouldn't be able to jump out of the ice immediately, Chief Gordon and Barbara were obviously relieved. Lara, on the other hand, nodded like a general. Chapter 69. Lara looked at Thea, who was speaking confidently, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The Sky's Eye Society had been paying attention to Gotham and Batman for a long time. As a billionaire, Batman had always been the target of their secret government organization. He was a pure earthling with brains and methods, as well as money. At the same time, he benefited from the current system and was a natural collaborator with the government. His abilities were reflected in technological weapons, and he was usually a normal person, not uncontrollable like a mutant. Although the experts in the organization were very worried about Batman's mental state, they all wondered why this person had not gone crazy. In other words, this person could go crazy at any time, and it was up to them. In the end, after careful consideration, Amanda Waller, as one of the leaders of the organization, made the decision to maintain contact. This time, when they heard that Batman had disappeared and Gotham was in chaos, they did help him in his hour of need and made some investments in the future to rope him in. As for the killer crocodile, it was just a matter of convenience. If there were any, they would pull them away. If there were none, it would not affect the overall situation. However, when they understood the process of capturing the killer crocodile, they found out that there was someone among the participants who helped them in their hour of need. Thea's name naturally entered the Sky's Eye Society's attention. Although she covered it up quite well, it was still possible to find out where she came from. Moreover, for such a huge national organization, they could use all kinds of servers and look at the information of every organization. They might not be at Felicity's level, but they could easily pull out 5 or 6 hackers who were slightly worse than her and easily found out her true identity. When the information was gathered to Amanda, she was also a little stunned. In this day and age, the only billionaire superhero was Batman. She did not expect another one to appear today, and it was a woman. This made Amanda, who was also a woman, inadvertently feel some recognition. She immediately raised the original mission level and sent her assistant, Lara, to Gotham to find out the latest information and gave the order to make initial contact. "Miss Quinn, can you bring me to see the captured target?" At this time, Lara had just taken off her military uniform and walked into the government office. Her expression was more stern than gentle, and those who did not know her would think that she was putting on airs. "Of course, you can also call me Thea. Actually, looking at the target was just an excuse. He just wanted to send away the miscellaneous people and find a place where he could talk smoothly." Director Gordon was old and shrewd, so he could still understand. He grabbed Barbara, who still wanted to go in, and disappeared after saying goodbye. "I heard from Director Gordon that it was your idea to encourage the citizens to participate in the war. What did you think? Don't you think that a lot of civilians will die?" Lara's words were blunt and even sounded like she was questioning him. However, Thea understood the nature of a soldier. The most important thing in the army was to fight together. In a war, everyone was a participant. It couldn't be said that fighting a war was the responsibility of the general, and the soldiers didn't care about it. Heroism was a taboo in the military. Even though Captain America was so powerful, he could only lead a small team to do bombings and assassinations. He was only given the rank of captain after he was suspected to have sacrificed himself. There will definitely be sacrifices but the necessary sacrifices will allow more people to live and the city to restore order sooner. I think it's worth it." Thea hesitated for a moment, but she still revealed part of her true thoughts. The part that she didn't say was that it was none of her business whether these people lived or died. There might be good people in this city, but there really weren't many. The sooner the war was over, the sooner they could leave. Her answer didn't surprise Laura. On the contrary, it was very much what she wanted. As a government official, she didn't like superheroes. This group of people relied on their powerful abilities and basically didn't care about the government. Those who were calm would say a few words, and those who were bad would pretend to be deaf and mute. What if Batman doesn't agree with this method after he returns? Lara's question was even sharper. After all, Thea was an outsider. Gotham couldn't do anything without Batman. Now that the tiger wasn't home, she could do whatever she wanted, but what about when he came back? Thea really didn't think about this problem. Her original intention was to wait for her master to come back and then retreat. No matter how many people died, it had nothing to do with her. With Batman watching every day, how many people died? The policy of the city had to be changed, or the death rate would remain high. However, if she said this directly, it would make it seem like Batman didn't have a plan. Thea still wanted to maintain her image of being humble and cautious. If we can do something, I don't think he'll object. If there aren't any major problems during this period, the chaos in the city will be settled in a month. If it's not settled, it has nothing to do with me. Thea was prepared to retreat when the war was about to end. She had already told Felicity to focus on a few rich fugitives, such as Penguin. As long as they were alone, the two chatted as they walked, occasionally discussing their views on the current situation. Laura came with a mission, and Thea knew that this person would become the leader of the Heaven's Eye Society in the future. Furthermore, she was husband and wife with Diggle, and Diggle was good friend with Oliver. She really wasn't an outsider. As the two talked, their relationship gradually became closer. Thea told a few jokes that were suitable for the situation here, and it made her laugh. Laura also talked about her military life. When she mentioned missiles, Thea listened carefully for a long time and felt that missiles were more and more difficult to obtain. The military's management was too strict. Was she going to stay at the archery stage? Before Laura left, she said that she would stay in Gotham for a while and hoped to talk again next time. Laura slowly walked into the car, and her expression changed from relaxed to serious. She connected the long-distance call. "Amanda, the initial contact with the target has been completed. It's more optimistic than we expected." "Oh, tell me more about it." The black woman in the camera, Amanda, showed a hint of curiosity. From the conversation, I can tell that she's very mature and has a lot of ideas. The most interesting thing is that her position is close to that of an anti-hero. She's against individual heroism, and she actually encouraged the citizens of Gotham to stand up against the thugs. I don't know if you've seen the pictures I sent you, but they've already set up a quarantine zone in the city. As Laura spoke, the serious expression on her face disappeared, and it was replaced by a teasing look. When Batman comes back, his expression will be very good to see. Amanda didn't say much, and she just nodded lightly. She changed the topic. "What's Killer Croc trapped by? Do you know anything about it?" The accompanying experts said that it's liquid nitrogen. I didn't expect her to use it as a weapon. To be honest, our experts are very impressed. The experts were more than impressed. They had already written a report to their superiors, and in the future, each person in the field would carry a few rounds. This thing was safe and environmentally friendly, and it was perfect for dealing with enemies of flesh and blood. Chapter 70. Thea was not surprised that she had caught the attention of the Heaven's Eye Society. It was only a matter of time. She was useful to them, and in turn, they could help her. Whether it was her mother's election or her own technological weapon, she needed a lot of connections. To put it in a more utilitarian way, she could become a hero and help her mother with the election. This was like handing over a hostage. As long as her mother was still working in the government, she could not do anything antisocial. At the same time, her heroic deeds would also give her mother more points, at least in the eyes of the country's upper echelons. After thinking about it, she realized that she did not say anything wrong and did not leave anything out. Relieved, she went to chat with Felicity. Hey, Felicity, have you seen Catwoman in the past few days? It had been 3 days since Lila transported the killer crocodile. Thea participated in a monster hunting activity organized by Babla. The process could be described as uneventful. She used entanglement arrows to catch 15 lunatics who escaped from the mental hospital. In fact, these lunatics were quite happy. Each of them charged fearlessly into the spiderweb. It was as if they were there to die. After the mission, Thea was bored. It was a little awkward to go out alone, so she wanted to find a companion. Felicity was too weak and the city was too dangerous for her, so she thought of Catwoman. However, after looking around, she realized that Catwoman was nowhere to be found. No one had seen her in the past few days. That was why she asked the higher-ups. Haha, Catwoman. I don't know where she is either. Felicity said vaguely, shaking her head to emphasize the truth of her words. Something was wrong. Thea did not say anything. She only looked into Felicity's eyes. Felicity's eyes darted around, and she muttered something, but she did not say anything about Catwoman's whereabouts. You guys are quite loyal. Thea was too lazy to question them further. Anyway, it was impossible for the two of them to secretly side with Bane. Although the world was changing fast, it wasn't that fast. Let's go to your room and drink. Felicity heaved a sigh of relief when Thea stopped asking. Drink? Who's afraid of who? Come on. The two of them carried a few bottles of Gotham beer to Felicity's house. When they arrived at Gotham, Thea found out that Felicity had installed many games on her computer. Looking at the date of installation, it was when they came to Gotham to prepare their equipment. She was really not afraid at all. Did she think that they were here for a vacation? In fact, the two of them were here for a vacation. They were not the ones who were fighting at the front lines. Chief Gordon was so busy every day that his feet barely touched the ground. He had gradually recovered 1/3 of the city. As more and more police officers and ordinary citizens joined in, the recovery of the city was progressing like a rolling snowball. It was believed that this incident would be completely resolved in less than a month. The two of them were bored to death. Thea wanted to practice martial arts, but when she found someone, she realized that she was invincible in Gotham. Barbara would avoid her whenever she saw her. The Catgirl's whereabouts were unknown, and Robin adhered to the sex rule of not fighting with women. He wouldn't do anything no matter what she said. As a result, Thea could only play games and drink to get by. Actually, she was also suffering in her heart. Perhaps the two of them played until they were drunk and fell asleep unknowingly. Kill them all. Are you in pain? Are you afraid? My dear, save me. Who's talking? What am I doing? Thea felt that there were many figures floating in front of her. Some she knew, some she didn't. A few of them seemed to be her friends from her previous life. Just as she was trying to recall, 2 more figures covered in blood walked past her. They were her mother and Malcolm. Why are they here? This is too strange. What's wrong with me? She shook her head hard. Her mother and Malcolm's shadows turned into old Robert and Oliver. Their faces were also covered in blood. Their bodies were slightly swollen, as if they had been soaked in water for a long time. Why is Oliver here? He can't be here. This is too illogical. I haven't even gone to look for him, and he's already here. What a joke. Thea finally realized that there was something wrong with her. She tried to use the breathing technique taught by Madame Shiva to calm herself down and adjust her thoughts. However, there was little effect. This made her confused again. It didn't seem to be her own problem. Even if she closed her eyes, she could still feel something floating past her. Did I meet a ghost? Where am I? I seem to remember being in Gotham. What am I doing in Gotham? She tried to recall. As her memory slowly recovered, her body gradually regained some mobility. Thea stumbled to her feet. She looked at her surroundings and the woman on the ground. Her focus was a little messy. This woman is Felicity? Something happened to her too? She could smell a pungent smell on her nose. It was a mixture of musk and some chemicals. However, Thea didn't have the time to care about this. She felt that as she inhaled the pungent gas, she was hallucinating again. It was as if there were a bunch of people fighting in her mind. She was in a daze, but subconsciously, she knew that she couldn't stay here for too long. The more gas she absorbed, the stronger the hallucinations would be. She opened her backpack and carried all her equipment on her back. She tied Felicity to one side of the skateboard and slowly climbed to the other side. She fixed her body and silently chanted to fly up. The skateboard shot out of the door like an arrow, silently hovering in the air 300 meters above the ground. It seems that the effect of the mysterious gas is concentrated on the ground. Being blown by the cool wind in the sky, Sia gradually regains some consciousness. She finds that it is dark all around, and the moon is nowhere to be seen. She can only feel the thick, dark clouds pressing down on the ground. Is it already night? While no one was paying attention to her, Thea hurriedly drove the skateboard away from the area. When she couldn't smell the gas anymore, she lowered her altitude and found a house. She barged in without knocking. She looked around the house. It was empty. She found some cold water to wash her face. She felt lucky. She didn't know if something had happened to the others, but she knew that she had barely escaped. She turned around to take care of Felicity. The girl was lying on the skateboard, sweating profusely, as if she was having a nightmare. She kept murmuring, "Don't go." Sia wiped her face with a towel, but after 2 minutes, she felt that the skin on her face was about to break, but she didn't wake up. Looking at her red face, Lin Sanji knew that it wasn't because of shyness, but because the capillaries on her face had ruptured. Thea was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the gas was quite high-end. The traditional method of pouring cold water didn't work. Was she going to have to find an antidote? Lin Sanjiu stretched her body. Although she wasn't at her peak, she had recovered about 80%. She still had to go back. Whether it was to find an antidote or to save her companions, she had to go back. This time, she had more time. She changed her clothes, put on her glasses, and carried her bow. To prevent the damn gas, she even put on 3 layers of masks. She didn't know if they were effective or if they would come in contact with her skin, but she covered herself up tightly. She opened the door and jumped on the skateboard. Chapter 71. The cold wind and the high altitude of the night was like a knife, causing Sia's exposed skin to ache faintly. But at this time, she was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this. She still had not figured out who was behind tonight's incident. Could she find the antidote to save Felicity? Were Batman's teammates also trapped in the school? She had no idea where Director Gordon was. So many questions gathered together that her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. At the same time, she swore to herself that no matter who started this incident, she would kill that person. Returning to the sky above the school, she could see that the entire area was shrouded in a layer of light green gas under the faint moonlight. The lively place a few days ago now gave off a feeling of dead silence and gloom. Thea lowered her altitude and observed carefully. With the faint light, she could see a few burly men patrolling the camp from time to time with automatic weapons. They seemed to be wearing gas masks. That means the poison gas is spread through the respiratory system. Thea remembered the movements of these people and was ready to snatch 2 of them when they retreated. The skateboard flew over their heads silently and was not noticed by the patrolling soldiers. Many people had this problem. A normal person's line of sight was 120 degrees in front of them. People without the Byakugan Sharingan would not look above their heads for no reason. In the movies, the secret agents hiding on the ceiling were similar to how Thea flew over their heads under the cover of the night. Thea did not spend too much time on the periphery and went straight to the brightest room. This time, she was very careful. She controlled the skateboard and gently floated into the room. It seemed to be a lecture hall. Sia instantly saw Chief Gordon, who had white hair and was wearing a khaki coat, in front of the classroom. The red-haired woman next to him seemed to be Barbara. The 2 of them were unconscious and tied to chairs back to back. Perhaps they did not realize that someone had escaped and then came back. The security was very lax. There were only 2 guards, one in the north and one in the south. The guard near Thea was cursing from time to time, and the guard a little further away was dozing off. Looking around, Thea did not find any ambush. She did not act rashly. She slowly exited the room, preparing to find the others first before rescuing them together. Not long after, she found Robin in the crowd. The young man had lost his usual vigor and was lying on the grass with a group of townsfolk. Although he was in a deep sleep, His face showed signs of shock from time to time. After circling around the camp, Thea was a little confused. Where did Catwoman go? Was she not at the camp? Let's hope she's blessed by the heavens. After counting the number of people, Catwoman wasn't around. Gordon and his daughter, Robin, and himself, the four of them could barely stay within the weight-bearing range of the skateboard. If there was another person, it would be hard to say if they could fly. Just as she was about to go back to rescue Gordon and his daughter, and then come out to rescue Robin, she found an unexpected figure in the crowd. Why is she here? Lara's appearance put Thea in a difficult position. She had to rescue this person, but having one more target did not mean that she could take away all of the skateboards. She could only give up one target and take away the remaining 3. Who should she choose? Thea felt that it was a little difficult for her to make a choice. They were all acquaintances, so she should rescue all of them. However, reality was cruel. She could only choose to give up on someone. There were no guards around Lara and Robin. Presumably, both of them were wearing civilian clothes and were not conspicuous. They were placed in the crowd as ordinary townsfolk. These 2 people could be said to be the easiest to save. What if she transported them out first and then came back? This idea was very tempting, but Thea quickly gave up on it. She had not been discovered the first time she came in, and the second time, she came in without being discovered. It was impossible for her to be so lucky every time. She was only using the cover of the night and was not invisible. This went back to the original question. Who should she give up on? Chief Gordon was currently the golden calf, so she had to rescue him. Although his combat ability was weak, his position as chief was too important. With his presence, she could gather the remaining police forces in the city. Previously, according to the plan, he had already recovered 1/3 of the city. Many police officers had been scattered and were not gathered in the campus. As long as he raised a flag, he could quickly gather many police officers to help. The next one was Lara. As Amanda's deputy and the future leader of the Sky's Eye Society, she had to be rescued. Like the old chief, she was also the type of person who was weak in combat, but had a strong appeal. Through her, she could get a lot of support from the Sky's Eye Society. This was very important for her, who had not found a mastermind behind the scenes. Besides, he didn't want to offend Amanda, who had black hair, black eyes, and skin that wasn't too dark. She was ruthless and held a high position. If he wanted to continue working here, he would have to suck up to her a little. Rescuing her assistant would be considered a great achievement. Who should she give the remaining spot to? Although Thea did not like Barbara from the bottom of her heart, she still decided to give up on Robin. After all, a lone girl with a 70 out of 100 appearance was too dangerous in this kind of environment. Although foreigners did not care about that, there were so many perverts in Gotham. Who knew what would happen to her? Robin had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a thin body. To be honest, his appearance, figure, knowledge, and speech did not fit the aesthetic standards of this place. It was really a miracle that Barbara would fall for him. Presumably, no perverted girl would fall for him. She hoped that he could keep his thing. Actually, even if he could not keep it, she would not lose anything. She silently wished Robin the best. Take care. It's not that I don't want to save you, but there's no more space on the bus. While the patrolling guards were far away, Thea quickly tied Lara to the side of the skateboard and turned around to save Gordon and his daughter. When she returned to the lecture hall, the 2 guards were still in their original positions. Thea got off the skateboard and used the Assassin League stealth techniques that Old Ma taught her to slowly approach them. Their walkie-talkies were very close to their hands. If she did not incapacitate them immediately, she would be exposed. After thinking about it, she gave up on the idea of cutting their throats. Firstly, she was afraid that she would be covered in blood. Secondly, stealth was not that awesome. She only used the visual difference in light and darkness. This was not stealth, so it was impossible for her to walk up to them without them noticing. Thea walked to a dark corner and found a good angle. She did not use the high-tech arrowheads. Instead, she took out the arrowheads with anesthetic. The dosage of each arrowhead was enough to knock out an elephant. She aimed at the guard who had his back facing her and was still talking nonstop. Whoosh! The arrow flew past. The guard felt a chill on his neck. He did not say anything and slowly fell to the ground. Before he fell asleep, he saw a blurry figure behind him. He wanted to warn his companion, but his mouth was completely out of control. His fall alerted the guard, who was dozing off not far away. Before he could understand the situation, he saw a white light gradually expand in his eyes. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still stabbed in the shoulder. After a moment of numbness, he lost consciousness. Chapter 72. After killing the guards with 2 arrows, Thea immediately walked to the 2 of them and pulled off their gas masks. She could feel that she was affected by the gas again. She could only use about 60% of her strength now. He picked up the gas masks and looked at them. Even though he knew that wearing them would prevent the poisonous gas from entering his body, he still felt a little disgusted when he thought about how they were taken from their faces. He wanted to end this quickly, so he didn't wear them. He put the 2 masks into his backpack and took them back for testing. Maybe he could find the composition of the poisonous gas. She couldn't stay here for too long. Thea walked to the chair where Gordon and Babla were sitting. These people seemed to know that he was an important person. They tied the old director and Babla up tightly with a big chain. She couldn't open the door with her small arms and legs. She searched the 2 guards, but couldn't find the key. Time waits for no one. Thea didn't know if there were any surveillance cameras in the room. She controlled the skateboard to float over and pulled out a chain from the outside. This thing was originally used for emergencies. The chain could bear 500 kilograms of weight. She apologized to the old director in her heart. She took the chain that came with the skateboard and tied it around the chair twice. She then connected it to the original chain on their bodies. The messy way of tying them made them look even more artistic. From afar, they looked like dumplings. She controlled the skateboard to drag Gordon and Babla out of the door slowly. Thea pushed from behind. The space on the skateboard was too small. Besides, Lila was already tied up. There was no place for the father and daughter. Referring to Brother Asen's glorious deeds, there were no more seats in the car. The 2 of them could just take the ticket. Since they were unconscious, they probably wouldn't mind. The door frame was too low. She could float out with the skateboard close to the ground. However, she couldn't bring these people with her. She didn't want to make too much noise. It was best to come and go quietly. She might have a chance to save Robin. But Murphy's Law was magical. When you hoped that something would not be discovered, there would be countless onlookers. Hurry up, hurry up. Someone broke in. Before Thea reached the door, she heard the footsteps of more than 10 people. It seemed like there were surveillance cameras in this place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so fast. Without any hesitation, he jumped onto the skateboard. Without caring about whether Gordon and his daughter would be injured, he rushed out of the door at full speed. In this distance of less than 30 meters, sounds of bang, dong, and bang could be heard from time to time. Just like how Mongolian nobles executed criminals in the past, Sia dragged the 2 of them out of the room without a care in the world. Then, under the surprised eyes of several guards who rushed over after hearing the news, she soared into the sky with a whoosh. From time to time, gunshots could be heard from below. Bang! Bang! At this time, Thea had already leaped to a height of 300 meters. Of course, she could continue to pull up. With her fear of death and the performance of the skateboard, she could go up to 500 meters. However, she was afraid that the 2 people who were sitting on the ticket would not be able to hold on. She had an antiviral suit, but they did not. She glanced sideways at Lara. The mature woman seemed to be uncomfortable and twisted from time to time. She was very kind to Amanda. This was considered first-class treatment for her assistant. Compared to the 2 people below, the word miserable could not describe it. At this time, Gordon and his daughter's faces were covered in blood. At first, Thea was shocked, but she quickly realized that this was not caused by the high-altitude air pressure. Barbara's forehead was swollen, and one of Gordon's leather shoes had fallen off, revealing a half-new and half-old sock. This was the plight of a single old man. Thea cursed Barbara in her heart for being unfilial to her father. She did not buy him a pair of socks. Instead, she fooled around with Robin every day. Poor old Gordon, who raised you with so much effort. After dodging a rocket, Thea knew that she could not save Robin. The searchlights below had been set up. At a glance, there were 30 to 40 people, all armed. However, they did not have any experience in aerial combat, so they could only shoot at the sky with their guns. Thea sighed. They could not kill their way up, and she could not go down. She could only wish that Robin would be able to survive until she and the others came to save him. Thea brought them back to their temporary residence and found that Felicity was still unconscious. The antidote was still far away. Just as Thea was about to go back and capture them alive for interrogation, Laura slowly woke up. "Who captured me? What's your purpose?" "I won't say anything." Laura stuttered as she tried to stand up. However, she failed every time she tried. She was the first person other than herself to wake up. Did this mean that she could recover on her own without the antidote? She was able to wake up because of her special agent training. She drank coffee and anesthetic every day, which raised her poison resistance to an inhuman level. How did she wake up? Did she rely on her strong willpower and abundant stamina? Thea was not sure, but she still grabbed Lara's shoulders. "Look carefully. I'm Thea Quinn. We met 2 days ago. You were attacked by the poison gas. This is the room I found." She did not know if Laura heard her clearly. She could see that Laura was adjusting her focus, trying to see the face of the person in front of her. Thea did not have any antidote on hand. Even if she did, she would not dare to use it recklessly. She could only use the old method, which was to get a basin of cold water and wipe Lara's face with a towel. Perhaps Thea was not used to taking care of people, or perhaps Laura was not used to being passive. She weakly pushed Thea away, took a deep breath, and plunged into the basin. It had to be said that her movements were clean and neat, and she really had the bearing of a female soldier. If it weren't for the fact that she was facing Sia, she would have applauded her. This person exuded a valiant aura, and it was a stark contrast to the haggard middle-aged woman with a face full of unfulfilled desires. Time really was a butcher's knife. With a splash, Lila raised her head abruptly, wiped the water off her face, and glared at Sia fiercely. After a while, her brain finally reacted. The person in front of her didn't seem to be an enemy. "You're Thea? Where am I? Where are the others? Where are my men?" Although she knew this person, she did not know if there was a conspiracy. She remained vigilant, ready to attack at any time. It seemed that she did not hear what she said just now. Thea sighed and told her what happened. "That's what happened. There are only a few people here, and they are all unconscious. Only you and I are awake. When I pulled you back, I did not see your men. Of course, even if I saw them, I wouldn't recognize them." Chapter 73. Lila did not have the energy to care about Felicia's joke. Even though she could only see 2 figures in front of her, she still forced herself to stand up and lean against the wall while looking around. It was a very ordinary house. The furniture was old and broken, and there were some miscellaneous items scattered on the ground. Perhaps the owner had left in a hurry, but after a long observation, Lila realized that this place was very ordinary and did not look like a prison. The dark night outside the window also showed that this was not a prison cell. Lila's worries were mostly relieved. "If you can still walk, follow me outside to take a look. They've been unconscious all this time. I really can't do anything about it." Sia was exhausted after saying those few words. She had entered the poisonous gas area twice in a row, and both times she had engaged in intense fighting and killing. Her intake per unit of time was much higher than the rest of them who had fainted and fallen to the ground. She was barely holding on with her strong willpower. Lila naturally saw Felicia's pale face and sweaty forehead. She endured the discomfort in her body silently. As a former soldier and now a high-level agent, she could not say that her legs were as weak as noodles. If she was compared to a 16-year-old girl, she would be ashamed of the days when she drank anesthetics like coffee. However, she did not have the energy to speak. She just nodded and followed Thea to another bedroom. This room was basically the same as the one she was in, but it was bigger. There was a woman lying on the bed in the room. Lila had never seen Thea in person before. She had only seen her picture, which was attached to Thea's profile. At first, she did not recognize the woman who had taken off her glasses and had a red face. However, she soon realized that she was Thea's partner. As for her name, she could not remember. The other 2 people in the room were not treated so well. Their clothes were ragged and their faces were swollen. Looking at their miserable appearance, Laura unconsciously touched her own face. She couldn't help but think, am I like this too? Although she looked average, she did not want to be disfigured. She felt that there was nothing wrong with her face, so she began to carefully examine the two. Of the two, Laura recognized Captain Gordon immediately because his outfit was too old-fashioned. He was wearing a beige coat that had not changed for decades. Even though the journey had been a bumpy one, his trademark glasses were still on his face. He was the only person in the whole of Gotham who was so unique and dressed so superbly in the 21st century. From time to time, a few illusory figures would appear in front of Lara's eyes. Some of them were her family members, and some were her former comrades. She knew that this was her hallucination. She shook her head hard and vaguely saw two people tied together. She thought to herself that the red-haired woman beside the old director should be his daughter. She couldn't possibly be the old director's lover who was caught and tied up. Do you have any idea how to wake them up? Thea asked when she saw that Lila had been in the room for a long time. What can I do? Lila did not force herself. She leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. She used to be a soldier, and her current job was more of an administrative one. She did not know how to answer such a professional question. Moreover, her mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Even if she knew, she could not remember. I don't have any idea. Hey, that's not right. Didn't you wake me up? No, you woke up on your own. Thea stopped shaking her head. The more she shook, the more dizzy she felt. She waved her hand at Lila. Although she did a lot of good deeds and did not leave her name, she was not the one who did it this time. Who knows how she woke up? Then how did you wake up? Lila was now in the mood to get to the bottom of it. Thea vaguely felt that her strong spiritual power had played a role. At the same time, her physique had also reached a higher level. After all, she had trained hard for the past year. With the help of her body and spiritual power, she was not completely knocked out by the poisonous gas. However, it was too troublesome to explain, so she could only continue to say that she did not know. The two of them did not talk about any practical solutions to the problem at hand. Thea looked at the few people who were as dizzy as dead pigs and did not know what to do. She was a little depressed. Since the two of them did not have any ideas, they could only ask for help from outsiders. Although Thea did not know many people, Lila was a senior figure in a government organization. Can you find some people to help? In fact, she did not need to ask Lila to think of this problem. She took off her military uniform and joined the Secret Service organization. Why did she work so hard to climb to a high position? Wasn't it so that the organization could give her a hand at this critical moment? Although this organization was particular about abandoning people at the drop of a hat, and the human feelings had dropped to the negatives, he was still the leader's deputy and was considered a high-ranking member. If he didn't even save someone of his rank, then he should just disband. She did not hide it from Thea. She took out her phone and started to communicate with the person on the other end of the line. The password was a combination of a lot of numbers and letters. The password was different every day, so she was not afraid that Thea would hear any secrets. In fact, it was not easy to be a Secret Service agent, especially a senior member like her. Every morning, when she received the day's secret communication order, she had to memorize it for half a day. Then, she would forget it at night because the order would be changed the next day. If she remembered a letter wrong, then there would be a big joke. Naturally, Thea was not in the mood to listen to her. To avoid arousing suspicion, she walked to the window and opened it to let the night breeze into the room. With 5 living people in such a small room, Thea and Lila were sweating. Gordon and his daughter were half covered in soil and half covered in blood. The smell in the room was terrible. Amanda, something's happened to me here. I can't move now. Search for my location and send someone here quickly. Although she was a little far away, her voice still reached Sia's ears as usual. She was contacting Amanda. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. After all, not everyone would be able to contact the leader directly when something happened to them. She hoped that the person sent would be an elite. Not long after, the call ended. My people will be here soon. Hang in there. Lila put down the phone. She still had some confidence in the organization's searchability. She relaxed a little and said that casually. It was not clear whether she was comforting Thea or encouraging herself. The reinforcements came quickly. 4 agents in black suits and sunglasses found the place in no time. The leader handed over his identification. After Lila checked that there were no mistakes, she ordered them to take the people in the room away first so that she could still walk out. The agents obeyed her orders. Felicity was easy to deal with. She wrapped her up in a sheet and threw her into the car like a dead pig.